Welcome to the ROTL UK podcast. Matthew Turner, Ashley Soden, and Anthony Fitzpatrick here for day one of the NFL draft in a relatively empty Green Bay, Wisconsin, as compared to Detroit last year. Boys, we did a little preview a couple of hours ago. We've been building up to this for months and months. We've got 4, 5, 6, 7 great guests to come tonight in the next 6 hours. It's going to be a great show. How excited / scared are you?
Excitement 9 out of 10. Fear 7 out of 10.
They're both pretty high on mine. Like, we are waiting. There's a cascade to be had, and we're just waiting for the first block to fall, and then there's going to be a domino effect all over, and we could end up anywhere. So I'm actually quite nervy for this one compared to recent drafts, just because there's so much that could happen. You know, Browns are potentially shopping players, Giants potentially shopping Kayvon. All this is happening. Like, it might not be the players we draft so much as the players you trade for, which could be a thing tonight as well. So much could happen.
I'm very excited, but I'm very scared because it feels like this is a tipping point for the Lions. We've built up so well to this point. It feels like we could get ourselves over the hump with a really good draft potentially. But if we don't do as well as we could, it could be the beginning of like the turn of the tide where things kind of slowly start to filter away as we have to pay players and let others go and depth becomes less and we eventually become Miami Dolphins where they look good for a season or two and now can't pay anyone, or Dallas Cowboys. And we heard from our friend Brian, Dallas Cowboys, in the preview show. If you haven't listened to that already, that was a really fascinating chat. And also Brett, we talked to about Cleveland and about what they're going to do at the number 2 pick. But yeah, it feels like there's a real turning point coming here. Our guests coming up at 20 past 11 UK time, which is in just 18 minutes time. We'll have Greg Kett, who is a Tennessee Titans fan, and Ash is going to be leading off on that one. Of course, we'll be talking about picking at 1 as well as what happened to them last season and everything to go with that. About an hour after that, we're going to have Adam Armbrecht of the One Giant podcast and Locked On Nets. Ant's going to head that one up. He's worked with Adam before. It's going to be a fascinating chat, especially with, an hour later than that, they'll be picking at 3. And of course, the Pistons will also be playing the Nets competitors in the Knicks. 40 minutes after that, at 8 p.m. Eastern, we've got Neil from the Arrowheads Broad Kansas City Chiefs UK. Payo time, 40 minutes after that. He's a LA Rams content creator from Eastern Canada. Is it Newfoundland? No.
I think so.
I can't remember exactly where it is, but it's somewhere in the far east of Canada. Nick Ludlam follow-ups from that at 2:20 UK time, which is 9:20 Eastern time. Nick Ludlam, 49er Faithful UK guy. And then Maurice Hawkins, 40 minutes after that from the DC Tweet team, repping the Washington Commanders. And finishing off with Dave from the Panther Nation podcast. All of these guys, apart from Adam, are returning guests, so we know we're going to have a heck of a show for you guys. If you have any questions, any comments, we need you guys tonight. We really do, because you're going to form a big part of the show and you're watching it along with us. And we're going to talk Tennessee Titans and Cam Ward in 15 minutes or so. So skipping past that, we talked about him a little bit before, but we've got to talk, I think, about Travis Hunter, who is the presumed number 2 overall pick, boys. Is he a corner? Is he a wide receiver? Looks like he's going to be a wide receiver potentially for Cleveland, but it looks like that's where they're going to stay. But very productive on both sides of the ball. What do you think about him as a prospect?
I obviously had the take that for me, because of how these positions work, I'd start him at a corner with packages on offense, kind of like what Woodson did, what Champ Bailey did. But I can see, and obviously can see the merits of keeping him at wide receiver full time and then doing the opposite, then having packages in for at corner if you go to dime, dollar, etc., etc. As a person overall, I obviously respect him. I do hate him a tiny bit for obviously what he did to me a couple of years ago on my birthday. Went into Spider-Man No Way Home thinking, oh yeah, FSU are going to get the top player in the class. I come out to 1,000,002 texts, all but one of them from Ant taking a mick because obviously he infamously flipped from FSU to Deion Sanders, Jackson State. But it's worked out for him. He's now getting interviewed on the red carpet in a nice dapper pink suit, presumptive number 2 overall pick, unless something major happens in the next couple of hours with Cleveland trading out to number 2. Fair play to the guy. Like, he is, it's insane. He can play both sides of the ball. Like, he is the ultimate Madden creator player in that way, in that he can play receiver, play corner, arguably, given his sort of ball skills as well.
Mm-hmm.
Put him at like on like a sort of Hail Mary, put him at free safety and just let him track the ball. Perfect way to use him.
And what are your thoughts on Travis Hunter?
It's hard not to admire him. I remember like when he first came up to, when he followed Dion from Jackson State to Colorado, and the very first game that he played with them, believe it was TCU he played against, and he had an absolute whale of a day. Like, as both a receiver, he went over 100 yards. Pretty sure he got a pick on that game as well. And you're like, that's great and all, but there's no way, because he famously played about 120 snaps in the game, and you're like, there's just no way that you can do that on a regular basis. Like, eventually it's going to come and get you. And bear in mind, he's taken some big hits in college. I think of the Nebraska linebacker who broke him in half, and a few of those. And he's just continued week upon week upon week to defy the odds and to continue to play both sides of the ball. And there are so many games I can think back of him watching where he's made a vital play as a receiver or a vital play as a corner, and the amount of holes he's dug that Colorado team out of. And it's almost inspiring in a way. Like, he from day one has said, I can do it. And from day one, he has done it with an unwavering belief. And like, we were talking about with Brett earlier, you talk about culture changes, like people who can change a culture, who can redefine everything it means to a franchise, to be a player for that franchise. He's learning from Dion, who did it himself with the Falcons, who went in and redefined the culture. And he emanates that. Like, can you imagine being a Browns player, like a senior player who's on the roster for the Browns now, and you have this rookie come into camp who's doing all the offensive drills, who's doing all the defensive drills, he's out there again and again and again. That's going to make you rethink your outlook on how hard you're working on that team. That's going to make you think, hang on, I've got to up my game here. Maybe I've not been doing to the best of my ability before. And that's what Hunter will bring to whichever franchise he ends up at. Maybe it's not Cleveland, but wherever he goes, their standard's going to improve right away. The minimum amount of effort is going to improve right away, all that sort of stuff. And after all the years he said he can do it and continue to defy people, I do genuinely think he can come up to the NFL and do it. If anyone can do it, he can. And he truly believes it. And he's going to be an absolute menace at this level. So, I've gone from being skeptical about him to being, I've all the respect in the world for him and what he does.
We've got a couple of questions from a guest who's going to be coming up later in the show. Payo Time is in the building, who initially asks a couple of Lions questions. What would be a bad draft for the Lions look like for the next few days? And actually, I heard Jeremy Reisman give an answer to this on what would be an F draft on the POD cast, and he basically said not very much or very little would be an F. I kind of don't feel like this team is capable of an F draft, but a bad draft would be taking players that I genuinely don't believe are good players. I don't really care what position they are. I just don't believe they have juice for whatever reason. If we get deep in positions and they're quality players, that's fine by me. So personally, boys, I don't have anything that I am fearing in this draft massively. What about you? What would be a bad draft for the Lions in the next few days?
Not taking a defensive lineman in the first 2 days. That would be an absolute unmitigated disaster. I don't care what they say about it. Like, we need investment there. I don't care that we draft the best player and all that. That is great. But at some point, you've got to put a line in the sand and invest in it. It's what is holding us back. The lack of quality depth and the lack of, we need a promising pass rusher or two up front to be able to pair with Hutch and to mitigate financial circumstances going forward, of having to go out and find another guy and leaving it all on his shoulders. So not picking a defensive lineman in the top 2 days for me would be a terrible draft. It just can't happen.
It's so unlikely it's going to happen. It's almost shouldn't be seen as a possibility, but the stuff is there. Taking Jalen Milroe at 28. That would, not only because I don't believe in him, he is my QB 5, but also I can just imagine the fucking riots in the fan base on the streets of Detroit if that happens. Like, that would incense things to the nth degree. Like, I can accept pretty much anything. Like, there's players I don't like, but if we take them, I can see the things. But taking a QB high, maybe taking a running back high, those are things I'm like, okay, I'm seriously questioning things here. Pretty much every other position's on the table. QB and running back should not be touched the first couple of days, unless something major happens and the prospect falls. Like Jalen Milroe one at like 60, maybe I can get on board with it. Not at 28.
I probably am higher on Jalen Milroe than others, but it's only because the sort of adage of I've seen him do it once, so I hope you can do it again. Like, he has had really high highs. We had a question in the pre-draft process about whether he could play running back, and whilst he may not be a top 2 running back in this class, he probably is a top 4 running back in this class, and maybe 3 and maybe 4, but I think he'd be up there. Justin Fields proved that at that position you could be primarily a runner and win significant games and be in significant games. Like, obviously Chicago didn't do great last year, but the year before consistently wrecked teams. Went over, what? He broke the quarterback record for rushing yards, I think. Broke 1,000. I can't remember what it was exactly, but that was really impressive. I like Milroe. I just like Milroe as a guy. I think he's an impressive person.
See, the glazing's getting way too. They were chatting about this earlier, saying, because they're talking about, oh, he's the next Jalen Hurts, and they're like, oh, he's an even better thrower than Jalen Hurts was in college. And I'm like, bullshit, he's a better thrower than what Jalen Hurts was in college. Like, you're only saying that because no one's going to go back and question you. No one but Oklahoma fans would probably take umbrage with that, but it's like, just stop lying. Like, his throwing is so inconsistent. It's almost wrong. Yes, you can hit deep. Yes, you can do that. But at every single level, you've been inconsistent. You even did it during the games, during your pro days. You didn't even throw right either. Like, there's some serious mechanics you've got to work on. People just think he's the running quarterback. He'll be fine. But yeah, if you put him in a system that's designed for a running quarterback and to not really pass it as much, yeah, great. But in a traditional NFL style offense, doing the dropbacks all the time, which he didn't do a lot of at Bama, it's just way too much to be giving up a first round for him. Way too much. Just too far to go. You go draft him as a running back, fine, but you're drafting him as a future of your franchise, and too long to go for it.
Many thanks to Jeff Hurley for the $10 super sticker. Thank you, Jeff. Your support is much appreciated, especially in the last few days. Thank you. Jeff says, happy draft day, finally. Brent says Milroe is trash. Prism said, when did Fields win games? Fields' records as a starter is awful. I think my argument about Fields is he kept Chicago competitive in games where their roster probably would have dictated that they shouldn't have been anywhere near those games. I mean, in the games against the Lions last year, no, the year before last, I think we split the series and they should have won both games. And Fields ran for over 100 yards in both games and completely took over. And he did that consistently. So it's not necessarily that he was like a 50% win record as a starter or anything like that. It's more that he elevated the team around him because of what he did. And he wasn't a great passer. So, Prism Mike is pointing out that I thought Anthony Richardson was going to be really great and I was very high on him. Fair point.
Justin Fields was left to die behind no offensive. Like, he had to rush everywhere. If you'd have put him in a system where he could have dropped back in a pocket, not under pressure every single snap and being able to throw the ball. And this is the problem with Milrow. You're going to throw him into a team where he's going to be pressured all the time. You're just going to keep telling him to use his legs, and you're never going to develop his arm talent to the sufficient level that you need to win games. That's been Justin Fields' problem. He's never been put on a team where he can pass without a boatload of pressure all the time. Obviously, he can deal with it. The dual threat guy, doesn't need to be behind like, the Eagles line or something like that. But even an average line would have given him a better chance to develop. You can tell his development's been hindered by this. And you said he ran against us all the time. Yeah, we were chasing him all the time. That's why.
Yeah. I low-key am quite high on the Jets this coming season just because he's there. And I think that Glenn is going to design a really good offense for him to be in with his struggles at defending him.
If Aaron gives him some offensive linemen, and specifically one at 7, then yes.
I mean, that offensive line is already pretty good as well. If they get someone at 7, it's going to be a top 10 offensive line, potentially, if the chemistry is right. It could be. How good would that be if Fields actually gets time to throw, as well as be a designed runner? And, I mean, if they get rid of Breece Hall and they bring in insert running back's name here, because they'll have to replace him in this draft if they don't take him on, if they do trade him away. It could be very interesting because this is a very deep running back class.
Mm-hmm. My only bite back on that is, you mean Justin Fields, who I think in 3 of his 4 years in Chicago led all starters to QB starters in time to throw. Like, how much more time did he get?
It depends, though. Is it time that he made for himself, or
yes, that's what I'm saying. Scramblers always get longer time to throw.
I'd like him in which I do agree with. It's just like time to pressure probably is the better. Like, if he's pressured in longer time, as in the offense line does hold up, yeah. For me, I want him in a sort of McVay Shanahan scheme that has the moving pockets. That'd be perfect for him. Imagine that, because obviously Chicago is just mostly traditional drop back. Imagine one where it's a drop back and then 2 steps to the right, so you're shading the offensive line to protect you that way. He'd be perfect, because then you've got the bailout zone, and you can have even if it's just like a 2-read system, like, okay, basically all RPOs, it's either throw to this guy if he's open, throw to this guy if he's open, or bail. That'd be perfect for him.
One of Diana Rossini's colleagues at The Athletic, the NFL National Insider, Jeff Howe, is reporting that the Jags are potentially going to reject the Bears' offer to trade up to 5 in lieu of themselves trading up to 2 with Cleveland to draft Travis Hunter.
Yeah. So as Ant put in she think, because Ari has tweeted, the Jags have explored every option, calling about 2, speaking with teams behind about trading back to Bears, obviously, and weighing the idea of staying put and making it their pick. What's clear is that 2 teams around the league, this new Jags regime wants to be bold and unconventional. We say as we welcome a guest from one of the Jags' divisional rivals in Greg, who represents for us the Tennessee Titans. How you doing, Greg?
Evening, chaps. How's it going? Very well on my side, but an exciting night for more hope than expectation, I think. But yeah, looking forward to what tonight brings.
Oh yeah, same. Especially since with you guys obviously picking first overall, you hold all the chips, even if it seems your pick is pretty much locked in with Miami QB Cam Ward. You guys sort of having that first overall pick, franchise changing pick. What do you think? Do you think Cam Ward can be the guy? Can he steer the ship, or are you a bit lower on him, a bit scared about the hero ball and some of the stuff he did at Miami?
I mean, we still have PTSD from quite a few quarterbacks that we've picked over our time. So, I mean, I'm not going to go and get too high on Cam, but I mean, look, he's clearly a very, very talented player. He has had a tough path to this point. You know, he's a lot of comparisons with the likes of Josh Allen, and in terms of being a 0-star recruit and so on and so forth. And for me, I see a lot of similarities there. But you know, you're actually watching what I have watched of him, and I can't say I've watched every single game, but he does give me Steve McNair vibes, which is probably the best Titans quarterback that we've had in our history, if you exclude the Oilers for sure. So yeah, look, I think it's an exciting time. It's going to be very interesting to see how it pans out, but there's definitely hope. You know, he's a good. I think it's going to take a bit of developing to get him where we need him to be, but he's an exciting opportunity to bring a new quarterback in. To have the first overall pick is something you don't really want, but when it comes here at this point, you're quite happy to have it too.
Oh yeah, so like we know that more than most. Obviously, I know you guys. This will be the third time you guys have ever picked first overall. We've picked this like 5-6 times, so we definitely know that. Obviously, being there with Matt Stafford ourselves and what he did for our 0-16 team to turning that eventually within a couple of years to playoffs, him getting comeback player of the year. So Cam Ward definitely has some of the skills that I've seen quite a bit of him. I saw a couple of games of him in Cardiff Ward, him at Wazoo with Washington State in that air raid system, and then unfortunately this year at Miami. As a FSU fan, that kind of broke my heart what happened with him last offseason, saying he's going to come to us, then going into the draft, and obviously signing the big NIL deal with Cam Ward. So I know the sort of skills he has and he can do it. But obviously, as you kind of referred to, you've been there, done that a few times with tools of QBs. So obviously the most recent one being Will Levis, who I won't call out one member of our panel, but they did say in that draft process that he would be a better NFL tight end than QB. So maybe that would have worked out.
Still not wrong on that, by the way.
Yeah, true. But what do you think went wrong for Will? Was it just not the right place for him to develop? The team wasn't there around him, or was it more on him?
It was. I mean, if you look back to his first season, there was actually plenty of games that we watched where I liked what we saw. There was games like we played Miami on the road on I think it was Monday Night Football, and he kind of put the team on his back. And in the first game against Atlanta, he threw for I think it was four touchdowns. He had some bright moments in that first year, but unfortunately, this year I think it was a real struggle for him. He's got the arm talent, and there's absolutely no doubt about that. But I don't think he's got the brain to play as an NFL starter. You look at some of the calamitous moments in the season, and starting week 1 against Chicago, where he pretty much threw that game away, and then there was several other moments like that when he wasn't injured. So it's been unfortunate. As I say, I think we were talking about this on our podcast, the Transatlantic Titans podcasts last night, about what's the next step for him. I don't see him being in the quarterback room when Cam Ward walks in there. I think there's going to be a move this weekend. I would expect him to be moved on. It's just whether there is a team out there who's look at him and think we can fix those issues that he's had, because I think he has got talent. It's just whether you can, whether he is fixable or not is, I think, highly debatable. And for me, I don't see it being certainly not. I think he could be a very serviceable backup in this league. I joked on our show that that he will come back to the Nissan and beat us, because everyone seems to do that. We had it with Malik Willis last year. So, and I think he's somebody who I'm sure, it reminds me of someone like a Minshew, for example, who could probably go in and do a decent job as a backup. But I don't see him being a capable starter in this league. And so for me, Cam Ward is the only direction that we move in now. And by the end of this weekend, I'll be very surprised if he's still on the roster.
That's fair. Obviously.
So, just looking at your team last year, and Ant will know this because I placed a foolish wager on you guys, as I thought what was a value bet to try and win the AFC South. Because I thought you guys were making some interesting moves in a competitive division that wasn't necessarily good. You invested a lot in veteran talent. You traded for veteran talent in a bid, I think, to try and help your rookie head coach at the time. It never seemed to really click for you guys, despite individually having good players and good performances. It never really all kind of came together as a team. You've then, brought on Kevin Zeitler this year and Tyler Lockett, Xavier Woods. There seems to be some other shrewd signings in there. Is there a sense of belief that this is going to start moving in the right direction?
I think it feels like last year at this point last year, I think we all probably thought this is a 2-3 year rebuild. And then as the off season went on, we picked up, as you said, quite a few. We spent money on the likes of Ridley. We brought in the likes of Tyler Boyd, who's always been a very dependable receiver for the Bengals and somebody who knows Callahan very, very well. And all of a sudden we started bringing in these guys and it was like, okay, this roster's actually not that bad. Maybe we could, the AFC South is notoriously known for being a bit of a dumpster fire in most cases. And all we had to do really was beat Houston to win the division. That's what it felt like anyway. But then as the season went on, it did just kind of crumble. And I think there was I don't think many fans would have sat there and said, well, we're going to go and win the division. But there was certainly a lot more optimism, I think, going into the season than realistically there should have been. We've got some good young players in the draft. Players like Brownlee, for example, we drafted on day 3, who really broke out and did well. But then we brought in a lot of veterans like Jamal Adams, didn't work out. Diggs got injured. So there's players there that unfortunately just, it didn't work. And then that alongside an offensive line, which was by far and away probably one of the worst in the league. An offensive line player has been a problem of ours for the last few years, realistically, and hasn't helped Will Levis in his development. But the reality is, at the same time, you've got to try and find ways to patch it up, and we've got an offensive line coach who's one of the best out there. And the moves we've made this offseason is very much to try and fix those positions. Whether it will or not is to be seen. But you said about Zeke now, I think is a really good pickup. A little bit on the fence with the Moore deal. I think that's a bit of a 1 or 2 year gamble, which with the contract that he's been given. But it feels like this year we're not going into this season with that false hope. I think it's going to be, everyone knows this year is going to be a rebuild year. This isn't us coming in like Washington and upsetting the odds. I don't think that's going to happen this year, realistically. And because the draft this year as well, we're not blessed with picks at the higher end. We lost our 3rd round pick when we picked up Snead. Ironically, a deal that our new GM made from the other side of the fence. So I bet he can wish he could take that one back. And then, so we've got a 2nd round pick, obviously quite high up. And then after that, it's pretty much all day 3 picks onwards. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think there's going to be a lot of trading over this weekend to try and move us up into that 3rd round. Because there's a lot of positions that we need to fix. There's a lot of holes in this team that we need to fill. And I think we're 2-3 years away from being competitive, and that's if Cam Ward shows what we need him to show. So it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out.
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously, I know we're focused on Cam Ward and that 1st overall pick, but obviously you guys are picking 35 in the 2nd round. Who do you hope falls to you there? Who do you you're crossing your fingers, like wishing a falling star will fall out of the 1st round and into your laps at 35?
Yeah, it's interesting. We discussed this a little bit on our podcast, and I think before we recorded before we'd signed Tyler Lockett, which happened sort of relatively late last night. Wasn't a deal I was expecting, that's for sure. I still think wide receiver is if someone like a Burden or the guy from Ohio State whose name always escapes my brain.
Booker.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. If either of those two are there, I think we'd find it very difficult not to take them. But we are really desperate also at edge. So if one of I'm a Tennessee fan, so I'd love to see James Pierce come to the Titans. But somebody like that, if they were to drop out of the 1st round or are available at that point, I think there's every chance we make that move. But I also wouldn't be surprised if we trade back on that pick 35. If it means we get ourselves back into the 3rd round or get an additional 4th and use that to get into the 3rd round, I think there's every chance that could happen as well. So. But wide receiver and edge are the 2 positions I would say if we're going to get picks in round 2 and round 3, they're for sure the picks that we will be looking to make. I don't think there'll be anyone aside from that. But the front office has said pretty much for at least a few weeks now that they're playing the board and they want to pick the best players. So who knows who might come out of this? We've had some interesting visits with running backs, with inside defensive lineman, which is a surprise as a position that is already pretty strong for us with Simmons and Sweat. So it's interesting to see how the board will play out. But I'm really hoping for a star wide receiver. After trading away AJ Brown a few years ago, it's been a position of need for us pretty much ever since.
Oh, so you don't believe your new QB's comments on Twitch that Calvin Ridley and Traylon Burks are top 4 receivers in the league?
I mean, I'm not even sure Traylon Burks is a top 4 receiver for the Titans right now, and we are very much scraping the barrel. So, yeah, look, I think he's Cam's a smart guy. I think he knew his audience there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm not sure I believe that. Look, Ridley's a very capable receiver. He actually had a half decent year for us last year.
You'd have to tell us. I remember of me and Matt sitting here watching the game against you guys, and Calvin absolutely going off for those first drives, and I was like, "Oh God, it's happening again!" Because infamously, the Lions, down the stretches, always seem to give up 100 yards and like 2 touchdowns to the team's wide receiver. Once, like, oh no, it's happening again. So
just fearing going up against Mason fucking Rudolph.
True. Just keep Ridley away from DraftKings, I think.
Yeah, no, yeah. Look, he did have a good year. I think there was a massive amount of frustration on his side, and when you're losing games, that's only natural. I think hopefully we can turn that corner, but I still think he's got a good few years left in him. Outside of that, we are very, very thin at wide receiver, and Traylon Burks for me is, I mean, I thought he'd be gone by now, to be honest, but he's very much, I think, in last chance saloon. Just can't seem to stay healthy, and when he is healthy, he's rarely getting more than 1 or 2 targets a game. So. But yeah, who knows? I mean, I think it wouldn't surprise me. I mentioned this on our podcast as well. It wouldn't surprise me if we went and got, in the draft, again, depending on how it falls, there's every chance that we could go and get one of the Miami guys who Cam knows well, who would help him. I'm thinking more from a tight end perspective. Arroyo is somebody I think that tight end is a position I think we would love to pick somebody up if it was the right pick. I think he might be gone before we have the chance to do that, but I think it will help him settle in and to have somebody there who he knows and who can be a bit of a safety blanket. We had that with Marcus Mariota and Delaney Walker in the early days of there. But Delaney Walker was that safety blanket for Marcus, and you need to have that. Will Levis didn't really have that apart from in the first season with Hopkins. So it's going to be interesting to see how we do draft, but I think there'll be a lot of moves around with trades. I think what we have on the board right now won't be what we have on the board come probably some point tomorrow. Yeah.
And then to sort of extend it out, who in out your division, obviously with the Jags, with all their rumours about them wheeling and dealing, the Texans picking where they are, who in your division probably scares you the most? Who can upgrade the most and really put the fear of God into you?
It's a good question. I think, the Texans took a step back this year, but I think if CJ Stroud gets back to what he showed in his rookie year, then they're always going to be dangerous. And defensively, I think they're a very good unit. Absolutely love Will Anderson. Hate the fact that he plays for them. I think as a player, he's unbelievable. And they've picked up some good players, some good vets, a couple from us with the likes of Danico Autry and El Shair, for example, two absolute dogs on defense. So I think, they're still there to be shot at as probably the best team in the division right now. But the Jags, we'll see who they go with or who drops to them. We absolutely terrorized the Jags for years with Derrick Henry. So the thought of John T going to them is not particularly appealing to me because I feel like it's going to be hell for anyone who has to come up against him. A very, very different running back, but somebody who, I think will chew up yards in this league. I have absolutely no doubt. So it seems like that could be the pick for them, but who knows who might drop to them. As long as Abdul Carter doesn't get down that far, I'll be quite happy.
We'll hope not either.
No one wants to see that.
And just while they've been talking, are you just casually drinking from a Viking horn?
Yeah.
Sorry, I saw you doing it. I was like, the fuck is that?
Go big or go home. That's my motto.
Yeah. Greg, we are partaking in a drinking game tonight. I don't know if you want to join in, but it's going to be particularly brutal if any of us succeed. We've picked 3 players in each rung of a ladder that are your guys in the draft. And if your team drafts one of them, you have to take the number of shots specified in your ladder, with 5 being the guys you like the most and 1 being the guys who are still your guys that you like the least. So 15 guys all throughout the 3 days of the draft, if you have the NAT knowledge, which I don't. So I've stuck to day 1 and day 2. But potentially, I'm looking at a day where I could easily have, tomorrow 15 shots of something, which sounds terrible.
Sounds incredibly scary. I mean, our first round picks are an absolute shoo-in, so I think I'm going to be whatever that number is. It's going to be a shot for me. But outside
would
of that,
he be one of your guys? Like, kind of before you knew all about this, like during the college football season, were you a big fan of his?
Yeah, I think I'll be honest. A few months ago, I was very much on the train of, I'm not sure these quarterbacks are worthy of a first overall pick. I would look at trading back, and the Giants were so keen on that on him that I was quite happy to do a deal, because I think we're in a longer rebuild. So I would have been quite happy to get a haul of picks. But I think now, yeah, it feels to me that we can't be going into this season with Will Levis again. Backup, we've got Brandon Allen, who is a backup. I'm arguably not even that strong of a backup either, but he's obviously a good locker room guy and somebody that Brian Callahan trusts. So I think it's, for me, for a good probably 4 or 5 weeks, certainly since his pro day, it kind of felt inevitable. It kind of felt like there was going to be no other choice. So, and I'm happy with that choice. I think we'll see how it pans out, obviously, but I think he is a very, very good player. I still think in a couple of years' time there's going to be a quarterback class that, when Arch Manning comes out, especially that class could be unbelievable. But and this year it is definitely weaker. But there's a big gap, in my opinion, between Cam Ward and the rest of the quarterbacks in this class.
You mentioned that you're a Tennessee college fan. What do you make of everything which has been happening with them this week? Because it's been a fun one.
Yeah. NIL is just killing college football for me. It's a real shame. Nico was somebody who, in his early stages, I was really excited about. But there were games last year that he really struggled. Like the Arkansas game, when we played Ohio State in the playoffs, he just looked almost out of his depth. So for him to go and kind of do what he's done and push for what is, I mean, didn't get the money he wanted. If anything, he took a pay cut because of the way taxes work in California. It's blown up in his face. I don't think it's going to do him favors in the future unless he goes and absolutely balls out for UCLA. But it has, for sure, put the Vols in a position of who knows what to expect this year now. They've still got a very talented roster, but bringing a new quarterback in and essentially have just done a swap with UCLA. It's going to be it'll be interesting to see whether he starts or whether Merklinger starts. It's going to be a fascinating year, but it's a shame because he was somebody that I had real high hopes for. He was somebody that I was looking at in that probably 2027 draft. As I'd love the Titans to pick him up also, but I don't know how that's going to all pan out for him. I don't think it's been a good look on his side, and NIL, like I said, is unfortunately putting the college game in a really difficult spot right now, and just got to look at like Carson Beck getting paid what he's getting paid is crazy money, absolutely crazy money.
To give you a little bit of ray of sunshine, Joey Aguiar is an absolute dog. He is a great quarterback. He'll start day one there, I reckon.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think Merklinger, who was the guy who was backing up Nico, is probably a starter level. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does come straight in. I don't know a lot about him, to be honest with you. I don't tend to watch a lot of anything outside of SEC, to be honest. So I'll be interested to watch a little bit more tape on him. But I think in the end, even though at the time it felt like, this is a disaster for the Vols, I think looking back at it now, I think we probably dodged a bit of a bullet, because whether it was now or next year, I think he probably would have tried to do the same thing. And like I said, from what I've read, and appreciate you get a lot of different views from a lot of different people on social media, but from what I've read, I think Nico's come out of this not looking particularly great, which I don't think helps him in terms of even pro, the draft and the question marks that will come alongside that now. because he was somebody who, for sure, that 2027 draft would have been probably a top 3 alongside the likes of Manning, for example. So, but we'll see how it pans out for him. It might work out if he goes and balls out in the UCLA. I think it all will get forgotten about, I'm sure. But he was very, very rusty last year. He didn't look anywhere near as accomplished as we kind of expected him to look. He would beat the small colleges very, very easily and look great. But as soon as he was up against any half decent defense, he looked wanting at times.
Personally, I think you've upgraded, so you'll be fine. We'll be fine with Aguiar, honestly. He's tremendous. He will do really well in that system that you run there. So Tennessee football's in good hands.
It's a fun offense to watch as well. It's the way Heupel runs it, which actually, to be honest, I have criticism of Heupel for some of his game management, but the year that when we had Hendon Hooker, obviously you guys know very well. The year we had Hendon Hooker starting for us, that season was incredibly fun to watch. It was in terms of like not just his quarterback play, but having the likes of Jalen Hyatt, just deep throws down to him. So it felt like every other play. It was just explosive. So hopefully we can bring some of that back, because we missed that a bit last year.
I loved Cedric Tillman as well in that offense too.
Yeah,
he was fantastic.
He was a beast. Yeah.
Moving away from the Titans and just looking at the draft in general, as a fan of the NFL, what are some things that you're thinking about this draft? Are there any thoughts you have about players which are maybe different to consensus? Any sort of hot takey little bits and pieces here and there?
I'm not a massive fan of hot takes, but I think it'd be really interesting to see where Hunter lands. I think, and whether he can play both ways in the NFL I've got huge doubts around that, if I'm honest. But I think where he lands is going to be really fascinating to see. I think Ted McMillan might drop quite a bit. I still think he'll go first round, but I think somebody who, I was really high on him in sort of much earlier in the off season. I thought he was a hell of a talent, and I still do. But I just feel like he's slid down some boards. I think if I'm going to give you one hot take, I think Shedeur Sanders is going to drop into the second round. That's my hot take for you.
It does feel like he's falling, and a lot of the people that we talk to have a similar take on it, despite the national consensus that he's better than that. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're right.
Yeah, I think he's a talented player. I've no doubt about it. I think there's just I know it's a bit of a charade around him with everything that's with his dad, and I actually think some teams are going to get put off by that. There might be one team that later in the draft, like the Steelers, for example, who are very quarterback needy right now, might just take a punt on him. But I wouldn't be surprised if he slipped outside that first round, a bit like Levis did a couple of years ago, which is why he ended up on our roster in the end. He was somebody who was talked about number 1 overall very briefly, and certainly a top 5 pick. So I think Sanders could easily be that guy this year.
Makes sense. All right, boys. Any final questions for Greg? All right. Leave you to think about that briefly, Greg. The Transatlantic Titans. Just talk to us about them for a minute.
Yeah, so we're there's a group of sort of 5-6 of us who we have during the season a podcast pretty much every week. We're pretty active on social and Discords, but yeah, we're pretty much just a group of fans who just love talking about football, and even though our audience is not the biggest, we just enjoy getting together and chatting most of the time. And so it's a really, really cool group. Started off as a Facebook group when Facebook was relevant, and now it's become something that we have across multiple social medias, and the guys we just have a laugh. Really, that's the most important part of all of this. And there's a real mixture of us in terms of we're all from all over the UK, but we just have fun with what we do. And normally most of the time it's a bit of therapy every single week to go through what's happened and what we've just had to endure that previous weekend. We've had some good times with it as well in the playoff runs in like 2020 and when in the good old days, which doesn't feel that long ago, but feels also an age ago. But no, it's a good group. We're as I say, very active on social media. So anyone wants to follow us, you can at Transatlantic TN. No matter who you support, you're always welcome in.
You sound exactly like us, I think. Sorry, Ant, you were going to say something.
No, I was about to say before you go, enjoy Cam Ward. We've been watching him. We've been watching him since his days back from when he transferred from Incarnate Wood. He is a lot better than a lot of people give him credit for. He'll do very well in the NFL. So you've got yourself a good one. I'm looking forward to seeing him play. Hopefully you do right by him because the kid's got everything. Watched him for years now, and he's got what he needs if you look after him.
Yeah, I think that we brought in Brian Callahan to develop a quarterback. That was the sole purpose of hiring him in the first place. And after this year, there was question marks of whether he should have remained as head coach. But I think they saw this coming around the corner, and I think Levis, I don't think was ever that guy, and hopefully Cam Ward will be that guy, and hopefully Callahan, who's taken some really good quarterbacks into this league, works very close with Joe Burrow, for example. Hopefully he can take him to that next level. But yeah, I think it's the fear of unknown a little bit. But as I say, we also, as Titans fans, our draft history from a quarterback's perspective is not the best, and our development of quarterbacks is not the best. Hopefully we can give him some stability to get better and better over the next 2-3 years. So then by the time the rest of the team catch up, he's already at that starter level, which would be ideal. But we'll see how it pans out. But no, I appreciate that. I think he's an exciting prospect. There's, I think, a few question marks, but realistically, when is there not? The draft is a crapshoot, isn't it? Let's be honest. remember when everyone loved Josh Rosen? Like, that was.
Oh my God! Yeah, true.
He went 8, didn't he? Went 8 overall. Absolute disgrace. Anyway, Greg, thank you so much for donating your time. Much appreciated.
Anytime.
It's always great to talk with you. And good luck, as Ant said. I hope it goes well with Cam, because I really enjoy watching him as a prospect. And I enjoy you guys as a team and to watch you guys. I hate playing against you when we're facing you, but otherwise...
You didn't last year. Last year you had great fun playing against us. But, hopefully one day we'll be back and competitive again, because it's not fun losing every week. That is for sure. But good luck with whoever you guys pick tonight, and enjoy. I'm sure you can't wait to stay up until 4 a.m. to see who you've got.
To only trade out, I think. But there we go.
That's the beauty of being number 1 overall. By 10 past 1, it's done. So we'll see how it pans out. But no, enjoy, guys. Hopefully you have a good time.
Envious your sleep. Cheers, Greg.
Cheers, fellas. Take care. See you later.
There he goes, Greg Kett, great guy, returning guest. We've been fortunate in our 4.5 years to meet some fantastic guys like him, and we've got some more coming up tonight too. So thank you to him and the Transatlantic Titans. Adam Armbrecht is the next guy up in about half an hour's time. He's the host of the One Giant podcast and Locked on Nets, so a very good sporting man, and he'll be on during the Pistons game against the Knicks, so that's going to be fun too, which we are definitely not going to be watching while we're talking to you, but there we go. I am watching this draft kickoff live coverage while we're talking, and I'm learning nothing, which is really annoying. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think genuinely no one knows anything. I think the teams have sent out that much smoke that everybody's lost in it. It's like the mist to the film. You just can't see the monsters for the fog.
Yeah, admittedly I've got it without the volume on because sensory overload. But yeah, it just the stuff going on the bottom. It's just all stuff we all know. Like, it almost seems like they're waiting for, like, just like us, the ones in the know still waiting for a domino to fall. Like, they know Cam's going 1. Now suddenly, with all this about the Jags, if the Jags are doing all this and they still stick at 5 and they take Mason Graham, which everyone's had penciled in for the past 3 months, ultimate play by them, because the confusion will fall in their favour.
We've got a question from our resident Bears fan, Bailey, in the chat. We kind of covered it a little bit before, but Bailey asks, what are your worst case realistic scenarios for tonight? I think the worst case scenario is just pretty good for the Lions still. I don't see anyone being drafted to the Lions I absolutely detest in terms of how they play. Even someone like Shamar Stewart, who I know we panned. If we draft him at 28, I trust this regime to make it work. So even if it's not who I'd choose, I'd be okay with it. Ant has committed to throwing up live on stream if it happens, so I'm secretly rooting for it just to see how that happens. But
That's a bit mean.
well, it'd just be quite fun for the show.
Meanie.
What's the worst case scenario? Like, legitimately, is it like it's like drafting someone like Donovan Jackson, and like that's just not that bad.
Outside of trading back is my worst case scenario. I just don't want it. And for once, for a very rare occasion in my life, I agree with Riz. Riz doesn't want to trade back either because we don't have enough roster spots to deal with a ton of draft picks here. We don't need it. Now, I know we can get later ones and come back up in day 2 and do that, etc. But I want elite talent on the defensive line. Any trade back means the level of talent when you pick a trading back is less than what you're at where you're at. I want. What have I done?
Oh, no. It's because Farden's just been on the TV.
Oh, I
missed it. Bugger.
Oh, God.
For those of you who don't know, Ryan Farden, one of our own, is in the inner circle tonight. He also is probably going to be the guy holding up the Dan Campbell poster. So if you see it on the live coverage, it made an appearance a lot last year. He'll be the one doing it again.
Trading back's the worst scenario for me. Don't want to do it. I want to go up. I want elite talent on the D line. I don't want to trade back. I don't give a fuck about the picks. Excuse my language, my French.
I'm sticking to what I said when it was asked earlier. Drafting a QB at 28. Please no. Please, I don't care if it's Jalen Milner. I don't care. Just no. We don't need that right now. Anything else? Hell, I know I've said enough. Like I've been saying all today. I really don't want a second, like a corner either. Anything but QB. Because not only will it cause chaos in terms of what's happened to Jared Goff, just on his special extension, all etc., the riot it will cause in the fan base will be unbearable to watch.
Best case scenario, Beans as our resident Bears fan is in the building, is that they do give up a first to go to 5 and go get Ashton Jonty. That would be funny. Mm-hmm. That would be funny.
I mean,
much as I wouldn't like playing against him, but that would be a huge overuse of resources to go get the running back, especially when the class is so deep this year. He's going to be good, but value-wise, you can do a lot better.
What Brett just posted in our Discord is a ridiculous trade that has been put in there with a 97% chance of being accepted on PFF's mock draft machine. It would be Jacksonville going from 5 to 2, and in return giving up a second, 2 thirds, a 5th, and a 2026 third. 2 for 5, 36, 70, 107, 194, and a 2026 third. What a haul that would be for the Browns. Oh my God.
The Jags want to make us. That's not how you do it. Is Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter worth that to the Jaguars? I mean, just one sec. I've got my neatly folded piece of paper here. The Jags have 10 picks, so you're giving up 36. Did they give up 70 as well in that?
Yeah.
They gave up.
So so they're left with 288, and then
they're also giving up 107.94. It's
that feels like you're in. That feels like fleece territory. That kind of feels like. I think you're going to have to take the 2 out of that, and I think you could talk business. Outside of that, no. Too much.
It's a lot. Bailey also says, what is the things you least want the Bears to do?
I don't want them to pick another offensive lineman. I don't want that offensive line to be good. They think that offensive line is good. That starting 5 is acceptable, but it's not great yet. I want them to think that they've done enough to run with that line that they've got now. If they pick Kelvin Banks or, God forbid, someone like Membo or that fell to them, I would be quite concerned because I don't want them. It's their trench warfare. That's why I don't think, if I'm a Bears fan, I don't want Jonte this year. I think Jonte's great, but I want to build my trenches up so that I can compete with the Lions, so I can compete with the Packers, hell, so that I can compete with the Vikings. You see, the investment the Vikings have made in their defensive line this year. Like, they've brought in 2 high-priced free agents at D-tackle. Chicago's trenches are behind the rest of the conference. They need to make them better, and you can always improve on that line you've got there. So I really don't want them to get Kelvin Banks or Armand Membu, because that would show to me that they've been sensible as an organization now. If they're going to go out and get a shiny toy, that's what they've always been like. They've got the shiny toys, the DJ Moores, the guys that they don't need until they build up the trench warfare there. That's what's been so bad for them. So, yeah, I don't want them to draft O-line at all.
Can I just take the cop-out answer and say, please don't take any of the guys I like? Flesh.
Ashton Gillott at 10.
No! Oh! Okay,
How bittersweet would that be? Like, at least he's a top 10 pick that only you saw might have been that. But then at the same point, it's like, oh, god damn, they've got him. I feel like we should have a shot penalty for all our favourite ones. If one of our favourite players gets picked by a divisional rival, there should be a one-shot penalty for it.
Yeah, I can go for that.
Yeah, I can go for that. Is it just obviously it's the ones we've put? It's our 15.
Oh yeah. We're not a fight, just a one-shot penalty.
When we're doing shots, are we doing shots of like 40% proof alcohol, or are we just?
Like?
I don't have any sours or anything like that.
It can't be beer. You're not doing shots of beer. That's cheating.
Why not?
No, that's cheating.
I just have rum.
So do I. That's what I'll drink.
Oh, that rum, by the way, that I have, the African Caribbean rum, it's insane. It's so good, and it's $50 a bottle.
Yeah.
It's worth
Bailey.
it.
Yes, Bailey. If you draft Tyler Warren while you've got Cole Kmet, I will laugh my ass off. I really will. I know Ben likes to run his 2 tight end sets and that, but right now they don't need another tight end. You've got Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet's the Lions killer. I absolutely detest him as a player because he always finds a way to do something against us. I think I detest him more than any other Bears player, but in a respectful detest way. Like, when you get opposition players who just have your number, he does. You don't need another tight end. Don't do it. But if you do, I'll laugh my ass off. I mean, even if they went D-line, I'd be concerned if they went D-line as well. If they got a top-tier edge rusher to go with Sweat and all these guys, I would be concerned about that as well. Just not a trench player for Chicago. Do something dumb and pick a playmaker, because then we can continue to kick your ass in the trench and it won't matter how many playmakers you've got.
How mad would you get if...
No. Don't you dare say Walter's name. No.
I was thinking second round, Andrew McCuber.
I'd be even sicker.
They need a safety.
If the Bears pick any of my favourite players, I'll be sick. Briscoe was bad enough a couple of years ago. Not having that happen again. No. So
what you're saying is...
I don't want any of my favourite players on that Chicago... But I don't want any of my favourite players in the NFC North not in a Honolulu blue shirt.
Oh, so what you're saying is if you were Ryan Poles, Walter O'Neill at 10, Andrew McCuber in the second, Ricky Weiss in the third.
Why are you trying to make him sad?
Yeah, but
he'll do the same.
No. He knows exactly what he's doing, because then at least I would look like a good mock drafter just for the wrong team. It's like with the Steelers. If I actually mock drafted for the Steelers, my hit rate would be insanely high, like on day 1 and 2. On day one, like for the Lions, day 3's my wheelhouse for the Lions. I'm great with that. But just once, I would like a day 1 or 2 pick that I like for the Lions to come here. But they always end up in the AFC North. The AFC North are just thieving little so-and-sos who like inflicting pain on me. I swear, if Nolan ends up on the Steelers or on the Baltimore Ravens today, they're number 1 on the hate list. They're going above the Bears. They've just hurt me too many times over the years.
Perry Ball asked, do you want defensive tackle or defensive end? And I think the answer is yes.
Yes.
If you could ask me out of them all, I want Walter Nolan more than anybody, so that's a D tackle. But I don't care as long as it's on the defensive line. really, and not Shamar Stewart. Anyone but him. So yeah, but Nolan's my favourite, so it's D tackle as default. But he's probably going to be long gone at that rate, and it's Harmon I'm not sold on, especially with the injury stuff. So then it will be Edge. If Nolan goes, then it's Edge. Let's just put it that way.
Here's a fun topical question I've just thought of. We've obviously, I don't know if you guys know, but today the last season of You got released on Netflix. If I know, obviously, Ansan's is Walter Nolan, so this is for you, Matt. If you could lock one prospect away in Joe Goldberg's weird little box to protect him being drafted by any rival, who you're locking in there?
I don't know whether I have that conviction in any of these players. Even the ones I like, I'm like, okay, fine, but
No. This is either Ricky White or Tyler Batty. As much as I love Walter Nolan,
Oh yeah, true.
I'm at heart a day 3 guy. That's me. I'm a day 3 man. I like my day 3 guys. I will stand for my day 3 guys till the end of time. And in Ricky White's case, this is a years-long love affair, so they would always be the ones I've emotionally invested the most in. But Tyler's up there as well. Oh, his story's so inspiring, and he's such a lion. But I like Ricky.
Even though I only had him in my second 2 shots category, I would like to lock away Jonas Savanier.
Fair.
In fact, if I could lock away Shamar Stewart so nobody picks him and he's an undrafted free agent, I could do that. I wouldn't have to worry about drafting.
That's
him.
kind of mean.
Joe Bulk. You're going to lock him in there, and then you're actually going to Joe Goldberg him and kill him.
Mr. I want to see Anthony suffer and do loads of shots this evening is apparently mean pot kettle.
I mean, so saying that you getting drunk is good for the show is not me wanting you to suffer. It's me wanting to have great content.
You know what? I would put Tyler Batty in a box and I would draft him for the Lions. I have a deep emotional connection to him, and I think that he's our second edge rusher this year. I would. And that's standing for my day 3 guys.
Mm-hmm.
Ricky's day 2.
Yeah.
Carl, so Bailey just says, can we please lock away Brad Holmes so he doesn't do any damage in the draft? We will let him out afterwards, which is great. Then Carlton Wood comes in with a question. What are your top 5 realistic defensive tackles to go to Detroit for the draft?
Oh.
I mean, anyone who falls to 28 and later is going to be at least somewhat realistic, aren't they? So.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. This is good because I've got my list right here.
Harmon. Tyleek Williams.
Yeah.
I'm going to put my guy in there. Aeneas Peebles. I think on day 3, him as sort of rotational free tech. Yes, fucking please.
I'm going to put my dude Cam Horsley in this box, the nose tackle.
Cam Horsley, yeah. Cam Horsley, 100%.
And then I'm going to put Nazir Stackhouse in there as well. Georgian nose tackle. They're my inclusions in this box.
In my 7-round mock, I drafted in the 7th round Keontae Hamilton, who I think could be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
What's Rutgers guy?
Oh, what's his name?
Cameron Jackson.
No, and you will know exactly why I'm saying this. JJ Peegs. Pegues.
I thought you were about to go the Florida State way around. I thought, please don't, Ash.
No, not Josh Farmer. No, Matt knows exactly why I'm saying him.
I like JJ Pegues.
I actually don't.
He's the DT who also plays fullback.
Oh yeah.
He is the ultimate Lee McNeil fullback dive player.
I'm surprised Anna hasn't said Stackhouse yet.
I did.
Oh, did he?
I just yeah, 2 minutes ago.
Oh. I literally said Cam Horsley and Nazir Stackhouse.
I heard Horsley. Yeah. I must have switched off at that moment.
Horsley's my favourite, but I think Stackhouse is incredibly underrated, the Georgia nose tackle. I think he's really good, but Cam Horsley, I like my Boston College players. He is also quite a menace. Although it would mean me giving up on Broderick, but I'll do it for a guy I like Cam.
All I'm going to say is there's a lot over the last 5 to 10 minutes. There's been a lot of tweets about Cleveland seriously considering moving out of 2. It is really
I think this is a
traction.
concerted effort. This is a smokescreen from Cleveland trying to rob somebody right at the last minute. They're trying to get firsts involved. If they hear that the Jags are charging a first for 5 for Jonty, they're going to be like, oh, really? Well, how much are we going to be able to get for pick 2 and Travis Hunter? How much is he worth? I think this is just all smoke screens trying to get people to panic. But who's going to panic to 2? I don't think the trouble is no one's panicking for a quarterback there. It's who likes Travis Hunter and who's willing to pay for Travis Hunter. And I don't see who would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I was being brave and I was the Panthers, I'd do that. The Panthers need a star on that defense, like an uber star. But I think this is a big ass smokescreen from Berry trying to fleece. So it all is. People put this information out there. They'll have people spreading this sort of stuff and that. But
yeah,
it could happen. Someone's always going to be desperate and buy, especially in a blue chip lacking draft.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
Sorry.
I was going to say, I know obviously they didn't do it last year. Do you think the team will do inside the den again for the draft?
No. I feel like it's ran its course now. Not that I don't enjoy them anymore, but and I don't want to say it's the same, but it's Dan and Brad like, like we've got this guy, we love it. I just feel like I've seen the formula now and it doesn't interest me anymore.
It feels like it bought them buy-in, and now they've got it, and they don't need it anymore.
Yeah. There's only so many times I can see someone on a phone going, "Hey, do you want to be a Detroit Lion?" and them high-fiving and shit like that.
Yeah. So for me, the reason I'm like you said about it is because obviously the information goblin I love seeing the
behind-the-scenes stuff. Yeah. I get that. From that point of view, I get.
Yeah. So because you guys know, I love every little bit of information I can get about people. But yeah, I can see because obviously there's the whole thing that obviously last year they didn't do it because they had the draft there and their team deserved a break. It's almost as if, but if they don't do it again this year, it suggests that there's a whole thing now from it was to do buy-in. They don't really want to show people behind the scenes now. All this, like they're trying to be a bit more secretive about it. As there's tip-off in the Pistons game against the Knicks.
When assessing how the top 10 picks tonight will unfold, one well-placed source said, expect explosives. Adam Schefter.
Nakura asks, any feelings at all that JMO will be traded or just fake news? It's definitely fake news.
Fake news.
There's no chance. One good question from Drew H says, when will the first penalty shot be taken by you guys? So do you want to go down who the list of your guys are?
Hang on. Does it say there?
Should I go first?
No, it just says, when do the gents take their first shot? It means you can have one whenever you want.
Yeah. But I mean, when are you compelled to by the rules of the game that we've created? I want to make it as a question. Anyway.
Okay, so I'll go through mine then. So obviously, as we said, it's 5 tiers. One, well, at least for me and it's one prospect from each day. Matt's done a mix of day 1 and 2 because as he's admitted, day 3 is not his wheelhouse. So for me, tier 5, so 5 shots. Donovan Azirawaku, Ashton Gillott, and Aeneas Peebles. My 4 is Derek Harmon, Jaden Higgins, Brew McCoy. 3, Jihad Campbell, Kevin Winston Jr., RJ Mickens. 2, Tyler Booker, Trey Harris, Anthony Belton. 1, Donovan Jackson, Ty Robinson, Jared Ivey. And yes, I have NC State Playton now.
Well, we're converting you slowly bit by bit. I mean, you're going to have to be facing off against the only 5-star prospect Mike Novell ever recruited on someone else's team next year, so you may as well come over to us. Yeah, we're the place to be.
I mean, yeah, but also our backup QB transfer to Arkansas today as well.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, Trevor
God,
Jackson.
why are all the QBs going to Arkansas? Taylor Green's job is there. Someone else went there as well. That job is won, folks. Sorry, so my scale, so the 5 shotters, Walter Nolan, Tyler Batty, and Ricky White, who I love more than anybody and everyone. The 4 shotters, Donovan Aziruaku, Jaden Higgins, and Jackson Slater. The 3 shotters, Nick Skewerton, Andrew McCuber, and Drew Kendall. The 2 shotters are Luther Burden, Wyatt Milam, and Orande Gadsden. And the 1 shotters are Tyler Booker, Olawafemi Oladejo, and Sean Dolak. So I don't know. I might get the shots out this evening. We'll see. I've got the drinking horn out, so like that puts me in an advantage right away. So
my
yeah,
guys,
cool.
the 5 shotters are Josh Connolly Jr., Malachi Starks, and Derek Harmon. 4 shotters, Tate Ratledge, Michael Williams, and Jack Besh. 3 shotters, Calvin Banks Jr., Jaden Higgins, and Chase Lunt. 2 shotters, Gray Zabel, Jonas Savanier, and Alik Ayamanor. And 1 shot is Amika Abuka, Nick Scowerton, and Jalen Travis. So I do have 2 day 3s, I think, on that list, because I presume Chaseland is like comp pick day 2, early day 3 territory, and Jalen Travis is probably 150s, 140s sort of range, I suspect.
Yeah.
I mean, he could easily rise, Jalen Travis. I think he could get into late day 2 comp pick territory, but it depends how much people want to read into the fact that his it was Iowa State, wasn't it, Jalen Travis?
Yeah.
Yeah, his teammates apparently absolutely raved about him coming in and saying he was absolutely fantastic while he was in there. And obviously he had all the production from his previous college before that. So, you know, has done it production-wise at a smaller school, came up to the big school, and I think he got injured, but, like, built himself a rep. Like, it seems really good, I think, for me, that, but we'll see.
He is, to borrow from Chris's, like, sort of idiom yesterday, we've got Josh Simmons at home.
Fair.
Which is not a knock.
It's not a knock. All right, we've got our next guest coming up in just 8 minutes' time, which is Adam Armbrecht, who's a Giants fan. He is the host of a One Giant podcast and Locked On Nets. If you have any questions for a Giants fan, please do get them in now, and we'll try and accumulate them and ask that of him when he comes on board. And then we'll be regularly having guests for 20 minutes every 40 minutes, including guests from or representing Kansas City Chiefs, LA Rams, 49ers, Washington Commanders, and Carolina Panthers tonight. So it's going to be a really great show.
We've got a problem with Adam. I'm just trying to resort it now.
Oh?
He's managed to crack one of his teeth out of his mouth entirely.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Fuck. I'm trying to get in touch with his co-host now, so if you bear with.
Okay.
So right now I don't. I'll try and get him another time if I can't today, but as someone who hates tooth pain, that is nasty.
Mm-hmm.
Eek.
I'm just going to pop off for 2 minutes. Sorry.
Is Danny Mac in the chat right now? That picture of your 1664 Cronenberg and Ritz biscuits, legend.
Yeah.
Legend. That is hardcore. That is.
Yeah. All I can say is let's hope this Knicks Pistons game is not a reflection of how the draft's going to go. 8-1 down already. I know.
What?
Anyway.
Why are the New York Giants trading Kayvon Thibodeau? I would assume they're not set on his 5th year option. They're not entirely sure about him. I would figure that'll be why. And, you know, you're going to have to pay him. No one knows what his demands are. So it's kind of like us with JMO a bit, I guess. You're not 100% sold on the future.
And the thing is, I remember this is something that was said about him in the draft process, and probably still true. And to be fair, JMO is a good example as well. Kayvon very much has he wants to be the star of the show. Being behind Brian Burrs and Abdul Carter, probably that ain't going to happen. And obviously, are you paying a rotational reg free like 40? I think it's fifth year will be $40 million. Because I wouldn't like here. I know obviously I put it in our Discord because the whole thing they're looking to trade back up into the late first, probably for Jackson Dart. Let's be honest, to be fools. But here, depending on his demands, I'd have him as our edge too. Imagine that when we had that whole debate of like, oh yeah, Hutch, Trayvon, Thibodeau. Oh well, Hutch probably going to go for one over. So what we do, take Trayvon or Thibodeau. The fact that there is a chance out there that we could start on our edge next season, Hutch and Thibodeau.
I know, I do like the prospect of it. Depending on his financial demands for the long term, because as I say, I don't think he can ask for top dollar. He's willing to do a prove it deal here for a couple of years and maybe earn his bag later on. Like I say, he knows Sewell deeply.
That's what I was
You would hope Sewell will rub off on him as an influence and say, look, if you get your head down here and work hard, they'll reward you, which we have done with Sewell. So you would like to think, and I would like to see that work again. And then potentially you can go from having Hutch to having Thibodeau to having a player at 34 or 33 if you involve him as part of a trade for that. You can suddenly have 3 elite edge rushers on your roster, and with the depth, with Al Kadim, with all that sort of stuff, all of a sudden you've got a damn good edge room. You can switch it on a diamond, but it depends on the money that he's owed. Yeah. That's the key thing.
And you'll probably then put Pascal, because I'm still high on Pascal. I did really like him in the draft process. You can play him in a way that's conducive to his talents. Like, I know obviously me and you had this debate halfway through last season, the whole thing of Pascal is a Kushtrakan guy. He's very much a Shamar Stewart, but not as athletic, where, yes, he gets pressures, he doesn't convert them into sacks. Being able to play him more inside where that the interior pressure is better, and on run downs on the outside, where because that's what he's good at. He's good at holding the edge. Then suddenly being able to bring on Thibodeau, that's really fucking good.
That's the thing. What is he? 275. I'd chuck £20 on him, make him eat a few fucking Big Macs and stuff like that, and kick him inside, and then give him the go there. Yeah. May as well while you've got him on your rookie deal. I just don't think it's going to work on the edge for him, but you can be very flexible with what you do at this point.
Yeah, and even saying that, obviously I know we've both theorized it. If we do that, suddenly then also opens up the possibility for more what I term as odd fronts, where you've got potentially when Aleem's back healthy, Aleem, DJ Reader, Pascal as your 3 down linemen, and then Hutch and Thibodeau with the stand-up rushers as like a 3-4 kind of thing deal.
Yeah.
Again, fucking it. That's because that's what Casey Rogers likes to do. Like that's why he's coached at Miami and the Jets, and then Tampa Bay. He's always been a more of an odd front guy. That opens the possibility of doing that as well.
And if you really want to fuck with them, Kayvon, they play a 3-man front in New York, so you can put him as one of your 5-tech guys and stick another guy on the edge there and really go around with really mess around with it. So if the price is right, I 100% would, we don't just trade for everyone who comes on the market. I would legitimately give that the time of day.
Yeah, so Key, we were just discussing the possibility of Giants using Kayvon to trade up into the late second with late first with us to get like Jackson Dart, and then us getting Kayvon on a reasonable deal, and then having him as that sort of flex rusher.
Fair. Yeah, fair.
There you go.
All right. Whatever. I'm indifferent on Kayvon, to be honest. It would be an interesting guy to have for 1 year. But that's all it's going to be, right? 1 year rental.
I think we were saying you trade for him and then give him like a team friendly kind of prove it deal. So not as much as the 5th year option, which is 14 mil, but like we'll sign you to 2 years, 16 mil, but only the first year is like guaranteed the second, basically like a team option.
And quickly to answer Jamie in the chat, like, yeah, this is only based on if the deal's right. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
If he wants big money, you throw this out the door. This is only theoretically based on whether the cost and the price is value for what you're getting.
It was me trying to fill the air.
Yeah, no, I agree. But every player has every player has a price, and every scenario has a price as well. And you've got to entertain the thought of everything and see how it would work and what price it would work at. If he wants big money, fuck him. Like, he can go out someone else. He can go fleece the Jaguars or someone like that who love paying money for guys like him. Just for us, if he was willing to do it for less, then yes. But outside of that, no.
Oh, Carlton Wood says, "What's the trade after tonight?" So that after tonight's done. I mean, it's 33 appears to be the obvious trading spot that's going to happen. Are the Lions going to trade?
What does it mean for us? See, I think in the theory, I would trade quite far. I don't like 60. I think it's a very bad area to be picking. I'm quite happy to go back to 75 and amass some higher day 3 or like more third round picks or high round 4 picks and do it that way. I think the better value is to be had in comp pick territory over the 60s personally, but if you're going to do the trade back, that's where I do it for the Lions. And there'll be people who want to come up. Browns especially, you got to look at the Texans now. Texans probably a shoe-in potential partner at that 60 if they want to come up and get somebody else, if they're targeting some lineman big on in this draft. Because where are they at? Well, they're at 58, I guess, already, but if they want more picks in that territory, they can.
We swing back to 79, pick up 179 and potentially send them one of our 7ths to make it like a sort of even pick swap kind of thing.
I get the feeling that Jalen Brunson is going to be a very hated character after this NBA series. Everywhere I go around, Pistons fans do not like him in the slightest. He's becoming akin to what Aaron Rodgers is in Detroit right now.
He's it seems that whenever he gets touched, you need to play intervention.mp3 from Modern Warfare 2.
Oh, so he's Ashley Young.
Yeah, he's Jack Grealish.
I didn't realize it was live on
anymore.
I didn't realize it was live on TNT Sports. I've just turned that on.
We looked at Sky, not TNT.
Yeah.
He's yeah. I've heard he's got the Ashley Young syndrome.
He plays into his 40s. What?
I mean, NBA players can theoretically, but
they're reviewing a foul at the moment on the Pistons.
Oh, that's not a surprise.
It's 20-11 in favor of the Knicks, though, which is
Yeah, it started 8-1 run. When you went off, I was like, oh yeah.
I fist pumped when we hit the 3 at 8-1. Drew H says, "Have you seen a list of the teams by draft capital?" I have. We're pretty low down.
I've got one.
Yeah,
I've got one here. Well, not by value of the trade capital, but so teams with double figure picks: Buffalo with 10, Baltimore with 11, Chargers with 10, Seattle with 10. Miami and Dallas have 10. San Francisco have 11. Jacksonville have 10. They're all your double-digit teams. Lowest ones, of course, Minnesota with 4. Atlanta with 5. Arizona and Cincy with 6. Washington have only got 5. That's why you're looking at your trade backs definitely this evening because they ain't got much.
Or another way to look at it is obviously, again, a Tankathon uses a weird one for this, but the sort of value of them. So right now, the top 3 teams that the top 5 teams in terms of draft power, in terms of value to picks, is the Jags, then the Browns, then the Titans, then the Patriots, then the 49ers, because I've just got so many. And of course, we are 28th on that list, with Steelers, Falcons, Commanders, and Vikings all below us. Not good. But anyway, back to the Giants.
Oh, Pistons did get the call for a flagrant, and they get 2
Mm.
free throws uncontested.
And
Nice.
Hardaway makes a 3-pointer.
Oh, it
So
hasn't.
we've been...
TNT
Oh,
hasn't got into
sorry.
that. It's all right. Don't worry. I'm talking
To be
about
fair,
what's happened too, so I might have been spoiling it for you. Don't worry about it. When it comes down to the draft picks, we're going to have to work something out that we're not spoiling it for each other. But
Yeah.
I've got to take my headphones off and watch, so don't think I'm being ignorant.
I'll try to be a good boy. I know I wasn't last year. I know I freaks out at the Penix pick, but I will try.
apologies that we're watching the Pistons as we're talking to you guys too. But you know, Detroit basketball has not been in such a good place since we've been following the Lions. I don't think.
Yeah, sorry, our Giants guest has smashed a tooth out his mouth and he's not able to join us right at this moment in time, so we may have to reschedule that one.
That's fine. I mean,
So-
that sucks for him. So hopefully he's okay. We've got plenty of time on day 3.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Danny. He says my writing deserves to be shown on screen. I do have neat handwriting.
It does.
I'm not gonna say.
Your handwriting is so nice. I wish I had it.
So Jamie asks, who is the player at 28 that you would be happy with that no one really thinks is a first rounder? Is
Instant
JT
answer.
Tuamalo.
Instant answer, Jaden Higgins.
Oh, thanks. Of course you've got the instant answer in there because you knew that were going to be mine.
I was on the
Biatch.
profile team.
Biatch.
Fine, you have him.
I'm
Then.
the Bectical fan. I get to claim all that. No, it's fine. It means I have to think of someone else who is not a first round pick that I would secretly like.
At 28 specifically.
I feel like I could get away with Scout in here because no one views him as a first round pick anymore.
Yeah.
I feel, but I want to try and think cleverly about it. So,
The manager of Watford.
I put him in there for me already as one of my guys, Jonas Havania.
I'd like that as well.
It's a massive overdraft, but I think he'd work so well in our system. And I kind of don't want us to draft offensive line, but I kind of don't care.
let's have a look. Oh, would I get? Fine, screw it, I'll do it. Despite my incessant belief that I don't believe we should take an offensive lineman in the first round, if they went for Aaron Ursary, I wouldn't be upset.
He's getting some surprise first round buzz at the end as well.
I really like Ursary, the player, so I can never be, regardless of the position, if I like the player, I can never truly be upset. So if we picked Ursary at 28 because they want to go offensive line, then that sits fine with me.
Mm-hmm. Just one over. Dudes, I don't know why you're celebrating being Jags fans. You've got nothing. Like, why is the guy pointing at a fucking snus packet? Oh, Jags fans are idiots. Sorry to any Jags fans in the chat. I don't mean you guys. I mean the ones on the TV.
No, it just means all you other Jags fans.
Yeah.
I mean, is Tiny Williams low-hanging fruit here just because in the consensus board he's 36?
I don't like the player. I couldn't accept him there. I don't like the player.
Fair enough.
Well, this is your answer, so don't.
No, but I like hearing from what you guys have to say because you know more than me on this shit.
Right, so Adam has forwarded the link to his co-host. So if his co-host Andy comes in, if there's one called Andy tries to get in, then that's fine.
I haven't had the option to stop anyone coming in the building in the first place, so they'll just appear.
Oh, I get an option to do it.
Maybe you guys have been getting there before I've noticed then.
I co-host as well. I'm not You're host, so
I know.
you have the big bad powers. I think I need another beer. Or do I? Yes, I do. My horn's empty. What do you think of my horn, by the way? Isn't this just beautiful drinking horn? This is lovely.
Yes.
Love it. First time I've ever used it tonight. I've saved it for the draft.
Have you got a proper horn holder for it as well? Yes.
Not the horn holder. It's like a candle
Very
holder,
nice.
but it's a horn holder. Very nice. I got some lovely beers to go with it as well. My first one is called Fermionic Condensate. I get some very nice ones.
That sounded like a bit of me.
I've really, these last few years, I love New England IPAs and I love West Coast IPAs and I drink them a lot. And I've got a lot for this evening, so I'm very, very hip in that way.
Amon Ra and Craig have both got courtside seats for the Pistons game. Amon Ra's put it on his story, and Amon Ra's put it on there and just said day 3 of the draft, the best day anyway. Amon Ra is a true draft Nick like us.
Yes, Perry, though we do like the OT from Minnesota. There's 2 of them, so specify. But I'm assuming you mean Ursary, but Ursary's great.
Mm-hmm.
And Drew H asked about Josh Simmons as well. Would you be okay with him at 28? I would be.
No.
I would be.
No. Don't like the injury history. No. Carlton goes, you've got a list of probable UDFAs you'd like. I've said this. If somehow it should not happen, but he's listed down there all the time, constantly. If Jackson Woodard is a undrafted free agent, then the Lions need to get him in the building before the draft has even ended. He should be a high day 3 pick who is getting no love whatsoever. The dude at linebacker had 6 picks this year and a vast array of pass breakups as well. He's so good. I don't know why people don't like him, especially with some of the dross at linebacker, which is predicted to get drafted here. I'd have him. I guess Dolak will be on that list if he's not drafted. But I think he will be.
For me, again, I mentioned him earlier, but he's an IPP player, so he probably will be a prior to UDFA. But Dante Barnett, who's a defensive tackle from my hometown of Birmingham. So that'll be nice. Him. I would have considering his prospect X is probably going to get drafted because that's the whole point of it. I thank Ant for correctly getting the right person when I incorrectly guessed it in Discord. But Tommy Mellott, the Montana State QB, because I know he's supposed to move to receiver supposedly. He does special teams. And he's fucking fast. So there's your Kelly Freeman potential future replacement. And he'll probably kick Tommy Kennedy off the practice squad, which will be nice. He can finally go and play in the XFL like he's supposed to.
I would love to see Steve O'Klotz brought in. Tyler Bowler knows him very well. Our new round there. But he's purely a blocking tight end for Iowa State. We need another blocking guy in here. He's worked with Klotz before, so I think there's a good chance we may see him here. I don't know where Steve O'Klotz is on the consensus board. I haven't looked, but I don't think he's even close to.
He is currently listed. In the one that Matt did, the cheat sheet, he is listed at 581.
Right,
which is a tight end 29.
So I would get Steve O'Klotz in. He is much better than he's given credit for, but he is literally just a blocking tight end. He's taken next to no receiving snaps in his life ever. But I would have him on the practice squad for sure as an undrafted free agent. Who else would I get in? If Krosky Merritt fell and was not drafted at running back, I would get Krosky Merritt in a heartbeat.
I'm just looking up one.
I think he would break our rotation.
Oh, he's listed there, so good. Marquez Siegel, the Siegel, the
safety.
Because again, connection to Tyler Roll, we'll know a bit about him. He's currently listed at 428 on consensus.
If any of the Colorado receivers are not taken, especially the likes of Will Shepherd, or because of his size, LeJounte Wester, I would love to see LeJontay Wester bought in.
There's two
Should be
guards in the States who could be of interest to the Lions as legitimate guys who are just
Addison West's getting drafted.
That's what I'm saying. So Addison West from Western Michigan probably will get drafted. The other one, Michigan State's Luke Newman.
I don't have a clue.
You know what? Hell, he'll probably. I know he is listed currently as draftable, but teams might be really put off by the size in that. Willie Lampkin, the UNC guard,
But the 5'10" guards.
I think
5'10" guard.
I think someone will take Willie. I think someone will like Willie. So, yeah. I think you're looking in the tight end department still. If Benji Urasek doesn't get drafted, I think Benji might hear Robbie Oots, the Alabama tight end. I think potentially could be a shout to end up here as well. Carter Runyon maybe. But I would certainly be looking in that direction. There's quite a few good ones down there. Cole Taylor, the West Virginia one, like him as well. Think he could end up here. Tackles. Any tackles I could bring?
Someone who's probably going to get drafted, but I'm going to shout him out anyway. Thomas Perry, guard, Middlebury.
The Division 3 player.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I know Jeremy really likes him. There's an obvious answer at receiver. Someone we have liked for 3 years, and he's finally come out. Zachary Franklin.
No.
Oh yeah.
No. No.
The guard out of Army, Lucas Scott, I'd bring him in. Absolute monster. I think Hank might be able to do something with him. I'm not just doing that to get on Brent's good side. Me and Brent think alike, so I don't need to do that. Who else? D tackles. There's a really interesting guy out of West Virginia who I've watched, Fatoma Mulba. I will get him in. He's a little undersized, but very underrated pass rusher. But I would certainly bring him in as a DT option to have a fight out. I don't think he's going to get drafted either, so that's good potential there. My linebackers. Who could I get there? So we're going out the HBCU ranks here. I would love Aaron Smith out of South Carolina State. Gerald has been saying a lot of nice things about him this week on Locked On HBCU. But he was on a radar before, but he's really blown him up this week, and I think he will be great. Speaking of which, I think we might see multiple HBCU prospects this year. I'm praying this is the year where it's their turn. But a lot of the top prospects this year are safeties as well. Don't be surprised to see one of the safeties end up in Detroit on a practice squad. I'm thinking Kenny Gallup. I would like him here. I think he's the Aeneas Williams Award winner from last year, who Gerald picked. But a lot to like about him. So yeah, there's a good variation of players who could end up on the practice squad here. Just trying to think, what have we not done? We're not done.
I'm gonna do a slightly Homer one, even though I know he moved elsewhere. But Lawrence Toafili at running back. Like, again, I know it's a slightly Homer pick. He used to play for FSU. He is a damn good receiving back who can do some stuff in outside zone. Gap is a bit of a weakness for him because he's undersized, but just someone, special teamer, who's done his special teams. He plays all three. He played, at least when he was at FSU, played all 3 phases. He's currently ranked at as running back 44, 530 overall consensus rank. Bring him in.
I think my other one would be Aubrey Burks. If he's not drafted Aubrey Burks, I would bring him in a heartbeat. Get his medicals right, and he could easily make the roster here.
I like it.
After a bit of time, so he'd be a priority one for me. Aubrey Burks would.
Many thanks to Danny Mack for subscribing at Tier 1 for his 18th month on Twitch. Says, let's go, fellas.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Danny. Perry Ball asking about Brew McCoy and Isaiah Nair, Nebraska. Naylor?
Brew's a good shout. I mean, we profiled him on the pod here.
Used to go to school with Amon Ra. I mentioned him yesterday, someone I like to stay free as a receiver.
thing is with Brew's still got 5-star potential. He's just not had chance. He's been held back by injuries, which have really sort of hammered his career. He's just been stop-starting, not been able to get on. But he saw the first year at Tennessee just what he's capable of. He's one of those you could really get overvalued for where you're going to get him.
I suppose it's kicking off in the Pistons game.
I've kind of looked
can
away
we have
from it.
a fight report? Can we have a fight report? Because Apple Sports does not tell me that. It just says instant replay.
20 minutes to go until the NFL draft starts. 3-point game, Knicks versus Pistons. Let's have a look at this. Pistons player just slowly walked into Knicks player who reacted.
I'm going to guess who that Knicks player is.
Colton, I don't think Ahmed Hassanin will be a UDFA. Someone will draft him purely on his production alone. Somebody's going to draft him. The production at Boise was absolutely insane. He'll get picked up by somebody.
And
teams like Mountain West Rushers.
And he's got upside because he's only recently started playing football as well, hasn't he?
Yes, he is very much the. I think you could have him in play for that. I've seen a few Lions have him in like late in their mock drafts, but I think the odds of him getting to undrafted free agency are like 10%. I think someone's going to have a go at him, probably towards the end of round 6, I reckon. Because again, you could get vast value for money or picks.
Hey to Lisa Di Lorenzo, and thank you to everyone for joining us so far. Really appreciate all of you guys for being here. Frank the Tank, Lisa Di Lorenzo, Contra Pastan, Perry Ball, Carlton Wood, Mike the Marine, Jamie Clark, Danny Mack, Lee Schwartz, and many more of you who mentioned talked earlier, Nakura, Bailey, and then on Twitch, Experiment, Danny Mack, Big Aries, Nesper, who said would be hilarious if DeAndre Swift gets traded again. I can absolutely see it. A new chatter, Eric8504. All of you guys, all of the interactions we've had, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Keep it coming. It's going to be a long weekend and a long evening, but your interactions, your questions, your comments keep the show alive. So much appreciated. 50 seconds left in quarter 1 of the Knicks-Pistons game. Knicks up by 3.
So I think at this point, given what's coming out, there must be a ton of pre-arranged trades right now. Yes. I think there's going to be, I think you're going to see absolute chaos on the trade market when it kicks off.
Yeah.
It seems increasingly likely now that if the Jags have made that deal with the Browns, if they get what Brett put in that deal earlier, then, Berry should get a promotion. Well, he should get an extension there. That would be a stupidly good trade for them. Because they could go anywhere they wanted in the draft after that. But but then who do the Jags take? Hunter or Abdul?
Hunter. Like you're trying to make.
I mean, it's not even a case of who's got who's what on there. It's just who do you think they would love more? It's the star power, isn't it? It's who do you want?
I think it'd be Hunter because they'll stick him at receiver, and then suddenly T-Law's got, Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Hunter to throw to.
Question from Carlton Wood about drafting injured players and whether some of them might fall and that might provide good value just as a red shirt or maybe as a guy to kind of just let come back at their own pace. Said that Jeff Risdon mentioned centre Seth McLaughlin as an example.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Brew.
Just Brew, yeah.
Brew's the obvious one.
Yeah.
Who else got hurt in the process? Who's not played?
I think if you're saying that, then obviously Josh Simmons is in the conversation because obviously his patella thing.
But if you're still
Um,
spending a first on him, he's not dropping value because I don't think he's much higher than he is when he's healthy.
Yeah.
I just don't rate him that
Ooh.
much compared to
I
where
mean,
he's at.
his medicals did come back clear, so we can take that medical tag off him that I put on when profiled him. Curse
He's
of
not-
Stalking Day 3.
He's not been hurt for a while, but Aronde Gadsden produces insane value in round 5 if he's there because he had the 1 year out, but he's been healthy. Honestly, he is such stupidly good value if he gets into mid-day 3 as is predicted. Just because he had the 1 year. He was a fringe round 1 pick once upon a time. 1 injury and now he's a day 3 pick. He's not gotten worse. Like he's still the same player he was. So Gadsden is a massive candidate there.
Campbell, Jihad Campbell if he falls because of the shoulder. Please. Pretty please.
Who else has been hurt? I think of anyone else in there. Is any of the running backs who've been hurt? Some of these guys who he's going. I mean, not injured, but again, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, because of the year out due to ineligibility, has fallen to levels which he shouldn't have. Krosky-Merritt is a day 2 running back. Who you're going to get?
Ranked 199 right now.
Oh, is he? That's still really good value for him.
He's RB 25 right now.
I'd say Krosky-Merritt. He's great value for what you're going to get. Who else is in here who's been hurt? List of all the guys here.
What about Kymon Rucker?
Torrey Horton is one. You mentioned Torrey earlier.
I mentioned Torrey yesterday. Yeah, Torrey Horton could be amazing.
Torrey's in the injured category, but he's also really damn good.
He is.
And
thank you for putting him on me on him 2 years ago.
Torrey, yeah, I love Torrey. Nothing really changed with him. It's just it's just sometimes other guys come along and take your eye. But apart from that,
if you need convincing about Torrey Horton, just watch his game against Colorado when he mossed Travis Hunter. I will always come back to that.
Absolutely.
What about, have you guys mentioned Kevin Winston? Because he seems to be one of the bigger ones with injuries this year.
Yeah, Kevin's one. Tate's on there. Tate Ratledge. If Tate Ratledge falls far enough down the second round, he shouldn't. But that's another injury one. But he's healthy now, so you'd have him.
Jalen Royals?
No.
I don't like him.
No. Who else is?
I mean, hell, what about?
That's still a pretty good list.
What about Benjamin Morrison? I mean, he could fall to 60 with his injury history.
Yes, but the injury was serious, so it's what are you getting? What are you getting post-injury with him?
Siobhan Ravel, to his ACL.
He's still a first-round pick though, by all accounts. Not that I agree with that.
Dropped. I know he's seen as one of those guys like, oh yeah, he could surprise and go round 1. I mean, he's currently ranked. He's right now is ranked as, well, again, this is on our cheat sheet, ranked the fourth overall corner, 38.2 average position. He's in front of Hairston, in front of Morrison, well in front of Trey Amos, who for me is going first round. I keep saying Bills.
Gus Hartwig is a very good late pick, Perry. If we want a development center for the future, he would be a good day 3 pick.
He's currently ranked as 301, so we might even get him as UDFA prior to UDFA.
That'd be nuts. I think with the lack of true centers in this draft, it may just notch them up the board a little bit. But who knows? Stranger stuff has happened.
Drew H says, what team will make the worst pick tonight and for who? Which we kind of touched on earlier, but it's so hard to project.
Bears trading up to 5, Fashion John, say if Jags don't go to 2.
Well, it depends what the Jags do. Jags, if they're giving up what has been rumoured they're giving up to move up to 2, that could be very bad.
Okay. Packers taking Janae Barron.
That will be hilariously bad. Who else would make a bad pick? The Pats, if they took Giante, because they really
Yeah.
need more than Giante at this moment in time. Really,
Mhm.
really do.
I do wonder who's going to make the sort of like really bizarre pick, like Tyquan Thornton was, or who was the guard that they took, or there was
Cole Strange.
Cole Strange was one. And then there's been some odd wide receiver picks over the years, very late in round one. Who was the guy who was drafted by the Patriots late round one and then got traded a couple of years later because he was a bust?
And Kill
Harry, yeah, at 32. There's always a pick like that comes a bit out of nowhere.
And Kill Harry, actually, I think around that time, because that was roughly when I was starting to really become cognizant of things, he actually wasn't seen as a bad pick then. It was just, he totally didn't work out.
Yeah, he was seen as a non-Patriots-like pick because the Patriots generally didn't tend to make picks like that at the time. So it was out of their usual wheelhouse, which is why I think it got so much attention.
If you want it, the one that I always fall back onto, and I said it yesterday, is the Seahawks. Because for a while they were seen as the one that did that. So there was going from 2018 to 2020, because then they didn't have one 2021, and then they've been better since. But between 2018, they took Rashad Penny at 27. They took LJ Collier at 29. And then 27 and 2020, they took Jordan Brooks. All three were seen as overdrafts, as I remember. Because then 2018, for instance, who was still there? There was a few. There was still. Actually, to be fair, wasn't that good after. But Lamar Jackson was there. Chubb was taken after at running back.
The Saints have been bad recently at doing it. They don't often make bad first ones, but when they make a bad one, they make a real bad one.
Bad one, yeah.
It's either good or really bad. And they could be the ones who make the stupid pick tonight, the Saints.
Peyton Turner, Trevor Penning.
If they don't take an offensive lineman, then I guess Shadur at that time. Yeah, if they take a playmaker, that's an incredibly bad decision from them, given the lack of. They've got no tackles, no good ones at the moment, apart from Talisi, who's playing on the wrong side of the line. They've got a lot they need to fix on the defensive line as well. Like, they're not in the position to be getting playmakers. But that could be something stupid that they do because, if they got like Tyler. They need to change. They need to look at their their defense anyway, because obviously under Brandon Allen they were a base 4-3 like we play. They're now their defensive coordinator is Brandon Staley, who plays attacking 3-4. It's a completely different system. So they have to address the defense at some point, because they just don't have to players like you're starting Chase Young and Cole Granderson as your outside linebackers, and then you've got Breezy, Davin Godshaw, and Jordan Cameron probably as your 3 down linemen. It's not conducive to success.
We have got Neil coming on in 8 minutes' time from the Arrowheads Abroad, which is the Kansas City UK arm. Neil's a returning guest. He's great value. He gives as good as he gets, and he's a bullish Kansas City Chiefs fan. If you guys have any questions for our KC guy, obviously they won't be drafting for a little while, probably, but you never know. It's been great to see Neil again. So that is coming up for you guys soon.
Quickly change my stuff there.
So right now, it sounds like there's trades in place for the Jags and the Browns if it goes, and then the Bears and the Jags. So
but only one can happen.
That's what I mean. I guess from the Jags' point of view, they're weighing up.
Which one's
better? Is it better to? That's actually, to have one ready for 2 and then one ready for 10. Both options are there. Which one do you think is more likely from them?
5 to 10.
I look at where they're at. I think 5 to 10 is best for the Jags. I don't think as a new regime you piss away all your draft picks on the first guy, but I could be wrong. Travis Hunter is a blue chip.
See. They do have a lot of picks though, and they do need some top end talent.
But we've been saying all along, picks 10 through 60 are worth a relatively similar amount, which is why me and you, Ash, have kind of talked about the idea of trying to trade down to accumulate picks in round 1 because round 2 is so good, and trying to trade up from 3 onwards into round 2 and have as many round 2 picks as you can, because the value is amazing there. So trading down is not so bad even if you've got lots of picks, as long as you use that ammunition to move back up a lot later on.
True.
I think if you can prize a future first out the Bears for it, then you go back. Because that future first in year 2 of their regime, that might get you your quarterback if things don't work with Trevor, like this year. And if you suck, you're probably going to be picking quite high. So, and it's the Bears. Their pick ain't gonna be a high round. It ain't gonna be a low round 1 pick.
Yeah. Here's a fun question: if the Steelers don't go QB today, how soon will Aaron Rodgers announce that he's going to become a Pittsburgh Steeler?
Oh, he's going to do it as soon as, so that the new quarterback gets no spotlight on him whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Aaron is doing this for all eyes on him. Watch me. I am the captain.
We've got our next guest in the building. It is returning guest Neil from Arrowheads Abroad of the Kansas City Chiefs. Neil, how are you?
How are you? How's things?
Good. You're not drafting for a while, but it's good to get you on board early. Are you going to be sticking around the entire evening?
That's the plan at the moment, yes.
It's going to be a long one, potentially. But you have traded up, at least last year you did, didn't you? So maybe it'll happen again. It'll give you a shorter night.
There is talk of it. There's talk of us trading up with the Vikings, but that talk is also coming from the Vikings and not from us. So whether there's any reality to it remains to be seen. But the talk is to get ahead of the Texans, who are supposedly taking an offensive tackle. I don't love the options at offensive tackle, so if we trade up for that, the only benefit is I get to bed earlier. I don't like anything else out of it.
You don't like the offensive tackles?
No, like Simmons is the one we keep getting talked about. He's got injury issues. He's allegedly got character issues. They've made a move at left tackle. They've brought in free agent from San Francisco. So, like you've made your choices there. I don't love the idea of trading up for someone who's injured with character concerns. That's 2 big red flags.
So you'd rather, so I know obviously you mentioned you've brought in Jalen Moore from the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
Does it scare you that he's never played more than 300 snaps in the season, no? Or do you trust him enough to, do you trust him enough to play to the buy? And then if you do get, let's say, round 2, Avante Ursery or Ozzy Chapilo, Anthony Belton, someone like that, then bring him in? Or would you rather, or if you say you do, if Simmons does 40 or a Josh Connolly Jr., who's also someone in that range, would it tempt you then if you stayed past and they came to you?
I don't mind them staying put and taking a tackle. My issue at the moment with the Chiefs and tackle is they've tried to address it year on year on year, and they've not been successful doing it. So right now, I don't have a great deal of faith in whatever they're doing. I don't love the idea that Moore hasn't played 300 snaps, but is he going to be worse than what we had last season, which was at times an absolute car crash and kind of in the end cost us a Super Bowl because we just had left-hand side of the offensive line was just awful. So if they take one in the second round, yeah, fine, but you've done that last year and you went 3rd round the year before. So there's no track record of drafting and developing tackles. So I just don't love the idea of offensive tackle in this draft. They've made their choice. Let's give this kid a chance and see where that leads us.
True.
Part of this conversation is being informed by what happened last year. So obviously you guys had another fantastic season. You over the years when we've been talking to you, you've been very bullish and
Confidence, yes.
Confidence a word about your guys' prospects. And I mean, ultimately, it was a terrific disappointment that you didn't win it all again, I suspect. But still, you know, you are somewhat blessed, I think. How do you feel about it looking back now?
Yeah, terrific disappointment. We didn't show up for the Super Bowl. Um, but at the same time, if you keep getting there, you can't really complain. Like we've been in 5 of the last 6. That's a pretty good run by anyone's standards. Um, I would say overall the course of the season, it was a lot more relaxing to watch last season because I kind of took the approach that the regular season was just kind of a foregone conclusion. We were going to make the playoffs, and then it was going to be a case of, you know, can we beat 2 decent teams, which we could? Great, job done. Like the team for next season is fine at the moment. We'll probably win 11 or 12 games. That's just kind of the floor of where we're at, and hopefully whoever we take in this draft kind of pushes us in the big games rather than the regular season. Like we have the floor set for the regular season coming up.
And looking at the guys that you've lost, I mean, maybe the biggest loss is your backup kicker, uh, Justin Reed. Sorry, I had to throw that in.
Tell you what, he's not a bad kicker as well.
He's really good.
Yeah.
Did he do it in college, or is that just something he's managed to
Yeah, I believe he did, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, yes, he's a loss, but the team really like Hicks, who they drafted 2 years ago now. Or was it last year or the year before? But Hicks came along really, really well. He's likely to be a starter. They seem kind of really solid on the safeties. That's probably a position that I have one of the least concerns about, to be honest.
I know you lost someone I actually really liked, to Sean Wharton, your sort of pass rushing defensive tackle.
I know.
Like, obviously, I know he probably was elevated by the fact he's playing again next to one of, if not the best defensive tackle in the league in Chris Jones. But sort of, I know you brought in Jared Tillery maybe to replace him, but as seeing him play in Minnesota last year and then obviously him play for the Chargers is a bit of a downgrade. I know obviously you've mentioned that it seems the top pick for you guys will be offensive line. Do you see you guys looking at defensive line day 2, day 3, especially as I say you've lost Sean Wharton, you're slated to start Mike Dyer opposite George Karlaftis, which isn't the best situation. So when do you see you guys starting to look at defensive line, or is it more of a wait and see kind of approach with it?
I would imagine we'll address it quite early, because I think it is the biggest need on the team. We don't need anything really, but we could do with upgrades. I do Mike Dana. I actually do like Mike Dana, but I'd like Mike Dana more if he was like the 3rd defensive end or the 4th defensive end rather than the second one. So I wouldn't be surprised if we took a defensive end early. Again, Tillery's fine, but you could do better. And it seems to be a very strong defensive line class. So do you kind of take one of the good ones early, or do you kind of use that depth and hold off till the 2nd, 3rd round, knowing you're still going to get a pretty good player there? I would imagine within our first 3 picks, there would probably be at least one defensive lineman in there. It wouldn't massively surprise me if there was 2, if they went edge and tackle, because they needed bodies there as well. And they could upgrade over what they have, definitely.
Yeah. So not to put like a gun against your head and say pick one now, but let's say round 2, you had your pick of the defensive lineman there. Who's your dream pick at with your second?
To be honest, I think my dream picks come in the 1st round. If it was me picking, I'm going defensive tackle in the 1st round, and I'm probably talking to the Vikings about trading up and saying, yeah, you've only got 4 picks, you need more picks. Great. We'd like to get up there a bit. And then you're looking at someone like Harmon He's one I would definitely like to see. He looks really good. Nolan, but I think he's probably out of our reach. It sounds like he's going to go top 10, top 15. So I can't see us trading up that high. But I think this is a draft to be aggressive in because it's not particularly strong. And like once you get to the fourth round, you're certainly struggling to find quality there. So, be aggressive early on, trade up, get the guys that you really want. We don't need like six backups out of this draft. We need two good starters. And if you have to use the extra third round pick we've got from Tennessee to do that, great, go for it. Use that, package that with something else, get moved up in a round and get the guy that you really want.
Sounds pretty similar to us.
It does. It really does. The commissioner is at the podium at the moment, so the draft clock is just about to get started. So we'll probably have our first pick in the next 10 minutes or so. Hopefully, they won't do a Lions and get the pick in 30 seconds and get a complaint from the league. But never mind. They like to draw it out for the advertising, don't they? So you gotta make them happy.
True. Well,
everyone knows who it is anyway. Like it's the Titans aren't sat there for the last 10 minutes going, geez, I wonder who we're gonna pick. It's like, you know who you're picking, just get up there and do it.
True. Well, this question might make Ant laugh because our podcast has a bit of a reputation, at least in Lion circles, with a fascination at a certain position. I know, obviously, we've just mentioned earlier, you've kind of lost your backup kicker with Justin Reed, but I know that your long snapper, James Winchester, is getting on a bit. And according to my own personal long snapper rankings, he is the number 14 long snapper in the entire league. Do you see you guys? Well, I'll extend it to all the special teams.
Give it a rest, Ash.
Do you see your guys looking at special teams late on day 3, or is it more of a we're happy with what we've got? Leave it till next year's situation.
Everyone who's playing the Ashley Soden drinking game, it's long snappers or FSU comments. That's 2 fingers you've got to drink.
I would be very surprised if we drafted a long snapper because they re-signed Winchester for another year, and they do seem really happy with him. I'm fascinated to hear how you rank long snappers because, like, our kicking game is generally pretty good.
So for me, it's a combination of PFF overall grade, tackles, and then vibes. So 68.8 PFF grade last season, and only 1 tackle made. That's not good.
I asked him to do it as a laugh while Matt was on holiday, and I should have known better.
It's come a running joke, has it?
Oh, it's been a running joke for years, this has. But,
only because every single time we make a kick, I'm like, well, that's a bad snap. But that's because I'm watching the bloody game.
No, it's because you do that vehemently vicious campaign against Scott Daly, who's back here, God rest his soul.
Is that Chicago Bears long snapper Scott Daly you're talking about?
Anywho,
I'm just saying I was right.
Have we asked Neil the very serious question that was asked in the chat about their salary cap situation?
In which case, yet, but please.
we shall do that because the Lions are in the process at the minute, as you've probably seen. We are paying a lot of our own guys to the draft at the moment. It is becoming more increasingly difficult to do so with every contract that comes to fruition. Hence why you're seeing trade value. So we've been asked, obviously, with Kansas winning so many Super Bowls and keeping that core nucleus of the team together, is there any specific way that they've managed to handle their cap and keep all their stars? Is there been a specific method they've used? I mean, what's the secret sauce to keeping all these top guys you've got, but still being competitive and not just letting them walk out the door?
You have to nail the draft, and you have to do it year after year after year. Our 2022 draft class, where we had Kalafdis and McDuffie and Watson and Pacheco, like we got like 7 starters out of that draft. You have to do that to keep the cost control, and you can play with the cap and you can play funny money and push stuff down the line. Now you look at what the Eagles do with void years. That's one way of doing it, but the Chiefs don't do it that way. Like we have like 1 void year on a contract, I think, out of everybody on the roster. There comes a time if you go down that route, there comes a time when, although the cap is kind of meaningless-ish, it becomes meaningful. Like you look at the Saints, they've pushed it year on year on year, and now they're at the point where you're going, you can't do this anymore. I think the Eagles are really good right now because they've used Daddy's credit card to pay for all the good stuff. But there will come a time in 3 or 4 years where I think that bill comes due. We haven't done that. So you have to live within your means to a certain degree. But I think the number one thing is you have to draft well. You have to get starters day one, day two, and then look into a fourth, fifth round pick who can play a meaningful role as well. Um, that's kind of the only way you can keep, because you've got them cost controlled for 4 years or whatever at that stage, and then you walk away. Like I wouldn't be surprised if we drafted defensive end this year in anticipation of losing George Kalafdis next year because he's going to be coming up on a contract. He's a solid defensive end, former first round pick, but he's an 8 to 10 sack a season guy. Are you going to pay him 25, 30 million? I don't think so. So you draft his replacement now, play him for a year, and then you've got the option to pay Kalafdis, but you've also got the option to let him walk as well. And you have to be willing to let them walk. Like the Chiefs traded to Joe Tooney. They just couldn't afford him. Like there's too much money sunk into the offensive line then. So they paid Trey Smith in the off season, and they've let Tooney go. It's the reality check is you're going to lose good players, but you have to lose them on your terms and lose them when you. It's what the Patriots always used to do: lose them on your terms when you want to lose them. A year before, you should have lost them.
It's if you could not lose them to Chicago next time, that would be appreciated as well. Also,
and I was about to say, don't give Ant hope that you can get Carl Loftus here, because I remember in that draft cycle, Ant absolutely loved him. So to get him and Hutch on the defensive line would make Ant a very happy boy.
I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a really good player. He's like maximum effort every play. He just never stops. But he's not like a natural pass rusher. He's a pass rusher by effort rather than anything else. And well, that's good to have. And it is kind of a Steve Spagnuolo, Chiefs defensive coordinator guy. Like that's the traits they look for. It's not what you pay big money to. You know, you can find it. There's we did our live mock the other day. We took Nick Scowerton. He is George Kalafdis 2.0. Like he's a 6'5", 285 pound roughly, high energy, high motor, not the bendiest, but he'll never stop going after the quarterback. And you know, I could see a world where we take him because you're setting up that progression plan then for you need to be looking a season ahead, 2 seasons ahead, to kind of replace guys before you actually need to replace them.
If you take the Scouting, you're going in Anthony's shit list because of Carl Aftis and then Scouting.
You got the last Purdue edge I liked, you know, you can't just have another one as well.
But when you talk about letting people go on your terms, it's so clearly obvious when you look back at your history. So in 2022, you let it go Dee Ford, Javarius Ward, Tyrann Mathieu. In 2023, let's let this list go. Orlando Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster, who at the time went for a lot of money, obviously came back.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiley, Juan Thornhill, Frank Clark, Carlos Dunlap, 2024, Nick Allegretti, Donovan Smith. You know, some of these guys were not paid a huge amount, but they were, you know, contributors.
Solid contributors,
yeah. Yeah, and then this year, Justin Reed, Tershawn, Wharton, you know, all of these guys might have been paid by other organisations. And then the trades that you've made, obviously, as you've said, it's a super impressive list of people you've not paid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys are going to come across that. You're going to lose players that you really like. Like Turk Wharton is a prime example. He was an undrafted free agent and he massively overproduced. He could easily have got 10 or 15 million a season from us. But they've already paid that. They paid Mike Dana last year. He got 3 years, 20 million or thereabouts. A kind of fine contract for a reasonable player. And that's kind of where you have to go. Like, I'm sure they didn't want to lose Wharton. He had what, eight or nine sacks last season, as like defensive tackle too. And that's not going to be easy to replace. I don't think that's going to be replaced by Tillery. I don't see him as an 8-9 sack guy.
No.
Which is why I'm going defensive tackle within the first couple of rounds in this draft. Oh, we're waving, Ash.
The Jags are moving up to number 2. The Jags are moving up to number 2. Breaking news.
Christ.
If there's a draft to do, then this is it.
Here's the Titan selection.
Well done, Cam.
Oh.
I don't think, people have had such a go at
Here we
him
go.
and that, but I don't think people have understood like how much he's had to come through to get to where he has.
And have you seen that there's been the trade to 2?
Yeah, I've seen.
Cool.
The terms are out. The Browns are trading number 2, 104, and pick 200 to the Jags. The Jags are trading 5 overall, 36, 128, and their first round pick next year.
What?
Jesus.
Oh my God.
There's a good example of how not to build a roster.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
The number 2 pick and the 4th and a 6th for 5, a 2nd, a 4th, and a 1st next year. Flipping heck.
Mm-hmm.
So Cleveland could end up with Mason Graham then at 5.
Yeah. Hang on. Yeah. I'm just updating our little thingies now.
Well, what's the Galaxy Brain thing here for Cleveland? And they've given up on Travis Hunter.
Cleveland are trading.
I mean, so could Cleveland go running back then? Go Jonty?
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah.
Oh, good kill. Yeah.
Or QB.
Is there a QB? I mean, if you're taking a QB at 2, you take him at 5.
Yeah.
But there's no QB you should be taking at 2 or 5.
5.
No, there isn't.
This is going
I mean, they've not got Nick Chubb back under contract yet, have they? So,
but from the Jags' point of view, you are not one star player away from competing. Like, you are not in the Bills, the Ravens territory. Never mind the Chiefs territory. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
right.
Only from a point of view of, like, it's not a strong draft. Go get your guy. Like I said earlier, go get your guy that you really, really like. Go get Abdul Kader, Travis Hunter, whoever. But you could have got a decent player at 5 and had next year's first round pick.
Yeah, you kind of need your first round picks.
Yes.
I know the Jags I know that the Rams did quite well with not having first round picks for about a decade, but still, they do help.
Yeah. Yes.
Christ. How's Arrowheads abroad?
It's quiet. We had our Twitter account hacked, and we lost our 20,000 followers, which was a real kick in the nuts. That kind of really set us back this year. We're in the process of kind of rebuilding, if you like, and possibly getting some new faces in with any luck. I'm just kind of sharing the load because realistically there were 3 of us doing it, but it's hard to do it with just 3 of you on a consistent basis. It's like the podcast. There's only 2 of us who really did podcasts week in, week out, and it's very difficult to schedule just 2 of you every week. And to be honest, you end up having the same conversations week in, week out during the regular season. So we've been patchy, to be honest. But yeah, hopefully a bit of better structure and some new faces and some fresh enthusiasm, and we'll be back and raring to go for this coming season.
I mean, there's no lack of Chiefs fans in the UK. They're one of the more well-supported teams in this country. So,
yeah,
my manager at work, for instance, supports them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, whenever you go to a London game, I would wager that maybe 10% of the people there are wearing a Mahomes or Travis Kelce jersey.
Kelsey, yeah.
Yeah, they love him. Did you go over this past season?
I did. I was at the season opener. There were, how many of us went? 8 of us went over, I think.
It wasn't Detroit this
Yeah.
year, was it? It was
It was the Ravens. It was the last second of the game. The Ravens lost by a toe and had a touchdown overturned. Isaiah Likely had his toe out of bounds down at the back of the end zone, and that we were like lower level, so we were right in line with that. So I had a really good view, and I could go, that's out of bounds. But yeah, it was a really good game. Really enjoyed it. With the way the States is at the moment, I don't know that I'm going to go over this coming season.
It is scary, isn't it? Like, all the advice is don't travel.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Like so I'm in Dublin, and we have pre-clearance here. So the American immigration setup is in Dublin Airport, which is really handy because then once you get to America, just shift gates and away you go. You don't have to go through the queues there. You do it here. But you hear people being turned away in Dublin because they're like, oh, you haven't got all your trip booked. You don't have flights booked or a hotel booked for the back end of your trip. We're not letting you go through. There's been a stark change in the situation over the past couple of months for obvious reasons. But yeah, it doesn't exactly give a welcoming vibe right now, which is a shame because I've been going over for 30 years nearly. And this is the first time I've thought, I'm not sure I want to.
Yeah, it's weird because I went over to Vegas on the 1st of March, which is kind of when the advice was just starting to change, but it was all good when we left. And it was the easiest border crossing I've done, and it was friendlier than I've experienced in Illinois when I've gone to Chicago to drive over to Detroit. So I think sometimes it depends what area of the country you're going to and the attitude of the people on shift. It's just luck of the draw sometimes, but it's a weird general vibe. But anyway, yeah.
We were talking in one of our group chats today. There was a couple of guys who travel fairly frequently, and one of them was saying he takes a burner phone with him for going through customs because he doesn't want them checking his social media. So I'm like, what have we come to where you feel like you have to do that?
Yeah, that's weird. That's bad. But hey, here comes the commissioner with the 2nd overall pick for Jacksonville. Another ant switches off and doesn't want to get it spoiled for him, so he's just watching the telly. Here we go.
While we wait, it is now a 14-point lead for the Knicks against the Pistons.
No.
Make that 11. Beasley's just made a 3-pointer.
Oh, I have it as a 9-point game, and I'm meant to be watching it live.
I've got 25 seconds left on the clock for me.
Oh, I'm at 1:30. I'm watching it on TNT on Virgin. That's weird. Anyway, they can bring it back.
I'll be quiet.
I mean, the Knicks went on an 18-3 run to do that. Oh, get on with the pick.
I had a quick look at Twitter, and I already know who this is.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be Travis Hunt, doesn't it? It has to be.
No comment.
No comment. So Giants are on the clock.
Come on, get on with it.
So what are you guys looking to get out of this draft then? What do you need?
Similar to you guys, offensive line, because obviously we lost our starting right guard, Kevin Zeitler, to Tennessee, unfortunately. Edge, because Hutchinson needs a partner to play with. maybe another defensive tackle, because our star defensive tackle, Lee McNeil, unfortunately tore his ACL on my birthday, which was nice. Maybe another safety just behind Kirby and Branch, because we have no depth there. Future wide receiver X, like Jaden Higgins is someone I'm really in love with. That's about it in terms of needs. Like then it's just
us, all right.
Yeah, just BPA then.
Substitute running back for wide receiver for us. Like I would like to see us take a running back at some stage, probably third round, I would imagine.
What kind of archetype, like we're talking, like the sort of big bruising
speed. No, speed. We need speed at running back. Home run hitter.
Virginia Tech's Herschel Rutin Tootin. There's your guy, the guy that ran very fast at the combine as a sort of unofficial the ACC guy on this show. Like,
yeah.
I have to be. Damn good player. Player. And he might even cost you a fourth, because I know he's got the speed, but he's kind of down the board, because obviously you've got the Ohio State duo, Gionti, Marion Hampton. So you might be able to, sit and wait and let him fall to you.
Which is fine. That's what we've done in the past couple of years. Like we've picked up good players later on, just by not being daft, really.
Tell me about it. So, my first year properly scouting, and I bring this on myself, I will bring it up. So it was 2022, and I didn't like a certain linebacker, and then you guys took him in the third round, and he's turned into an absolute beast for you. In Leo Chenal, I only thought he was going to just be a blitzer, and he's proven me wrong. Like, you guys, that's what you do good. So Joshua Williams, who you took in the fourth that year as well, damn good corner. I know he's HBCU player as well. So it's kind of nice that you guys are one of the big sort of proponents of that, along with us. Like, we've took James Hughes a couple of years ago. So it's nice to see, because they kind of get overlooked. Like, vast history there. I know Ant obviously has more of a connection with that, being the college guy, and he knows Coach Huggins, who's a massive proponent for them. So I know he likes Josh Williams too.
He's a really solid, like, number 3, I would say. And part of our problem last season was he ended up being number 2 for a while, and that didn't necessarily go great. But once Watson came back for kind of like the playoffs, that kind of helped on that score. But he's the kind of player you need to pick up in the fourth round, who's a decent contributor, and if he has to start for 6 or 7 games, that's fine. He'll do you a job. He won't be a liability.
At least he didn't have a ball bounce off his face mask against the 49ers, like certain former Lions backup cornerback.
The other running back in the range that you were talking about, maybe DJ Giddens.
I think we took... Who did we take? Devon Neal, I think, from... was it K-State?
Yeah, so DJ Giddens is K-State as well.
Yeah,
so he's 6'2", 12, runs a 4.43, but a 1.49 10-yard split, which is insane. So yeah, I can definitely see him coming. Anyway, we are coming to the end of our time, because we've got another guest coming up in just a few minutes. So is there anything you want to shout out before we let you go?
No. You guys just keep doing the work. I enjoy following you guys. It's an interesting journey you guys are on. I've enjoyed seeing the progression that you've made. Hopefully we'll see you in the Super Bowl this season.
Fingers crossed. It feels like we're developing a small little rivalry a little bit in the last couple of years. I'm hoping it becomes a bigger rivalry over the next few.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
Let's just hope that the receiver Kadarius Toney can drop more hits than he drops passes against you guys in the opener a couple of years ago.
I mean, we'll see. We're coming to Arrowhead to win again this year, so second one in a row there in the league.
You can win one in the regular season. That's fine. That's not a problem. Regular season games don't matter.
This is
We're a playoff
that's
team.
aimed at the Buffalo Bills. That one is. Yeah, you can beat us as many times in the season as you want, but in the playoffs, we'll kick your ass.
Yes, because we didn't do all the stuff which we could do in the regular season. You don't play the good plays. You don't show your hand in the regular season, and they repeatedly do. And then when it comes to the playoffs, we school them. It's just don't get me started on the Bills.
Or you do what we do and have a playbook that's so deep you don't know when they've actually reached the bottom of it. You just do that. You just keep innovating.
Yeah.
Or just keep doing the hook and ladder because no one can defend it.
Yeah.
That'll work too. Anyway, Neil, great to see you again.
Yeah,
Looking
you
forward
too,
to seeing
man.
you during the
Guys.
regular season. And yeah, good luck
Yeah.
with the draft.
Take care, lads. Cheers.
Yeah,
now.
take care.
Had Brett Kerwood, actually, who was our guest on our preview show, just say, I loved talking to Neil before the Germany game a couple of years ago, and it's nice to hear him with you guys. So the connections we're making, they have the connections with the same people, and it's because good people meet good people. Giants pick is in.
I assume this is a duel.
I wonder who it could be.
Here it is.
The Browns are supposedly taking calls from teams about pick 5.
Yeah.
So they are potentially moving
If they
back
move from
again.
5 to 10 and get another first, oh
And
my god.
they're laughing to the bank.
Abdul Carter, number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Giants make a sensible decision for a change.
They've gone from 2 very good edge rushers if Thibodeau stays to 3 very good edge rushers. Suddenly, the Giants look like they could be frisky. I'm not going to say good, but that team could be frisky.
Yeah. What was I going to say? And as me and Fitz said yesterday, he doesn't have to, we can keep Tibbs. He just plays the sort of Azeez Ojulari role for the next year. That kind of third edge rush you put in NASCAR packages / rush linebacker. That might be his prime fit. At least, Carter can then, if you do the free edge rusher things, put Carter as a rush linebacker as they're showing his abilities from 2 years ago on the screen now, for me at least.
All right, I'm going to go. I'll be 2 minutes. We have payo time coming in 10 minutes for the LA Rams, which Ash is heading up the interview for. I'll be back in 2.
Hell yeah.
If you've got anything you want to quickly ask us before we get into that as well, just let us know.
Always.
We'll keep asking as we go along.
Please come up with good questions, otherwise you'll have what happened just with the Jalen Moore comment.
So, Patriots. Now, this is where it starts to get interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Patriots. Is it Graham? Is it Gianti? Is it...
I still think it's Will. I think it
should be Will.
It should be.
It's Mike Vrabel, so it's a trench player. It's absolutely what I have as much conviction as I did with Jim Harbaugh last year, taking a guy here at this point.
Yeah.
It's gotta be. But I don't know. There's been murmurings of Membu as well, which would suit the run game more, but
yeah.
They're
fine, in my opinion, at right. The right-hand side of their line's not bad. It's passable for now. Obviously, it's upgradable in the long term. When Morgan Moses just signed on a 1-year deal, he's a fine stop-start there for a year. Michael Wenyu, I know he's had a down year last year, but he is one of the best right guards in the game, in my opinion. I love it. Of course, Kirby goes live now.
Who?
Kirby Joseph, though, because the Lions officially announced his thing as pick is in for New England.
Sweet. We'll see who. But now the Browns. Brett was saying earlier, their offensive line's getting old. I wonder if the dominoes start to fall there as well.
Yeah.
If it's not Jonty, it's the first landing slot for Membu. I mean,
Kirby is looking fine. Reese just tweeted a picture of him because obviously they're all in the press room. He is looking mighty fucking fine.
Kirby's looking fine.
And I'm not just saying that because obviously I have a massive man crush on the guy.
You do. I'd be worried about what you'd be like if you were ever in the presence of him in real life. I would dread to think if you would be able to control your emotions, but you know.
Yeah, him, Hogan Hatton.
Yeah. Are we sure the Browns stick and pick at 5 from Contra Paston? No.
No, I can see him trading down again.
No. If the rumoured Bears offer of a future first to get up to 5 for Gianti is on the table, then absolutely the Browns should just run and get that now. You're tanking this season without a quarterback. So have 3 first-round picks next year. Just make sure you do a better job with those than I think what the Jets did with their 3. Imagine if the Jets did the 2 bad. They kept them all, whether they are, but 3 first-round picks next year is healthy. And if you want a quarterback, Hell, if they have the first overall pick and 2 first-round picks next year, then boy oh boy, you can really load up the guns. Oh, here we go. Let's. Oh no, this is Cam. Going back to Cam again.
Oh,
that is a fine suit from Travis. I like the pink suit.
I know obviously that you might not have Discord open. I've posted a picture of, well, one of the many pictures of Kirby in there.
Let's have a look. Where is he? We should just have a Discord channel of your man crush for Kirby. Kirby Joseph photos. Let's have a look. Ain't not too bad.
Oh, that's a quote from him. Supposedly Kirby's just said, becoming the highest paid safety in NFL history is just another step towards getting a gold jacket.
He wants to be a Hall of Famer. The rate is going. If he keeps going on at 9 interceptions a year for a safety, he's going to blitz whatever record there is in there. So yeah, he's going to do well.
Patriots pick is definitely, and
it's locked.
Cleveland. It's locked. Cleveland back on the clock.
If Cleveland trade back again on favourable terms, they are knocking it out the park. Because as a rebuilding team who can't win this year, punting on the season, getting your first round picks for next year, and still having a high draft pick for this season is without a doubt the best way to go. Like, there's no two ways about it.
Yeah, and you can still get a really good pick at 10. You'll have your pick of the edge rushers up there as well if you want to pair someone else with Garrett.
Well, and never mind this. That Jags first round pick next year could be number 1 overall.
You'll have your pick of the You'll have your pick of the receivers. Hell, the Browns could have the number 1 pick themselves next year if they don't sort that quarterback sitch out. But you've got your pick of the receivers. You know, they need a receiver there, so you get a good one this year. You can lay the foundations for a quarterback to come in next year and potentially be on a very decent team. And if you do somehow own the number 1 overall pick with 2 other first round picks, you start shopping them and load up for that year's draft and just go absolutely nuts. Get 12, 13, 14 new players in and, 3/4 of them be top 100 picks.
The obscene, people just saw the obscene gesture I made. It's because Kelly Stafford was on my TV screen. Anyway,
Kelly.
Kirby supposedly said it was never, the money never motivated me. I did this because I love it. I love them.
Come on, New England. Get on with it. So this is Will Campbell, isn't it?
It's a trench player. If it's not him, then it's Mason Graham. Or it might be Armin Membu. Who knows? But I am almost 99.99. No, in fact, fuck it. I'm 100% sure it's a trench player. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But, my variable. You know how that Patriots team like to operate.
Brown to stay in pat.
By the way, just to say, it's standing pat. It's not staying pat. You stand pat. It's a blackjack term. Just to say. Okay. We've got payo time coming in the building now as well, as this pick's being revealed.
Quick, type in.
Contrapassan says, do we think the Lions counter-programming the draft with their own media is a hand tip to our strategy, or are we just maximising exposure with eyes on the league? I haven't a clue. We'll get there in a second. What we do have a clue about is that payo time's in the building. How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going across the pond? Happy to join you guys. Happy draft day to you and the chat and everyone. I love the NFL draft. It represents hope. If your team sucked last year, there's no better way to get excited about your team than a good draft, right? And if your team was really good last year, the way to go from good to like Super Bowl contending is to have a good draft. And so, happy draft day, everyone. Good to see you all here.
Good to see you too. Obviously, I know our 2 teams are, more us, you guys over long term, but we're kind of getting to that second bit now where it's the push from good to great. So it's kind of nice, it's kind of nice to finally join you in that realm after, as you say, celebrate, like circling the draft about week 6 of the NFL season, saying, "Oh, when's our Super Bowl?" Now we're actually looking towards the proper Super Bowl. It's nice to see. Obviously, I know you guys had a pretty damn good season last year. Obviously, getting to the playoffs, and then thank you for knocking out the Minnesota Vikings. You absolute legends.
Anytime.
Love to see it. Obviously, I know. Well, to start off with the fact that the good news for you guys is that you have the you have the perfect game plan to beat one of your new rival QBs. Obviously, I know the Seattle Seahawks signed Sam Darnold to a massive deal. So, do you think that's enough? Do you think that's enough of an upgrade on Geno to make them real contenders against you guys, or is number 9 still going to rule the division next season?
Oh, number 9 is looking fine. Yeah, no, he's going to rule the division. The Seahawks. I think the only concerning thing I have about the Seahawks is that Cooper Kupp is there, just because my heart's involved with that, obviously. No, I honestly, the Niners are always a concern in the NFC West. I think they have 11 picks this draft, and they're a good drafting team. The Cardinals quietly are better than what people think that they are. The Seahawks, I think, are number 4 in that division right now. I think they've taken a lot of steps back going through their roster overhaul like they are.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, they say Cooper Kupp left for sort of pastures homeward for him, going back to Washington State. But then you guys instead go and get one of the best receivers of the 2010s, who unfortunately got sort of dragged to the mess that was New York by his good friend, the ayahuasca smoker. But now you've got Devontae Adams to pair with Puka Nacua. What a wide receiver duo! Like, what an upgrade for Matt Stafford to throw to.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There's been a lot of talk from Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford the past couple weeks of the importance of versatile, or making a more versatile offense. Mm-hmm. And I think Devontae Adams is a huge part of that. And especially the Rams had some red zone issues at times last year. And I really think the signing of Devontae Adams plus whatever the Rams do in this draft, I think at some point they take a tight end in this draft. I'm not exactly sure it's first round, but at some point. And I think that that will be to address any of those red zone issues moving forward. With a legend like Matthew Stafford, he's not going to be a threat with his legs, but he makes up for it more than enough with his arm.
Oh, I think he could be a threat with his legs. I unfortunately remember some years when he was like our second leading rusher on the season. So,
so true.
So that's so true. Yeah, unfortunately so. And obviously, kind of speaking of players sort of going to rivals, obviously, I know you guys traded our good friend, former Lion and now former Ram, Jonah Jackson, to the Chicago Bears, and kind of brought in Colton Shelton from the Bears to replace him. Was that a money thing, or was it just he wasn't a scheme fit? Because I know obviously you guys also a couple of years ago drafted a former pod favorite here of Steve Avila out of TCU. So was it just also time to bed that guy in and see what you got?
No. So Jonah Jackson, he was injured unfortunately last year a little bit at the beginning of the year, but the Rams had a 5th round rookie in Bo Limmer, who he got to start early in the year, and he stole the job. Like he stole the job from Jonah Jackson, and so Jonah Jackson essentially became a really high priced backup. Mm-hmm. And when the Bears were looking to rebuild their offensive line here, the Rams were like, you know what, we're really happy with Bo Limmer. We're gonna stick with him because he is a lot cheaper than Jonah Jackson, and he played a lot better. And so the Bears took on all of his cap hit for it, and so he'll be with the Bears now. But the Rams, I'm really happy with that Bo Limmer pick from last year. That was probably the steal of the draft for them.
Oh wow! As a FSU homer, I have to disagree. I think that the obviously interior defensive line, Braden Fisk, was the steal of the draft. Like, what a piece of
FSU mention, everybody class. Drink. The Cleveland Browns have selected Mason Graham. My bet for him being a top 5 pick comes in at the end. Come on.
There you go.
But yeah, obviously, so let's group them together. Shall you? Both your defensive rookie of the year candidates. Did they meet or did they sort of exceed your expectations? Their draft picks, obviously, talking Jared Verse and Braden Fisk, sort of taking over the sort of world by storm, especially down the stretch where I think Fisk had quite a lot of sacks. I think in that sort of second half of the season.
Yeah, both Braden Fisk and Jared Verse were candidates for Defensive Rookie of the Year last year, and they were fun to watch. They were really fun to watch, and the Rams got a lot of heat for trading up to get Braden Fisk because they did give up like an extra second round pick, but like pretty sure by week 6 or 7, it was like, oh no, the Rams like. They probably didn't give up enough to get Braden Fisk and Jared Verse together. And you even see it just in their chemistry that they have together, the nonverbal communication that they can have because they've played together so long. It's awesome to see. And yeah, this Rams, their pass rush is a lot of fun. I'm excited to see them in year 2 next year as sophomore players. And I think that they're gonna make some they're gonna give some headaches for some quarterbacks.
Oh, 100%. I definitely agree. Like, obviously, kind of, as I say, as a home, it kind of brought a tear to my eye when they got Verse on the phone to tell Braden that they're selecting him. That was
cool. That was really cool.
That was really cool to watch. But obviously, moving on to sort of your look at what you kind of need in the draft and where you're picking. I know, obviously, you're picking a couple of picks ahead of us at 26.
Yeah.
What is your sort of dream pick there? If you could sort of let's call to calls up. It's like, Peo, I don't know who to pick here. Tell me who to pick. What's your answer?
I'm liking a lot of the tight ends in this class. However, if he's there, I think the Rams got to take the linebacker from Alabama, Campbell. I just think that it's a position of need, and is that who you guys are wanting to?
No, and really wanted you to say a different linebacker.
A bit closer to
You've got an
home.
incredibly good in-state linebacker there. Who would they book the trend for him? I think Carson Schwessing is a first-round talent. I wonder whether the Rams would finally take a plunge on a linebacker there. And I was
pick is in for Raiders.
I'll be honest with you. As much as I, as a fan, think the Rams need a linebacker, the Rams have not drafted a linebacker earlier than the 3rd round. I think since like 2005. Like it's not a position that they have placed a high value on. They've rarely re-signed linebackers. Like they often let them walk. Like we let Ernest Jones. Like we traded Ernest Jones away. Before him, like there was Alec Ogletree, Devontae Fowler. Like it just seems that it's a position that the Rams do not pay. So I don't know. I don't know. I want them to address it, but I'm not sure that we're going to see that in the 1st round here. And there's still a lot of hype around the Rams trying to get one of these tight ends like Tyler Warren or Colson Loveland.
I personally wanted to get Colson Loveland. It's totally not because in our predictive 1st round mock that we have a drink a bet riding on. I had you selecting Colston.
Okay.
But I know obviously another position of need for you guys, according to at least PFF, and that is the cornerback position. I know obviously you've got Darius Williams there. You've got Killer Witherspoon, who Matt's a really big fan of as an underrated sort of outside corner, and then Quentin Lake in the nickel. Can you see you guys sort of pivoting into that position, maybe looking at like a Trey Amos or going back to the well again in Tallahassee with AZ Thomas? Or do you think that'll be a later round concern where maybe day 2, day 3, you'll be looking at that position?
It's definitely one of those things you can never have enough good corners on your team. And like they even have guys who have really started to develop, like Kobe Durant has really developed. JJ McCullen had a good year last year. Towards the end of the year, he had a couple big key interceptions. But yeah, I could see the Rams taking a corner at some point this draft. But at the same time, I just, it's the same thing with the linebacker. They're convinced that they can find late round talent at that position, and they seem content with their drafting philosophy in that regard.
Just to say, the Raiders selection has come in and announced Ashton Genty running back.
Okay, Raiders.
I can hear the Bears fans crying from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's going to be the best thing for the Bears, and it's really frustrating because now they're just going to make a standard good pick, and that's not what we want.
Not unless they pick Amari and Hampton there, that would be hilarious.
If they pick Amari and Hampton, I'll do fucking laps. I really will.
Okay, we have that on record. People keep track of that.
It's not happening.
I know, obviously. You said we traded away Jonah, which means you've still got another Jackson offensive line, and Lyric Jackson. I know some places have you maybe looking for an upgrade on him. Do you see it, or do you think that again that's a wait and see? If there's someone there we like later, we'll take him, or is that on the board at your first round pick with someone like the Ohio State tackle Josh Simmons, Josh Connolly? Julian knows a popular pick to you if you're running outside zone schemes. He's a good scheme fit for that at left tackle, or as I say, is it stay with Jackson for now, and then if there's a guy later, we can maybe train up to be a long-term successor to him, or to Rob Havenstein, who I know is also getting on with him being a 2015 pick, so he's entering year 10 now. Yeah, maybe looking for a long-term solution to him. So is offensive tackle on the sort of slate early, or is it again round 2 of Levante Ursary, someone like that, or hell, waiting even later for Nazi Trapilo, Anthony Belton, these kind of big right tackle run sort of stuffing guys?
Yeah, so Lyric Jackson, or better known as AJ Jackson, he actually got a huge, massive contract this offseason, and he is the Rams' starting left tackle. And rumor is when Stafford was in his contract negotiation with the Rams this year, part of that negotiation is he wants Jackson back as their left tackle, and he was one of the best left tackles in the NFL. I know he's not someone who, a lot of people view him as like a top 5 or something like that. But he has done a remarkable job for an undrafted free agent who is, I would say, at least a Pro Bowl level left tackle, if not better. And so really, really thankful that he'll be there. He's also a Canadian, and myself being a Canadian, I always love to, have a Canadian on the Rams. And he's probably the best Canadian in the NFL right now, in my humble opinion. But it's
Chase Brown exists.
Oh, I know Chase Brown. Yeah, Chase Brown. Yeah.
I'm not just saying that, 'cause I actually loved him in his draft class already.
Oh, but yeah, no. So Lyric Jackson is the Rams' left tackle. Like that's not in question at all. Depth at the tackle position, that definitely is something they probably will address this draft. Big Rob Havenstance, the last original like St. Louis Ram that's still there. Yeah. He has had injury concerns the past year. It looks, even now, he had some work done this offseason. They say he'll be ready for training camp, but just given his age, when he's there, he's a wall. He's good.
Yeah.
He's been a mainstay at the right tackle position, but he's been so good. Matthew, what's happening?
Sorry, the Pistons are playing in Game 3 of the NBA playoffs, and they were down 15 or so, but now it's a 1-point game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
we're reacting to the Jets pick.
No. I haven't seen who the Jets pick is yet, but the pick is in for the New York Jets. Yeah. I am presuming this is Membu.
No comment. But obviously we're talking replacing sort of Havenstein, who's sort of the last guard of the St. Louis Rams. Obviously another player your links we're replacing, again, someone we're very close to. I've even got his jersey from his time here hanging up in my wardrobe just next to me. I know QB is a popular day 2 pick for you guys, with you getting linked to Will Harrod, Carl McCord, Tyler Shook. Do you see it, or do you think Saf can ride it out and then you'll sort of live with Jimmy G, who is great as a calendar, a backup QB, not so sure, and then obviously Stetson Bennett. The less said about his partying habits, the better, maybe. But do you see
he's still a winner?
Addressing QB?
Stetson Bennett is a winner.
Also. Just breaking news, the Giants are picking up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option, so trading him is probably off the table.
No, they can still trade him. I don't think that changes anything. If they had discussions with someone about the fact they wanted to pick up the option, they could pick up the option and then trade him. I mean, I don't think it changes much. But anyway, QB payout is happening, isn't it?
So Ram fans are actually quite divided on this. I am in the camp of we don't need to draft a quarterback this year. Maybe there's a quarterback late in this draft you take a flyer on. The Rams have 4 6th-round picks, maybe something there. But I think the Rams, they're happy with, Lions and Rams legend Matthew Stafford. And then Jimmy Garoppolo. If you ever hear Sean McVay talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, he man crushes on him hard, right? Like, it's so funny. And so I think that's a good QB room. Stetson Bennett, unfortunately, I think the Rams took a flyer on him, and I don't see him being more than a preseason 3rd-string quarterback that helps a scout team out. And that's unfortunately just the way his career has gone. So if they did draft someone late, it would be to compete for kind of that 3rd-string spot. But no, I don't see the Rams addressing the quarterback this year. And I'll be honest, none of the quarterbacks in this draft really get me excited as someone to if you take them as a late round flyer, okay. But to have use a 3rd, 2nd, or 1st-round pick, unless your team absolutely needs a quarterback, I don't think this is the draft to do that in.
Oh, so you're saying you're looking at sort of late round scout team QBs. I guess you're looking at, since obviously you're Canadian yourself, you're looking at Taylor Elesma, the Laurent QB from Canada. Obviously, in the CFL draft, he's entered himself for this draft cycle. Is he on your radar? Sort of increase the Canadians, and then while you're at it, send the Lions a 3rd-round pick for Giovanni Manu, get an absolute, and there's your guy to replace Robin Havenstein. Just make the ultimate Canadian super team there in LA.
Yeah. I always love as many Canadians on the Rams as possible. I know I'm forgetting his name. His last name is Rourke, Nathan Rourke, and then his brother is drafted. Pardon?
Curtis Rourke is in this. Yeah,
Curtis Rourke. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Nathan Rourke in the CFL, MVP, so good. And he was only a practice squad guy. I think he got 1 start with New England once. And that was kind of cool for Canadians that have followed his career. But yeah, his brother, I've seen him play a little bit just from highlights. So I'd be okay if the Rams took a late round flyer on Curtis Rourke. Yeah.
Well, he's definitely in the Stafford mold because he played his entire past season for Indiana, who he absolutely turned their program around with a torn right ACL. So this is a guy who's very much in the Stafford mold of he dislocates his shoulder, he'll still throw you a touchdown against the Cleveland Browns.
Tough as nails. I like it.
Armand Membu is the pick for the Jets. That has now been confirmed by Commish. What a pick for Aaron Glenn first up. I mean, that's knocking it out of the park.
That is Penei Sewell 2.0 for his regime.
They need that.
And I mean, given that Glenn's a defensive guy, but all he was saying here is, I'm a coach. I'm not a defensive coach, I'm just a coach. And he comes in there and he picks a tackle first pick.
Yeah.
I love that.
You got bookend tackles on rookie deals for a minimum of 3 years now. That's for Sean, who's only in year 2, so great value.
I tell you what, the Jets are actually going to turn themselves into a functional franchise that are competing for division titles, and people will start talking about the Dan Campbell tree this time next year.
Yes.
That will be a thing which is uttered. I'm saying it.
And potentially... I was about to say, and potentially, obviously, with a certain GM who came from the LA Rams to the Detroit Lions, with his sort of disciples starting to spread across the league, maybe we'll also see a new an acorn fall from the Les Snead tree and begin to grow it south with Brad Holmes.
Yeah, well, and someone off the Les Snead tree, Gladstone out of Jacksonville, he's starting off his tenure with a bang with trading up to number 2.
He's putting his damn job on the line for day 1.
Yeah.
That's ballsy. I mean, but at least Snead did it for Goff. You're doing it for a running back.
Actually, Les Snead's actual first move as GM, and it was within 20 days of becoming the Rams GM, he traded the the number 2 overall pick for RG3 and got a haul of picks.
Oh yeah,
That was how Les Snead started out.
Yeah.
Was that 2 1s and change?
It was 3 1s and a second.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, and after that first season of RG3, I had me questioning whether that was actually quite good value for Washington, and then it all fell to bits. But there we go. Peo, how's the channel going, man?
Channel's going good. Yeah, I'm one of those, NFL content creators. I don't know if you guys experienced this, but like during the season, I get a lot more views and stuff than like in the off season. But I'm just a dude who loves talking about the Rams. I'm a Rams fan who lives in Nova Scotia, Canada, on the East Coast. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm excited. I'll have a bunch of videos and stuff coming out this weekend, and I just enjoy talking about football and talking about the Rams with people on the internet. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens next year. For me, I'm not like a professional YouTuber or anything. This is a hobby for me, and I kind of like to keep it that way. I'm not sure if that's where you guys are at, but excited to see how this NFL YouTuber space grows over the next couple of years.
I mean, if this job could pay my salary, I'd take it as a job.
Same, 100%.
Yeah.
But until it does, it's very much a hobby, and I'm glad for it to be that way for sure. But yeah,
I feel that.
yeah. I mean, so what represents success for you next season?
For the Rams, Super Bowl. I still feel we got gypped. I wanted the Rams and Lions to play in the NFC Championship game, and I wanted Stafford to go into Detroit and get his playoff win because he's been so close.
Oh, that would hurt me so deeply.
Same.
Oh, I don't even know how to respond to that.
No, that's fair. And the same thing if Goff came into SoFi in the playoffs, that hurt me. Though it was in Detroit when the Rams lost that game, I was like, man, we were so close to beating y'all. And then when they played week 1 last year, we took them to overtime, even though the Rams were really banged up. But like this Rams Lions rivalry, I love it. It's a lot of fun. Whenever the Rams and Lions play right now, it's an intense game. You got Kelly Stafford on her podcast talking about it. That's like one of the only times I ever listen to that. It's a good time.
Kelly.
Oh, right.
But you guys are doing a good job taking care of Goff, and I'll always treasure what he did for the Rams. He stabilized the quarterback position for us, which it hadn't been stable since like Mark Bulger back in like 2006. So I'll always treasure what Jared Goff did for the Rams. And I know, it didn't end on the best of terms, but it is cool to look at the Rams and Lions trade for Goff and Stafford, and it really has worked out in the best interest of both parties.
Yeah, it's definitely been a win-win, 100%. Hey, we've come to the end of our time, but just tell us about your channel again. Just tell the guys where to find you.
Yeah, find me Rams Radar or just at Peo Time on YouTube. I'm on Twitter as well. And yeah, I love talking about the Rams, do watch parties for all the Rams games, and have videos that just have as much fun as possible talking about the Rams.
I'm sure we will play you again this season at some point, so look forward to speaking with you then. Good luck with the rest of the draft, and we'll speak with you soon.
Thank you, and thanks for having me on. Have a great draft, everyone.
Cheers, Peo.
Cheers.
Goodell's at the podium for me.
Yeah, he's just revealing it now. Oh, they did it! They did it!
Wow. You've got the worst defense in NFL history, and you select a king receiver.
I had a feeling.
Oh my.
Okay, Will.i.am.
I had a feeling. This is going to make their offense so much better, though. If you want to try and make Young a success, then
so now
you've got to try and do something like this.
Their receiver core now is him, Leggett, and Adam Thielen
and Jalen Coker.
And Jalen Coker. Jalen Coker's no longer start. I'm just listing the starters.
Coker will
He is a
start.
starter.
He'll start in the slot.
Right now, he's feeling.
No,
Phelan
Phelan will be the sort of like slow Z.
We'll see.
Well, in 11 personnel, all 3 of them will be on the field.
Yeah,
I think so.
I just fit. Then, but yeah, then him, Chubba Hubbard's kind of good. They have one weakness now, his tight end. And left guard, but
They
that's by
got
the by.
tight ends. They've got a couple of players I low key like. I think
Tommy Tremble, Jatavian Sanders,
Yeah.
Jordan Matthews, James
Yes.
Mitchell.
Tommy Tremble, dude's a stud.
I've one of my friends is a Panthers fan. Really doesn't like him. So that's oh my god, I'm gonna have to deal with my head coach on Saturday because they didn't take an edge and he really wanted an edge.
Well, he might have taken an edge by then.
True, but he wanted edge at this pick.
Well,
Pick is in for Saints.
at the risk of having to pay royalties, you can always get what you want.
What you want. But if you try sometimes, you'll find.
I feel great for Tet, by the way, just because, he makes an honest comment about not being the biggest football guy, but he still goes out there, absolutely balls, is a stud in waiting, and he gets picked 8 overall, and he doesn't fall to the 20s or something. You guys know how high I was on him, and the fact that I wanted to trade up for him if he did fall into the sort of range where it'd be comfortable. But man, the guy's absolute baller. So,
Ooh. First hour down, guys.
Bloody hell, that's gone quick.
I know. Lisa De Lorenzo says, can you say the picks I am driving? The picks so far at 1, Tennessee pick Cam Ward, quarterback Miami at 2. The Cleveland Browns trade down with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Jaguars pick Travis Hunter, the athlete from Colorado, will be a wide receiver primarily. That's what he was initially called out as. At 3, the Giants pick Abdul Carter, edge Penn State. New England Patriots at 4, Will Campbell, tackle LSU. At 5, Cleveland's then do stand pat and take Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan. At 6, the Vegas Raiders take Ashton Genty, running back Boise State. At 7, the Jets and our good friend Aaron Glenn get Armand Membu, tackle Missouri. And now 8, the Carolina Panthers don't go for Jalen Walker. They go for Tetrioa McMillan, wide receiver, Arizona.
And number 9, the New Orleans Saints went William Faulkner, long snapper from Michigan.
Hey!
I wish.
Because the Saints
You think I'm joking?
the Saints
I
are
know
such a
you're
wild card because Mickey Bloomis is not exactly someone who goes with convention.
So who's
Yeah.
left on the board here? I mean, they need offensive line, but they're kind of in a... See, Kelvin... I had Kelvin Banks to the Saints here. I think that's well in play now. I could get this one right, but they should look at protecting the quarter. I know they don't have one, but I don't think it should Irvine just yet.
If this isn't Tyler Warren, then I've got another pick, another bet coming.
If the Bears take him, I will be pissing myself if they take him.
I said Warren goes 10
yeah,
or
how
higher,
much?
and I'll be very happy if it's not Tyler Warren here.
How much did you get from that bet
Not much.
again? This was the small one, wasn't it?
It was £40 bet, but returned 57. It was just £17 return on it.
Mhm.
So, but it was something I was fairly certain about, and then I got spooked. So.
You see that stat? Only Alvin Kamara had more than 550 scrimmage yards for the Saints last year.
Jesus Christ. They need
And
offense.
he had like 1,500 as well.
And
Oh,
I bet we had. So I bet we had like.
We had 4 guys reach
Five.
1,000, didn't we?
Yeah.
Let's just see what they do here.
Here comes the commissioner with the Saints selection. Jesus Christ, that was quick.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we had 5 players, dude. That was Gibbs, Amon Ra, Monty, JMO, Sam Laporta, and then Pat. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Someone
no!
just got a pick right on their mock draft. 3 points for me.
No, that's not 3. That's
Or
3
however
points.
many.
That is 2 points
points
for
is a
you
trade.
because it wasn't
2
a trade.
points for me.
But what it is also, Ant, is that is the first person in our favourites. So you have a penalty 1 shot to take.
Wait, what?
Don't you remember we said if
If one of your
Otis
favourite
if a
picks in the 5-4-3-2-1 shots get taken by another team, you have to take a penalty shot.
No,
Okay,
hang on. I
in
said by
defence-
another NFC North team.
Oh.
Yeah, and Ant's he did say rivals. He did say
Yeah.
rivals.
Oh,
I
damn
said
it.
NFC North team.
God damn it. Kelvin Banks was someone I had going over 13.5, so that has failed for me there as well.
All right.
God damn it. That was.
I believe the churlish thing to do is do this.
Loser.
Losers. That is a really good pick from the Saints. Finally, the Saints doing smart business. They need to build that offensive line to protect Spencer Rattler, give him a year at quarterback, see what he can do, and then, go from there. Sensible decision, Saints. Well done. Oh, wait, I've got Nick, haven't I?
Yeah, I was just about to say, so we've got Nick Ludlam coming up from the 49er Faithful. Returning guest. He is a fantastic listen. Someone, I think he lives in Wales. As a proud Welshman, if I remember rightly.
Pick is in for Bears.
So what do the Bears do now?
Tyler Warren, and I'm going to laugh my ass off if they do.
Oh, I don't know whether it should be, though. Oh, I had Saints to go quarterback with first pick, which could have been on the table there as well. That's slightly frustrating. So with Kelvin Banks off the board, offensive line is basically off the table for them, isn't it?
Right back.
I wonder if they would consider going Jalen Walker.
I know some people.
I really feel like Jalen Walker could be in play here for them if they really wanted to, and I think that would be an interesting pick compared to Tyler Warren. Maybe they could go Shamar Stewart here. That would be interesting too.
I did say that was a decent comparison for Sweat.
Stewart. Hey, I tell you what, I'll send the Bears a cookie if they do take him.
Because I said that it's one of like the sort you can get the athletic comparisons. The one that came out for Stewart, one of the highest ones, is Montez Sweat.
Schedule release May the 14th.
Schedule release has just been given. It'll be on the 14th of May, so we are just 3 weeks away from the schedule release.
So international will be announced usually the week before that, isn't it?
I think we've worked out that we can't be any of them, so unfortunately.
True. I'd just like to know if and when if we're playing around my birthday so I can book it off.
Oh, look, Ryan Pauls is celebrating another future fourth place finish in the NFC North again. You go, Ryan. Set the standard, my man.
True.
Wow, they're all celebrating. Oh, please be Amari. Now, please just really overdraft a running back. I would love that. Or Tyler Warren. If this is a skill player, this will be funny as. If it's a defensive line player, I would be worried. Let's see what they do. The tackles are gone. The tackles are gone. Yeah, can't fix their O-line. Ooh, hello, Roger.
Oh, there's so many ways they could go here, and a lot of them are bad. Ash, you already know I can see it because you're covering your face. You're laughing your head off. I can see it. Oh no! What have they done?
Just wait for Ant. Just wait for Ant. I'm just going to sit back and wait for Ant.
So the commissioner's talking about Steve McMichael at the moment.
Okay, I can't laugh during this bit then. Tell me when it's permission to laugh again.
I will call out the pick with the commissioner at the same time.
Please do.
I didn't know Walter Payson went to Jackson State.
Yeah, he was the big, he's obviously the biggest HBCU, and
Shows how ignorant I am. At least I admit to it publicly. Here we go. Oh no, maybe not. Who would be the funniest pick they could make? There's not a lot. They're all fine. Here we go. The 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Chicago Bears. I haven't heard yet.
headphones on. And I know, and right.
Whoa! I was about to say they could pick tight ends. What the fuck?
I fucking know, right? You stupid fucks.
Holy shit! Right, and you've got Nick coming in now.
Oh dear.
You ready for that?
So we've got the 49ers right on their pick then.
Yeah. Right, let's bring Nick in now.
Pick is in for them.
I can't believe Colston Loveland.
That
is some of the best news I've had all day.
That is early contender for worst pick of the night.
I do agree. Colston Loveland is better than Tyler Warren, but my lord, I did not think they would do that there. As we welcome on the clock, San Francisco 49ers. We got Nick Ludlam in the building, returning guest to the show. Nick, how are you doing, man? We're on the clock now.
I know, ready.
A quick preview. Who do you think it's going to be? You're on the clock now, so.
Oh, well, I was hoping it would be Armand Membo. Obviously, he's gone. I was hoping offensive tackle. Kelvin Banks is now gone. I'm not so high on Josh Simmons, Ohio State. I'm not liking him at the moment. Gray Zabel. I can't seem to get past that name. I was hoping we were going to grab him maybe by trading back into the end of the first round. It hasn't worked out that way. The man has done nothing but climb the draft ever since January. He's just been a complete revelation from what I've seen so far. I want him. I want him to come in. I know he's played a lot of offensive tackle, but there's a lot of talk of him at the NFL level playing interior. And I want him to play alongside Dominic Pruny, shoring up the internal part of our offensive line and protecting Brock Purdy.
So let's kind of get to your draft bit at the end of this, but obviously as we're here, you've just said a lot of offensive names, but the defensive line is also in need of work. The tackle area, maybe another edge with Bosa. Is that not a consideration for you at this pick? Is it definitely, I want offensive line first?
It's a personal preference. I just can't. I think it's a little bit of me not going past my draft crush, and I'm probably reaching because of that. But I just can't go past him. Chances are it's going to be a defensive player. We have lost so many players. They've just said the pick is in. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
We've lost so many players on defense this year. We lost Hargrave, Hafanga, Ward, Greenlaw. They are all top-class starters in the NFL. You've got to somewhere along the line replace that kind of quality. This is the first chance to do it now after we didn't address it in free agency. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Walter Nolan from Ole Miss.
That would break my heart. That will break my heart. He's right at the top of my wish list here. Anyhow, while we're waiting for the pick to come in, let's quickly just sort of circle back to the year just gone. Obviously, it was quite a difficult one for you guys. I think it's 6-11. The record was in the end. Only back-to-back wins once all year. Lost 7 of the last 8. Just sort of walk us through last year. You know how it started, where it maybe went wrong. Just give us an overview of the 49ers 2024 season.
I can't use the words I want to use, I suppose.
Oh, you definitely
we're not
can.
family friendly. We're not family
Please.
friendly. You can cuss all you want.
It was a car crash. Let's be honest. It was a complete and utter fucking car crash. Let's be fair. It started okay, and then we just kept getting hit by things. And then when you had Charvarius Ward dealing with what he had to deal with, you know, from a family perspective, losing his child. I mean, what a horrific thing for anyone to have to deal with at any stage of their life, regardless. And it was really sad, but you have players leaving the team in that result. And it becomes really hard to recover from that because you have I know these squads are put together and they're only for 1 year. But these men spend so much time together. It's a family. So when one person loses a family member like that, it's going to be felt around the team. And it sort of became part of the season then. It was just one of those horrible things. And we never really recovered. The amount of injuries we had, we were almost talking the same kind of level from 2021 when we were just ravaged. Absolutely ravaged. And we just couldn't recover. You can't lose that many starting players. No team can. It's not possible.
Preaching to the choir here. That's kind of what it did for us at the end. Like the entire starting defense was out. Is it, you know, as a result of sort of what's happened to you? Has it sort of made you? Is this team ready to go? Was it just the injuries, or is this a case now you're looking at like this team probably is going to have to retool? Obviously, you're based around a set of core stars like ours are, but they're a little older. Kittle, obviously, at left tackle. Is this got a place where they've got to start rebuilding this now, or was it the injuries really made it a lot worse than it seemed on the face of it?
The injuries definitely made it look worse than it was. You know, I don't think the team is in need of a full rebuild. It's a retool. Now, if we can get this draft right, we've got 11 picks over the next 3 days. So we're just going to have to see what we can pick up. Realistically, if we're going to challenge this year, which I think is unlikely, we're going to need to find 5 starters, that's tough to do. That's tough to do for anyone. So I think the better chance really would be retool. Let's get some players in, which is why I'm looking at potentially left tackle for 2 to 3 years' time with on the offensive line as well. I was hoping that we could get Membu and then maybe trade back into the end of the first to pick up Gray's able to shore up the middle. It hasn't worked that way. It's just one of those things. But I've reeled off so many names on the defense. Weirdly, the one player I'm not overly worried about replacing is Debo, as good as he is.
Here comes the pick, I think. Oh no, it's a video.
Oh no,
Never
just
mind.
wait a minute. But
So,
okay. Sorry, just quick one. What should we do? But before we sort of get off, you know, that season the injuries they did have. Obviously, new draft class is about to come in, but obviously last year's draft class, some of them got tested early. Obviously, Ricky Pearsall had the horrible injury before the season, which you don't want to see there. But other guys came in. We've seen a bit of Isaac Garendo in there. Dominic Puny, you've mentioned in there as well. What? How have the 49ers 24 class ingratiated themselves into this team?
They've been fantastic. It's been one of our better draft classes under John and Kyle, which is saying something. They've been very good. I mean, when you look at actually the entire way. There we go. Right, sorry, chaps.
No, we'll quickly do.
All good.
Oh, get on with it. Sorry to interrupt. I thought we was going to do it.
No,
I mean,
he's there. We may as well wait. We can come back to it in a moment.
Teasing. Oh, here he comes.
Ooh.
Oh, I think you might be behind us, so Nick will try and not spoil it for you. We'll wait. Oh.
Okay, this is safe for you to open the sheet now.
Oh, that's annoying for one of my bets.
Sorry.
Just say the name. Say the name. Say the name. Come on.
It's okay. We can wait for you, Nick. Don't worry.
Yeah,
it's fine.
we're waiting. We're waiting. We get the live reaction here. This is what we want.
The San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams.
Oh,
Really good
okay.
pick. Really good pick.
It's not a surprise for us to
He's
go
a-
defensive line.
Instant. So Nick Bosa has obviously needed a playmate for some time now. That
Yeah.
seems to be where they've gone first.
We've traditionally gone D line.
Yeah, that's where I thought they'd go.
You know?
Either tackle or you got to read, like you said, you got to retool those trenches, isn't it? That's where 49ers football is like our football. It's trench warfare, and when the guys go down, it just all sort of falls apart around that.
This is it. At the end of the day, you've got to be able to. You can't have much of a secondary without your pass rush. You've got to get to the quarterback, and the same as you're not going to get Christian McCaffrey running wild if you're not protecting from the front line. The game is won and lost in the trenches, like you say.
Exactly. Well, I'd say we'll come on to this draft, but we'll quickly go back to say your last draft class has looked pretty promising so far. Some guys have had to step up due to injury, and I say again, I'll ask, how did they ingratiate themselves into the first year?
They went really well. I mean, obviously, every one of the faithful was pulling for Ricky Pearsall. He had that horrific, he's just trying to go to a fan signing event, and someone thinks they can pinch his watch. How the man walked away from that is incredible, and then came back, and not just came back and played, but he came back and he had several incredible games.
Mm-hmm.
He really did. From point one, just went, okay, I'm going to come in, I'm going to do this. I don't care that you've got Deebo Samuel. I don't care that you've got Brandon Ayuk sat on the sideline. I'm coming in and I want the ball, and I want it now. He was absolutely brilliant. That wide receiver group that we have got, we've been really lucky. You've got Juwan Jennings, who is playing as a WR1. He should be our WR1 going forward now, even with Brandon Ayuk coming back whenever. Like you say, Dominic Pooney I think he's been one of the top offensive lineman rookies for years. And that's not just Niners, that's going across several teams. He was absolutely fantastic. What a find to grab in the third round out of Kansas or Kansas State. Fantastic player. We've done really well out of that.
Whoa!
Really,
Just quick one. Tyler Booker is off the board. To the Cowboys.
Did I not bring that up with our Cowboys guest that Booker could be an option for them?
Wow.
That's early. That's early doors.
It's a great pick, though.
It is. To swing back, I love the Juwan Jennings sort of hype. I am a massive Juwan Jennings fan, even if him and Kirby Joseph decided to have a little brief wrestling match in the end zone when we last played you guys.
No, and he stole all Deebo Samuel's fantasy football points off me as well, so I don't really appreciate that.
That makes me love him even more.
But anyhow, so the rookie class from last year, really good for them. So some bright spots, in the sea that, obviously it's there. So sort of moving in to this draft now, like I say, you've got 11 picks here. It's a very wide open draft for them. Obviously, they've gone edge now, but where else is it that you would like them to start taking a look at guys who need replacing depth? Where would you like them to attack?
There's a few options, because you could always come back. There's Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M, which you can come and look at. Again, another edge player. If you want to go, let's have a little look. I've got my little notes here, haven't I? Yeah, Jihad Campbell from Bama. There are options available. You've got the cornerback from Michigan, Will Johnson, still on the board. There's a number of players that we can use the draft capital that we have to come back into the first if we want to. If not, it's a fairly deep class. They've been talking about it all night on the show. It's not just one or two groups that are deep. You've got several groups that you can get realistic starters at the end of day two in the third round. And we've got plenty of picks. I just wish we had more fifth round picks, because that's where we seem to find Hall of Famers for some peculiar reason. It's our money round. It has. I would take 11 fifth-round picks quite happily.
Hafanga was a 5th rounder, wasn't he? And I
Hafanga.
loved that, and the value
Hill.
you got for him was crazy. But is that what you've kind of been hearing around 49er circles, that they may trade back into the first, or is that just something you might like them to do?
It's something I'd like to see, to be honest. The big thing, I don't think I actually saw a mock draft from another Niners fan where we picked at 11. Everyone had us trading up or trading down, because the big thing was that, especially with Walter Nolan sliding, because at the beginning of this whole cycle, Walter Nolan seemed like he was going to be a top 5 pick. He seemed nailed on. There was the Aaron Donald comparisons. It looked like he was going to go really, really high, and he's just slid slowly and slowly and slowly. I think Dan Jeremiah, who released his latest mock, has him falling out of the first round altogether. So he's one to look at. I do like him. But we're just going to have to wait and see. I'd say we've got 11 picks. We maxed out our compensatory picks for this year. We maxed it out in 3 hours of free agency.
Oh, wow.
It was just max. Straight within 3 hours, we'd already lost enough players. Like, okay, that stops now. You can't have any more San Francisco. That's it. And then we carried on losing players.
Yeah. You know about trading up. Me and Ash lost out on our mock draft sweepstakes. We both had you go into 6 for like an elite lineman or something like that, given the holes that were there. So
there's a big one that potentially we were one of the teams that were looking to trade up with the Jets for Member. And I really think that we were one of those teams, because there is that need at tackle. But then maybe with Trent Williams now saying, yeah, I want to play until I'm 40, that maybe then made it less of a need for the Niners. Maybe, okay, we can put that on the back burner. In Trent, we trust.
I'd like to think Aaron Glenn would not have betrayed us like that and given a star lineman to our NFC rivals there, because we still are. But business is business. It's a crazy thing. Sorry, Ash, you.
I was about to say, obviously, I know you mentioned trading back up into the first, but also sort of with Trent saying he wants to play a bit longer, maybe someone like Josh Simmons, the Ohio State left tackle, who obviously Torres Patella is coming off an injury, so probably will have to redshirt his rookie season. Would he be an option for you to guys trade up for, or is it really sort of those elite sort of, they're going to come in day one and have an impact that you're looking for from if you're going to trade back up into the first?
I don't think there's any need to trade back into the first for an offensive tackle, like I say, unless you're going to take a Zabel to go for the interior. Potentially, the other one I was talking with a friend. I was just scrolling for my phone to get the name. Actually, it's popped up. Was it the offensive lineman from Branson Taylor? Played for Pittsburgh. There you go. In his entire career in college, he had just allowed 4 sacks, 4 hits, and 9 hurries. And he started all the way through college. That's a hell of a stat line to have, regardless of what team you're playing for. So he could be someone we could look at in the second round. So maybe you don't necessarily need to trade back in for that. If we trade back in, maybe it's I think it's probably nailed on. We'd probably go defense again, given the players that we've lost.
True.
Matt, you have any questions?
I guess just what represents. Oh, sorry. I've been trying to fill out the live draft spreadsheet as we've been going. That's why I've been updating. It was more just. Sorry, Nick. Has there been asked already? What's success for you next year?
Success. Still make the playoffs, because I still believe we are by far the stronger team within the NFC West. How far we go is a whole nother matter. Just like last year, I don't care about the Eagles. I think they got a little bit lucky, if I'm being honest. I'm still not seeing much past you guys as being the NFC representative in the Super Bowl next year. I think you're by far the favorites. You've got a strong team that's been together now for a long, long time. It plays good football, and they seem to work for each other. Like I say, if you're in the playoffs, you've got a chance.
Mm-hmm.
So
always got to make the dance.
There's a pretty big contract that's potentially coming up on that team in the very near future. I'm sure you know what I mean by this, but where do you stand on him and the thought, the potential is going to be 55, 60 million. This is going to be top of the market dollar money for Brock Purdy. Do you think this contract should be that high, or he is fully committed to going with him on the big deal, or I don't know, what are your thoughts on it?
I'm wearing 13 right now. I am Brock Purdy all the way through. I was there when he took his very first snap against the Dolphins. When he came in against Jimmy G, I was at the game. I turned the air a little bit blue. I think the Americans were a little bit surprised as to how foul-mouthed we are over here. I did have to be asked to be quiet. But he came in, was fantastic. I'm all in on Purdy. I'm in on that train. I'm the goddamn conductor of that train. He's fantastic. It's not going to hit 60. Josh Allen's new contract, I think, pretty much put a ceiling at 55. Rumors are...
You've just seen who Miami took.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
What? It's a good pick.
It's a good pick, but what the fuck?
Kenneth Grant, the D tackles are going.
Oh my
God! And
God.
Nolan's on the board. Come on, Brad, trade up for him. So
every second we stray closer and closer to God.
That is really cool though, being able to be there to watch his first snap. Did you ever think that when you saw those first snaps there that was your future franchise quarterback that you were watching?
Yes and no. Because he, at one point, he did turn the wrong way to hand the ball off to the running back. He turned left instead of right, and the guy ran right behind him. So that was concerning. But you could see from day one that he had the nous for the game. He may not be the quickest player, but he is deceptively fast once he's outside of that pocket, and he can still make the decisions there. And he was getting outside the lines. And he was making good plays. At the time, we knew he needed to settle down. He obviously come from Iowa State. He was used to having to be the man to actually make things work because he didn't really have any weapons other than his running backs there. There was no one to go up and make the big plays. He didn't have a George Kittle. He didn't have a Deebo Samuel. He didn't have a Christian McCaffrey, realistically. Now, I think last year he reverted back to that a little too much. I think he got a little hurried at times, made a few poor decisions, but I am all in. I think he's going to get 55. I think the rumors are that money-wise, they're not far apart. The Niners are offering around 50. His representatives want around 55. The biggest sticking point seems to be the length of the contract. Niners seem to be offering apparently around about 3 years, whereas he wants 5. And that seems to be the bigger sort of bone of contention. But he showed up for OTAs. He was there on day one. So that seems pretty good. It seems like the deal is relatively close. There was also a bit of worry that George Kittle didn't show.
About to ask about that. Is there anything to this, or is this just, it's OTAs? He's not going. Are they fine?
He's just hungover from WrestleMania.
Yeah. He's had a few beers. He was downing pints. I saw that as well. But somebody put out, one of the sort of beat writers put out, it's a contract standoff and as per sources. And then George Kittle has just commented underneath this, your sources are wrong.
It's always great. It's always great when the players sort of call them out, isn't it? Like, just listen to me, and you're the one. Yeah. We've had the same with Jameson Williams recently. Like all the stuff that's going around about him, and then he's just like, "Oh no, we're all fine here. There's nothing to be had." It literally came from one top 30 visit we had in the process, and people go, "Oh my God, they're going to replace him." Well, maybe no, we're not. It all sort of blows out of contention with him. I know. Obviously, he is getting on now. Is this at the time you would look, obviously draft picks galore, would you start looking at picking a guy behind him now to start training as a successor, given that he is getting on a bit?
This is the year to do that. This is definitely the year to do that. We've needed a tight end 2 for a while. George hasn't had a backup. Yeah, he is by far and away, and I don't care what anyone says. There is a gulf between him and second place when it comes to tight ends in the NFL. George is God, as far as I'm concerned. He's absolutely fantastic. But now is the time to talk. He's 31 years old. Tight ends tend not to last past, 32, 33-ish? Mm-hmm. And George's had a lot of injuries. Yeah,
and he's a very physical player. It's the way he plays, isn't it? It's conducive to taking knocks and stuff. And like I say, especially at that age, when you've been there and done that, it's tough. And then speaking of the tight ends, Tyler Warren has just gone to the Colts, so that's 2 tight ends off the board. Is there anyone you've zeroed on in this draft process and potentially thinking I'd like to see him behind George for a bit? I know you say you need one. Is it really a position group you've given a look to?
It hasn't, to be honest. I mean, I've looked so heavily at the offensive line and defensive line. I haven't had a huge amount of time to look past that. I know early in the mock sort of cycle, a lot of people had us taking Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan. And even with all of that sort of speculation, it was going to be him, I still barely looked at him, if I'm being honest. I didn't buy into that as being a possibility for us. We already have Diamador Law, who's proving himself to be a top 10 corner. He's been fantastic. And we took Green as well, who's looked really good. And I think taking someone else just doesn't seem to make sense. Why would you stifle his growth to go and pick another guy that you're still going to have to bring on?
Yeah.
You know, you're not signing Richard Sherman for God's sake. At the end of the day, he's still a rookie. So give Green that chance. He's shown he can do it. Let him go and do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So us we are also looking for like a sort of backup tight end, like sort of tight end 3. The guys probably know who I'm going to say here, but the Georgia Tech tight end Jackson Horse seems very much in the George Kittle, Sam Porter kind of mold. He's when he got interviewed by some of our reporters, he said stuff like, "Oh yeah, I want to." It was him and Tate Radish especially said these kind of things. It's like, "Oh yeah, want to make the other person across the line regret coming up against me." And then obviously me being an FSU fan, hence why I knew Ronaldo Green. He absolutely killed us in Ireland week 0 last year, and that's the game he brought up when he was interviewed. So I'm just like, yeah, great. So if you're looking for like someone like him or bit more flexible, bit more of a receiving guy, but because he went to Syracuse, he knows how to block because Syracuse got ones. And he's also one of Ant's favourite tight ends in his class, Rhonda Gadsden II. Also good kind of fit day 3 for you. And of course, there's always an Iowa tight end, Lackey, is coming out this year. So we both seem to like to dip to the Iowa well at tight ends, and it seemed to go as well. So there's another option.
There's a few there. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I think probably I'd be more inclined to look at Cam Scatterbo, running back from Arizona.
Oh yeah.
Or him and McCaffrey would be dangerous.
I mean, he's already rocked up to one of their games in college this year wearing a CMC jersey. He is already out and said, "I am a 49ers fan."
Yeah, I don't know if you watched the playoffs, but like the dude, he was getting picked up by his teammates at the end. He had that little energy left, but he was still smashing into guys and running. Like the dude is, you can't knock him down, and it seems to be your style of.
Plus, yeah, especially since, he's also got an arm on him. He threw a touchdown in the playoffs. So, if you need to get down to QB4 because everyone's got injured, you don't have to put CMC there anymore. You can just stick Scatterbo there and he'll throw you a 35-yard post touchdown.
He looks great, yes. He can run the ball with a bit of strength. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. I think I would potentially look at him before I'd look at a tight end. I'd be looking more at a tight end maybe in 4th or 5th. Taking Scatterbo in the 2nd or 3rd, that would be more what I think I'd prefer. Plus, I again, purely selfish point of view, I want to be able to use Scatman GIFs on Twitter.
Oh yeah,
I think everybody does. How is the team fixed? Obviously, it's been injured last year. How's it fixing going into next year? Should everyone be back? Because like a lot of our injuries are hanging over into next year, torn ACLs, stuff like that. How is it? How do they look? Are they going to be pretty much back to full strength by the time they're good to go?
Near enough everyone will be back for the start of the season. Most of them will be back when it comes for the first round of camp after the draft. They should be fine. The only one where we don't really know a timeline yet is Brandon Ayuk. But then weirdly, he's the one I'm least worried about coming back, even though he's probably the best injured player that we have, because we have got Ricky Pearsall, we have got Joanne Jennings. So I think we should be okay there. I think we'd be able to tide over, even if he is out until midway through the season.
And, none of your rivals have made picks yet. But is there anyone who's done in the offseason who you kind of like, oh, I'm worried about what they're doing? Or do you think the 49ers, back to full health next year, are going to return to their rightful place at the top of the NFC West?
Absolutely. It's our division. At the end of the day, we just rent it out to others every now and again. You've got the LA Lambs. Even their own players have admitted that their stadium is our stadium. You had Puka Nacua had a big interview quite recently, actually, and he's talking about the game against the Niners, and it's one of his first games there. And he says he comes out and he said, all I could hear is boos as I'm being introduced on our own field. And he said the other players all turned to me and said, yeah, it's like that here. When we play the Niners, it's all red.
And you've got a favourable schedule next year. The AFC South on there, and of course finishing lower down the division. It all sets up for a big bounce back for them next season. It
does. It makes it a little bit easier, but I've never been a fan of having the easiest schedule because that doesn't set you up for playoff football. If you're in a weak division, you're not going to get very far in the playoffs. You want to be tested because you need to know. Well, you need to know how you're going to play against these better teams once you hit the playoffs. Otherwise, if you're beating crap teams, how are you then going to go and beat the Detroit Lions? How are you then going to go and beat the Philadelphia Eagles? How are you then going to try and beat, the Bills or the Ravens or the Chiefs? It's not going to happen. You have to be tested. So I think it's a nice way that we can ease the players in that are going to get drafted this year. We can make full use of this draft class, get everyone ready to make a mega push the following year.
Get everybody right and ready, and then in the playoffs, come to Detroit and get your ass kicked by us because we're a superior team. So we do it that way.
Or you could just capitulate in the second half and give it back to us.
Yeah, that's a low blow. Whoa.
Kendall Fildor is not on this team anymore, and neither is Josh Reynolds.
We did not need that.
On that bombshell, Nick. Coincidentally, we're coming to the end of our time with you, Nick.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I've timed that well.
Oh man!
Just obviously, it is great to have you on. We really appreciate you coming on and having all our Brits on here, and that showing the breadth of knowledge of the game here is wonderful. Just tell everyone where they can find you and the great work that you do, and it's just give yourself a plug.
Yeah, to be honest, if you do fancy following me, you're going to find me on Twitter. It's on the name there, at nludlum84. I pretty much use the same thing across my socials, although Twitter is where I pretty much spend most of my time. You'll get a healthy dose of stupidity, along with throwing a little bit of multiple sclerosis in your face. That's going to happen from time to time. But yeah, come along for the ride.
All right. Well, we really, really appreciate it. Thanks ever so much. And, best of luck to your 49ers in the draft. And should our paths cross this year, then we'll make sure we're in touch again because
worries.
We owe you one in the playoffs. But hopefully it should be a great game anyhow. Hopefully we do see you again at some stage. But take care. Enjoy the draft. Hope it all goes well for you.
Thanks very much, guys. Thanks again for having me on there. And we'll see you soon.
Cheers, Nick.
See you soon.
Bye, guys.
Thanks. Jalen Walker, then for Atlanta at 15, after Tyler Warren goes to Indy.
That's a banging pick. That'll have been the in-state prospect they wouldn't have thought they could get.
Yeah,
exactly. And he fits their scheme so well with them being like a 3-4. He'll be able to sort of just come in day one for them, and then if they want to move him inside, use that sort of his ability to play off ball as well. They can do. Raheem Morris is going to love him. He's in division against the Panthers.
That was a magnificent pick by Miami. I've not been able to comment on it because I've been doing that, but absolutely slam dunk, well done, Kenneth Grant. That's a wonderful pick for the Dolphins.
I'm sure that Ash's play-by-play is ahead of me, but the Knicks are going to the line up 4 with 35 seconds to play.
Boo!
They've been
The
hanging
refs have
around,
been
threatening
shite.
to get back level and just not quite doing
how many
it.
free throws has Jalen Brunson had for flopping like a magic carp?
A few. Let me have a look. He has had
Probably about 50.
Brunson. He is. My thing doesn't tell me. 24, 23, 22. 23 seconds left on the clock for me.
I've got 35. So 6-point game now after both free throws made.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Well done, Cade. Gets a slam dunk in 29 seconds left, 4-point game.
They can kind of run it down on the clock now, though, can't they?
Pistons foul, 23 seconds left, going to the line.
And who is it on?
Brunson.
He's got another 2 free throws. He's made the first one.
Is he a particularly good free throw shooter? Is that why they get the ball to him?
He's one of them, yeah. So it's him and there's someone else. Someone in the chat will probably say who it is. The Pistons played him earlier this season and they got it. But yes, he's because he knows that he's one of them that does a Ashley Younger, Jack Grealish, draws the fouls to then make the free throws. Makes the second one, 6-point game, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. Pistons miss a 3-pointer, 15 seconds left on the clock.
Yes, that's done. I'm quitting it.
Come on, cards. Trade to the Bucks. Let's trade to the Bucks. Let's get some trades. You've got no picks.
So 16 is Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Maurice Hawkins Jr. from the DC Tweet Team joining us in just 10 minutes' time.
Sorry, I went over that a little bit with Nick. I lost time.
Beasley misses a 3-pointer, 8 seconds left.
The crowd does look pretty cool at Green Bay.
Yeah. Kind of helps they've got a wider space, though.
Yeah.
Detroit was a bit more packed in. Let's see if any fucking Chargers fans can win free jerseys out of nowhere.
The Cards have picked. I'm surprised they didn't go back here, but what do they need? What's the top?
3-pointer made, 3-point game, 5 seconds left on the clock.
Arizona's
yeah, but they've got a
edge
foul.
or linebacker. This could be Jihad Campbell here.
Jihad Campbell, Jade Barron.
They need an edge and a
tackle.
linebacker. Campbell's both. They do need a corner as well. It could be Jade Barron, but this feels like. Oh, it could be. Nolan's been mocked a ton to the Cardinals. And this is the one where if Nolan gets past here, I'm going to start hoping. Whoever picks Walter Nolan is immediately going to number 1 on the most hated list. So don't do it, Cardinals.
Could be Mike Green.
It could. It'd be I think it's an edge or Jihad Campbell, I would think, at this point. It's a big need for them. But they do really need a DT as well, so who knows?
We've got Maurice coming in.
Already been.
Sorry, we've got Maurice coming in right now. Just waiting for the Cardinals selection to come in. You there, Maurice?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. How you doing, my man?
All right, we're just getting set up here.
That's cool. No worries. Here comes the commissioner. I kind of fancy Malachi Starks here a little bit.
You bastards!
There you go.
Oh!
There's that. He slots into their system perfectly. There's
Richie Grant leaves and Walter Nolan joins. And Ant still dies inside.
I'm upset now. I'm upset. I need a moment.
Oh.
Oof.
Poor Ant.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's his guy. Well, who better for him to learn under though than Calais Campbell?
yeah. Oh, it's frustrating a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, Maurice, if you wanna talk now, we can talk now. But he is muted and he potentially gone away.
I'm trying to get my thing set up.
Okay.
I try to take this background off.
Okay, I see.
I'm doing it on my phone, and it's not working.
So Cincinnati currently on the clock at 17.
Mm-hmm.
They don't
makes a free throw.
There don't appear to be any obvious teams to trade down at this point. 24 is the next pinch point, I think.
I think this is where you start seeing the pinch point for Shador. Teams will start thinking about it soon, if they haven't already. The Steelers are where it's at now. Like, are the Steelers going to just stand pat and wait, or is someone going to try and jump them? Browns could come back up with their new ammunition now.
True.
Oh, why? Right. We're on to option 2. Azirawaku. Someone takes him. I'm really going to start getting mad. I swear to God, if the Bengals do it now, I'm going to be inconsolable. Oh, dear.
I think Maurice is frozen potentially.
Maurice is here. I'm just trying to get my. I got this back on and I'm trying to take it off, but I don't. If I'm on my phone, I don't see where I can take the background on.
I mean, if it has the background on, that's fine. It is what it is.
Okay. No, I'm low key OCD. Sorry.
Fair. Experiment says, I heard since he wanted Nolan or Shamar Stewart, there was a third person, but I don't recall who it was. So, yeah, maybe Shamar Stewart could be the guy here. And so raw.
The Bengals could make me feel better by taking Shamar Stewart right now. They could do that for me.
I would really, really like someone to take Jahdae Barron, please. Just someone before Will Johnson. That would be great.
I wouldn't. I don't think I had Jahdae Barron go until about 28, so my mock draft is going to do well.
The mock draft is actually really interesting as to how it's gone so far.
Where the hell is my mock draft? I swear I had the Cardinals trading back and taking Walter Nolan, so that counts. Where is my mock?
You had who taking who? Where?
Live mock draft.
Arizona, you had them trading back, taking Walter Nolan at 21.
I got it correct. Just in the wrong spot.
You get a point for the trade down and a point for the pick, but not a point for the pick in the right place.
Well, small wins. I don't care. I'm just in about. Oh my God! I get one of my guys.
After giving up a load of points by not going Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell early, I think I've brought it back. I think I'm level with Ash.
Oh, wow.
Which is great considering how bad that's gone. Maurice, are we with you now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we're all good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well in America right now.
I think I always remember the time we spoke with you whilst you were in the Washington Commanders Stadium when you called into one of our shows previously.
Yeah, that was 2022 when I did that. That was pretty neat.
You weren't tempted to go to a draft party tonight?
Well, I'm actually at a sports bar right now, so I have this whole TVs in the backdrop, but I can't figure out how to take this background off my phone, doing it on my phone. So that kind of sucks.
I mean, maybe we'll do a little galaxy braining later. I don't know, but
it's all good.
So, I mean, it's an awkward situation here that we talk with you, Maurice, because we speak with you on the precipice of you having one of your best seasons in years and beating us to get to the NFC Championship games. So, I mean, I guess congrats through gritted teeth. But what a season for you guys last year.
Yeah, it was an extraordinary season. It was surprising at the beginning of the year, getting the win. I think the Monday night game against the Bengals was like the breakout game for Jaden Daniels. I think that's like the earliest signs that we really have something special in Washington, D.C. And then I think obviously the game against the Bears and what he did in that game. And then, just winning rookie after rookie of the week. This really is shattering all the notions we had of what a signal caller can do for an NFL team. We were really excited with CJ Stroud the previous season, but Jaden Daniels blew past all those expectations in 2024.
Thank you, Cincinnati.
Oh, God. Oh, it's Shamar Stewart. Wow. Okay. Interesting choice. I think that could be low-key a good pick. Okay. So, I mean, you guys have been somewhat active as well, Maurice, in the off-season. You've brought in Javon Kinlaw to sort out the defensive tackle position. You've got a former Lions player in Will Harris. Jonathan Jones has come in. You've lost some big pieces as well, though, with Jeremy Chin leaving and Jonathan Allen going, and you've traded away a few pieces here and there. How are you feeling about the team now going forward?
Well, I think right now expectations Washington are extremely high. I mean, I think this time last year, we were just hoping for a winning season, hoping for a serviceable quarterback, looking for incremental progress. I mean, I know myself, like the marker of success that I had in 2024 was to make the playoffs. I never dreamed that we'd make the NFC Championship. So now with all of that success behind us, we go into 2025 really high expectations. So I'm pleased with the movements that I've seen thus far on both sides of the ball. Obviously, somebody like Jonathan Allen, who's an anchor on our defense, and really a true Washington player, a leader. He's one of my favorite players on the team. The NFL's a business, and they're going to make decisions that's going to be best for the team, that's the bottom line. And also, it gives us an opportunity to be younger at that spot, where we can move some salary cap money around and get some better players across the board. So, with that being said, there's a lot of excitement with Commanders fans, across the board. I have a lot of excitement, and I think it's good to be a fan of a team where the owner isn't making news every day that's trying to defraud his own team or engage in some lascivious behavior with cheerleaders and all the other terrible things that are going on in the Schneider era. That's behind us. We're focused strictly on football.
Yeah, the world is a better place now. Dan Schneider is not an NFL owner for sure. Let's talk Jaden Daniels. I mean, early on in the process last year, he wasn't going to be the number 2 overall pick. It kind of came a little bit out of nowhere. And then the last few weeks of the process, he was clearly the guy that you were going to go for, and it lasted that way for a while. We knew he was going to be, a mobile quarterback. Did it surprise you just how good he was as a passer all the way through the year, as well as being a threat with his legs? I mean, he never seemed to have any sort of rookie slip-up. He just was an incredible quarterback, pretty much from day one.
Yeah, I think that, I don't think anyone thought that Jaden Daniels was going to be what he was in 2024 at the beginning of the season. Like, you thought he would be a good quarterback. You thought he would have the growing pains of a good quarterback and see some progress. But, I mean, this guy's an absolute stud. I think a lot of people look at, his running ability, look at his passing abilities, but I think the part of day game that is really understated is what goes on between the ears. I think he's a very astute student of the game. His decision making is impeccable. One of the things I appreciate with James Daniels is that when he runs with a purpose. He's not running with reckless abandonment. When he's looking to extend the drive, he's going to get that first down and then he's going to get out of bounds. Or he's going to run up the gut and he's not going to take that vicious hit. And I think when you have a quarterback that young, but is that, practiced in protecting themselves at all times, you got something special there. And I think, quite honestly, we have one of the best quarterbacks, not only in the NFC East, but I think one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. So he can only, go up, as far as having a full year of being an NFL player, full off season. So a lot of excitement with him going into 2025.
And so what's the expectations for you? Because you're very bullish on, how hopeful you are, and the quarterback's obviously gone well, and the additions you've made in the off season. I know the draft is still to come, but are you expecting to challenge the Super Bowl champions for the division title?
Well, I think right now, I kind of view Washington like a 3-year process, and what I mean by that is, I think that Dayton Daniels is going through his second year as rookie deal. I think the goal for Washington should be to try to win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years in their rookie season, because that's where we're going to have the most cap fluidity, to move money around, bring in quality players, and to give us, as strong of a chance to take on Philadelphia. Philadelphia is a really, really good team. Detroit is a good team. You guys are going to come into the offseason extremely pissed off about what happened last year. You guys were the 1 seed and the best record in the conference. Definitely, the vast majority of NFL prognosticators thought Detroit was locked to make it to the Super Bowl, and that didn't happen. So when you have that kind of disappointment in a team like Detroit, they're going to factor heavily in what goes on in the NFC. I also think the Rams are going to be a problem in the NFC. And I also think my dark horse is going to be Atlanta Falcons. I think Michael Penix is going to be a really good signal caller, along with Tampa Bay and Baker Mayfield. So I think you'll see Atlanta and Tampa Bay battle it out. But I think in regards to Washington, I think we're right in the thick of things. I think the thing that a lot of Washington fans really need to be mindful of is that we can be a better team at 25 than we were at 24, but not go as far in the postseason as we did this past year because of the quality of the teams that are in the NFC. So, but I think, with the offseason moves that Adam Edens and his team was making, bringing in Larry McTunsell as your left tackle, the force multiplier of positive offensive plays that he will create for Jaden Daniels is immeasurable. Having, a bruiser like Will Samuel, on the offense, to complement Terry McLaurin, that's going to be, a game changer for us as well. Bringing back Zach Ertz is going to be that security blanket, especially in the red zone. And then, seeing the improvements on defense overall. So I think we got as good a chance as any. Philadelphia's at the top of the hill. Philadelphia's consistently been a powerhouse team in the NFC. So if we want to get to the Super Bowl, we got to go through Philadelphia.
Makes a lot of sense. We were talking to a Dallas Cowboys fan earlier who was, I would say, somewhat dismissive of you guys, which I think is probably what the Cowboys fan thinks they deserve, but maybe they haven't backed that up over the years. So I'm intrigued to see the battles between you two guys this year. But let's turn our attention to the draft, because you guys are going to be on the clock, not shortly. But what are you hoping for in round 1 especially?
Well, I think that a lot of the Washington insiders, people like Santana Moss, Brian Mitchell, London Fletcher, Fred Smoot, a lot of the guys that cover the team on a day-to-day basis, a lot of them want us to grab a defensive player more broadly. an edge rusher specifically to try to put some pressure on the quarterback, especially Jalen Hurts, with the Eagles. So, but I also think that if we can pick the best player available and draft a player that can make an immediate impact on the team, a player that can be a starter day one, that can make positive contributions. I mean, you look at last year, Mikey Sanderstill out of Michigan and the work that he did. Of course, we talked about Dayton and everything that he did last year. Last year, our draft class overall, probably one of the more productive draft classes who made it an immediate impact on the team. Probably, probably going back to maybe 2012 when RG3 and Kirk Cousins were drafted in 2012. Probably the most impactful classes, and actually probably surpassed that class because of what they accomplished. I mean, the last time Washington won over 12 games when they won the Super Bowl in 1991. So they win 12 games to make it to the conference championship. Adding to that nucleus of young talent, this draft is going to be paramount.
So, not necessarily a defensive player for you then. Is there any names that you really like?
Well, I've been doing some research here, and pull up my notes here because I don't have the best memory in the world. But so Mike Green out of Marshall, defensive end. He's a gamer. This is somebody that London Fletcher is very high on. Out of Tennessee is a defensive end, James Pierce Jr. A lot of people think he's a potential Pro Bowl talent. Then there's Donovan Erizaki. I hope I said his name correctly, out of Boston College. He's about 6'2", so he can get low to the ground and really be a problem for big offensive linemen with 6'5", 6'6", because he's, slightly smaller in stature, but have the speed and power to get around the edge rushers to make that impact. So those are three players that I think potentially Washington could be looking at. But I think with Adam Peters, he is such an extraordinary evaluator of talent. He could be going after somebody that not even anyone is looking at, but that player is going to make an immediate impact.
Boys, any questions for Maurice?
So obviously, I know you've signed Javon Kinlaw to a big contract to replace Jonathan Allen. Do you have faith that maybe you can capture that first round hype? Obviously, got him drafted by the 49ers all the way back when they traded away, I believe it was DeForest Buckner to the Colts to get their first round pick to select him. Or do you see it as a step down from Allen, who I obviously know was a stalwart sort of commander through his entire career, was a damn good defensive tackle? So basically, do you see Kinlaw filling in that hole perfectly, or do you think that some of the other guys you picked up, so Juwan Newton, who I know you obviously, James Newton, that you drafted last year, so Eddie Goldman, who signed, Sheldon Day, some of the sort of backups have to take the slack?
Well, I think that Kinlaw will come in, and I think he will be a part of a good rotation for our defensive tackles. So I think that's going to be.
Sorry, Emeka Ibuka to Tampa Bay. Shit! Holy God! Sorry, Maurice. Oh my God!
We are getting closer to me having to maybe do some shots.
Coming to Detroit.
Please.
Sorry to interrupt. There we go.
I'm
back now.
No, it is the draft. But I think in regards to replacing Jonathan Allen, I think that there were so many intangibles that Jonathan Allen had. Jonathan Allen was a team captain. He was a leader. He was an inspirational force. The thing with John Allen was he was that loyal commander who held up the brand when the team was down on his luck. He was one of the few bright spots, along with Devon Payne, even in the down years. Terry McLaurin would fit that bill as well. So for him to depart, that's a lot of leadership loss. That's a lot of institutional knowledge lost on the team. Because again, John Allen was drafted a Redskin, played at the Washington football team, and then became the commander. So he's one of those few players that has that history with him. I think Terry McLaurin is probably and Deron Payne are probably the last two of those players on the team that have been a part of those three different iterations of Washington football over the past several years. So, I wish Jonathan Allen well. Like, you guys, I had to deal with him twice a year now. Now that he's going to be playing for the Vikings, so good luck with that.
Well, hopefully, Graham Glasgow won't be starting for too much longer, so we won't have to put up with him giving up 15 pressures to Jonathan Allen twice a year.
I don't know if this has been asked yet. Sorry, I've been watching this, but obviously with the Commanders doing so well last year, like so quick, do you expect maybe a regression to the means this year, or do you think they can just carry on shooting straight up and, no stopping this team now?
Well, the thing is that, last year, the Commanders were a really good combination of good on-the-field talent, but really good coaching. I think that Clint Kingsbury and Joe Witt, our offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, respectively, they did a hell of a job coaching these guys up, putting them in the best possible position to be successful. So the fact that we retained both of those coordinators, I think that's the secret sauce to keep us moving forward. Ironically, Philadelphia lost coordinators in the offseason, and they also defensive players that factor heavily in their Super Bowl performance. So it could be. I still think Philadelphia is a class of the NFC East. I hate to say that, but I'm being pragmatic right now. But I think Washington has gotten a lot better, and Philadelphia may have slightly come down to earth. So, that gives us a really good chance to take Philadelphia out. And then, the NFL being so competitive, I think we're playing some NFC North this year. So, the Vikings, Detroit, hell, even Chicago, put up some good numbers at different places. So, our outer division of teams that we're going to face is going to be a tough sled for all of us. And then, I think that, things would break our way. I think we can get to it. The big question to ask ourselves is Washington a better team, or are they a legitimate Super Bowl contender? Right? I think right now it remains to be seen if we're a Super Bowl contender. Even though we were one game away from the Super Bowl last year, but the score really proved that we're a lot further away from getting to the Super Bowl. Despite how successful we were that season, the distance between Philadelphia and Washington is much, much wider than people give credit to. And I think, having a quarterback like Jalen Hurts, people really need to start considering him as one of the top single quarterbacks in the National Football League. But I think he's closed the distance. I think Philadelphia is still the class of the league. But, any given Sunday, anything can happen.
Absolutely. And to an outsider, so it's like when we, all the clips we saw when Washington won that playoff game and they come into Detroit, it was the fearlessness in the fans. We saw a parallel between what we've become, and it seems like in 1 year, it's not just the talent on the field, but they've harnessed the raw emotion of that team, its fans, and have almost molded them to believe that nobody's too big for them. They can take on anybody, and they came and acted like it in the game with us. Is that just as much an influence for you as to why this team got good so quick? It was the swag they had and the belief they had so quickly into a new regime.
I think absolutely that. I also think it was a perfect storm. I think that, Dan Quinn, Coach DQ, the team calls him, he's a great leader of men. I think people forget, Dan Quinn took an Atlanta Falcons team to the Super Bowl and had the New England Patriots on the ropes at 27-3 late in the third quarter, which ended up being one of the biggest, crash outs of an NFL team in a Super Bowl, probably in the history of the league. But he's an experienced coach. And then he always had the Cowboys, top-notch defense when he was a defensive coordinator there. So his familiarity with the NFC East, his coaching ability, his willingness to trust his coordinators, with Coach Kingsbury, who's also a former head coach in Arizona Cardinals, and Joe Witt being, a mastermind. They really created this mantra. I think they had a mantra last year: anytime, any place, anytime, anybody, anywhere. Basically, they didn't care who they played. They were going to punch you in the mouth. They were going to give you everything they had, and we saw that every year. I mean, and that fearlessness really just became more and more profound in the season progressed. And I think when you have an extraordinary talent at quarterback in Jamie Daniels, when you have a leader like Terry McLaurin, who never really had that breakout season like he had last year. When you have Bobby Wagner, he's won a Super Bowl. When you have Frankie Louvu, who came in there and brought a lot of energy there. We talked about Jeremy Chin and what he did. I think Marshawn Lattimore coming in late in the season, brought a lot of toughness to our secondary. So there's a lot to be happy about with Washington. And, I personally have, realistic expectations for the team. I think if we can win the NFC East this year as division champions and host a playoff game, I think that's a huge win for us. I think that if we can build on that, of course, your average fan is going to be like Super Bowl or bust because of what happened last year. But at the end, each season is different. And you're only one injury away from it all falling apart. So I think that's why it was so important in the offseason to strengthen our offensive line with Larry Tunsil, give him more weapons like a Deebo Samuel, who's really a disruptive force. Having someone like that going up against NFC East teams, especially in Philadelphia, is going to be very, very valuable. So yeah, we're excited.
Jade Barron, second corner off the board, goes to the Denver Broncos.
Can we have a moment of silence for Riley Moss?
We have a moment of silence for everyone who was predicting Marion Hampton to the Broncos, including me. But hey, who cares? Maurice, I think we're coming to the end of our time with you. But how's the DC2 team coming?
I mean, we're holding on steady. One of the things that has been interesting is that we're a DC2 team, but this Twitter is no longer Twitter, it's X. One of the worst decisions from a marketing standpoint that I think that we can do. So, but we got our core group. We're still active on social media. We're still going together. I mean, a lot of our core members have been together over 10 years. And still growing and, very excited to, support the team. Got to go to a lot of games with those team members. We talk often. So, yeah, really excited going into the 2025 season.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for coming on again, Maurice. It's great to talk with you once again.
Likewise.
And hopefully we'll see you at some point during the season to catch up on a game.
Hey, maybe we can meet the playoffs again.
As long as we can get one over on you this time.
Right.
Yeah.
I understand.
It's great to talk with you, Maurice.
Care,
Thank
guys.
you very much for your time.
Cheers. Thanks ever so much. Take care,
Cheers.
Morris.
Bye.
Kickers in
my-
for Steelers.
What a shock that was. I swear all the insiders were saying, let's just put Omari and Hampton to the Broncos in now. Like, there's no point in worrying about this. Of
I
course
would just
there
like
is.
to say, out of 20 picks, I've got 9 so far. I was not expecting. I
Yeah.
mean, I've got 8 correct at their spots, and I've got another match at another spot. I thought I was going to get 5 or 6 for the whole 32, so I'm already happy.
You've had a remarkable run. You have definitely won. There's no catching you at this point.
Well, no, a lot can happen, yeah.
No, it can't. Not this far down in the draft. It's too much of a crapshoot further down.
Who did I? Oh, I could still get the Pitt and Shadur one wrong. I don't know why you've read that.
I've read all the ones that have been picked, but if the position group's right, I'll change it to blue.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Don't worry. It's fine.
Yeah, but if I get Pitt right with Shadur, technically, got that one right just in the wrong spot, so it should go orange.
It will go orange if it's right. So it's a complex system that we've got going.
See,
here
they've
for
got
this.
QBs on the roster on there now. They're just teasing. If this is Jackson Dart, I'm going to be crazy. I'm going to go mad. But
It's Malachi Starks. It's going to be. I'm just saying.
The name I'm worried about being on that board is Matthew Golden right now.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to go through this again. I don't care if we keep him and Jim. I just don't want to go through the speculation.
It could,
Yeah, that's fair.
Given what's happened with their wide receiver at the moment,
George Pickens.
Thank you. Then wide receiver makes a massive amount of sense for Pittsburgh.
Oh, man's coming. Let's see. Oh no, he's not.
Golden makes a huge amount of sense here.
Pittsburgh needs outside of quarterback, running back, D-line. Could be Harmon. Could be Hampton. Let's see.
Skousen. Here comes Mr. Commissioner.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh!
Looks like that pick has to go.
Oh no! Fuckers!
Yeah.
DTs are gone. That's your DTs done.
Fucking bastards.
So,
Quack
wow.
goes the Pittsburgh Steelers.
So if you want an interior D lineman at this point, you're going to have to go Tylee Williams or Alfred Collins. And neither of those are going to get picked in the first round, I don't think.
Yeah, that is all the
not.
DTs until Darius Alexander on the consensus board. Fuck me. All of them. That's crazy. Oh, Tyleek Williams, sorry, 36. My bad. Oh, bugger. Bugger blast. So, DT means that... Right, no, so that's wrong. Everybody wrong for the Steelers. Everybody wrong for the Chargers.
Isn't... It's...
What?
There's no way. My mock's gone. Like, Green Bay on the clock now. Well, no, it's Chargers. Everyone got that wrong. Unless they reach.
Everyone...
Not for a DT, unless this is like fucking Tyleek Williams or something.
No, so I can get a point with the Chargers if they go for Will. If they go for Will Johnson, I'll get a point.
All I need is for everyone's picks to be wrong.
Oh my god, that would be such a good pick.
Who's the closest? Ash has 6. Ryan has 6 and 1. I've got 8 and 1, so he's 2 full ones behind me. Green Bay, Kenneth Grant, Janae Barron, Ibuka. Ryan gets a point if it's a receiver here for the Chargers. I mean, there's no Matthew Golden yet.
Yeah, so the best available players on the board: Will Johnson, Malachi Starks, Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Matthew Golden, Josh Simmons, Shadur Sanders, James Pierce, Luther Bird, Nick Emanwari, and Marion Hampton, Donovan Izaraku. Donovan is now on there.
If he gets past Green Bay, I am legit going to start getting excited because I know Green Bay love him. Or the Lions could do the best thing now and trade with the Chargers. Let's get on the clock now. Let's go get him.
Contrapasta says, are we surprised by the lack of trades so far?
Yes.
Well, we did say that it could be, all this could be happening, and then we get to it and nothing happens. I think we might see some start here because all the quarterbacks are on the board. All of them. I did say there'd be more in the start of the day of round 2 than round 1 altogether. That seems like it's going to come true. People have got to be inquiring about coming up for Shadur at this point. There's got to be phones ringing. Oh.
I haven't been given my money for Janae Barron being the second corner off the board. Come on. I need Malachi Starks to get past 23 for money as well.
That looks very likely.
Looks very likely, but you never know. I was fearful that he was going to go to Pittsburgh. So
I really think because you go first.
No.
I was going to say because I think Will Johnson. I know obviously the ticking down here, as we said, the connections are just too good for it not to be the pick. Like I know obviously we did this last year with the running back who eventually went to the Rams, but It just makes
Blake
too much
Coram.
sense. Blake Coram. So it's Green Bay. Green Bay is the hinge point here for Starks, for Zwarku, because obviously the connection there.
So
And then
Shadur is,
Minnesota.
Shadur is officially our Johnny Manziel now. He is the one
Yeah.
that people thought would go on.
Well,
He's just sliding.
Or
and
he's
sliding
Aaron
and
Rodgers.
sliding.
It's Aaron Rodgers.
And who came up for Johnny Manziel and saved him from purgatory?
The Browns!
Please.
Hey, Brett!
Oh, the Browns have
Still
traded
watching.
next year's first-round pick to move up.
For Shadur Sanders.
Oh.
I tell you
Come
what,
on, Lions.
I legit would give up 28 straight up for Cleveland's first-round pick next year. Just that.
No, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't
Just-
study anything else.
No, so for me, with Cleveland's first-round pick next year, it's going to be a top 10 pick. I'd rather have a top 10 pick next year than 28 this year.
Pick up the damn phone.
Ring, 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 ring.
Trade up.
Hello.
Please. Trade
Hey,
up.
It's Brad
we're
Hodge.
hey, Jim, we're playing you in the Hall of Fame game. Do us a favour, cuz.
Please. Please. Give me your day. Give me your day.
Just do not let the Packers.
Give you who?
No, not your day.
about
Jihad.
to
Give me
say.
Jihad. Please not your day.
Give me Jihad. Durka
Anyone
Durka.
but anyone but a receiver, so no one gets points in the box.
Oh, Mohammed Jihad.
We have officially devolved into brain rot territory. I love it.
It's 3:30 in the morning. If you are still here, appreciate you guys. Nate Custard in the chat. I believe you're from Scotland, sir or madam. So fair play to you for staying up. Says, has a bucket of 9 pet players, only have 3 edges and a safety left for the Lions pick. Nakura says, Cleveland and the Giants' first 2 picks of the second round. Surely one of them takes Sanders if no one's trades up. Maybe so. Mike the Marine says, takes 2 to tango. There's no dance partners. But that goes totally against what we heard coming into this draft about everyone wanting to trade up.
The Chargers need D-line, that's not there. They need interior offensive line.
Nick Skoughton's there.
And edge. Do they need edge? It's a D-line, it would be edge. It could be Donovan Jackson territory. He likes a big bullying guard who gets really nasty.
Could be.
And Tyler Booker's gone. I've been pinged on this on Twitter by people saying I'm wrong, but I said Tyler Booker was vastly overdrafted, and apparently I was wrong. But I think it's one of the worst picks of the evening.
That's what's cost from Loveland.
Can I say that I think he's a great high floor pick and will end up just being a very, very solid NFL starter for his career? He can be overdrafted and it's still a good pick. That's where I'm at.
If in hindsight, yes, but I think with who's there, and I think it's
No
quite
one else was
high.
picking him there.
No, I think you could have traded, although again, no partners in that. But...
Okay, so the reason why I think that the Chargers should go edge here is because the starter at the moment is either in a base 3-4, so it's defensive end, but like 5 tech, is Deshaun Hand or Scott Matlock. Who the fuck is Scott Matlock?
Oh no, Scott. He's their sort of defensive end, but he also plays fullback. That's why I know him because again, it's a Lee McNeese fullback sneak.
So basically, they have a need at both starting positions at 5 technique. So if you can get like a big end who can kick inside, and I think the Scouting could be one of those, that makes sense to me.
I thought it was Scott Pilgrim's cousin. Scott Pilgrim and Scott Matlock.
One of my favourite films ever, Scott Pilgrim.
Even though it's mine as well, I will stand for no hate against.
Well, so the thing is, they're going to run out of time here. The Chargers. They've got 6 seconds left.
Don't let the Packers get in front of you.
The clock has run out.
Do you reckon Jim's throwing a hissy fit because all his Michigan players have been taken? Oh no, they've picked.
Not all of them are taken. Will Johnson's there.
Pick is in right
I
at the
think
last
the ones
seconds.
he'd have wanted.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he would maybe have wanted Colston Loveland, like the positions of need. A Chargers cornerback isn't really a pressing need for them at the minute.
I'd say it is.
They do need an edge. They might go edge here and give someone next to, because they do need to get younger at the edge position. Maybe would you think Jack Campbell? What sort of a...
Please don't speak that into existence.
What sort of a defense do they want?
I don't think he'd fit
Like-
their defensive system. They play 4-man front, don't they?
Charge, they're 3-4.
Oh, are they?
They are at the
They're
They play
moment.
3-4.
outside linebackers, don't they? Oh, shit.
They're
They-
Michigan because it's old Michigan scheme.
They could
Yeah,
move
it
to
is, you're
4-3, but their outside linebackers are Tuipulotu and Khalil Mack with Bud Dupree behind.
That's old, apart from Tuipulotu, but it's still old.
But
Shots.
I mean, Mack is still a top 10 outside linebacker edge player. In the
Yeah,
league.
but I think you are getting his succession plan ready. And if Jihad's fallen, which technically he has, it represents
Durka.
value.
Sorry, every
What?
time I hear his name, I can't get Team America out of my head. Oh yeah, we were talking about Scott Pilgrim. It legitimately is not a good film. Like, whenever I watch it, I'm like, I'm not even sure it's bad. I don't think it's badly. Sorry, I don't think it's greatly directed. I don't think it's greatly acted. I don't think the plot's fantastic. And I watch it, and it makes me very, very happy. And I think it's just one of the best films I've seen in a long, long time. But like everything about
every
it is
Michael
not.
Cera film is terribly good.
Yes, it's so true.
Let's just see who this is.
Ash, shut your face. Shut your face. Saw it. Shh. Chargers, select. So it's not who we expect.
The fuck?
I know, right, Ant? You're telling me?
What?
Oh, wow.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th on their list of needs, apparently.
Who did
They
they?
passed
Who did they?
Marion Hampton.
They just signed Najee Harris to a massive deal. Well, not a massive deal. It's a $6.5 million deal or something like that. But still, it's a lot of money. Kimani Vidal's okay. Hassan Haskins, nah.
Oh,
He's a
I
special
tell you
teamer.
what, he's gonna eat in that system. Like, start booking him in for fantasy football right now. He
Because
is
they got a good offensive line. I mean,
Yeah.
because they got Mekhi Becton, Joel Becton,
Oh,
Zion Johnson, Rashawn Slater, Bradley Bozeman.
he is going to eat.
Here we go. So
Look at this
This-
grin on his face. He's like, oh my
Green
god.
Bay Packers on the clock.
yeah.
Swear down.
Oh.
If this is Donovan, I'm gonna
I'm
cry
getting-
again.
I'll get my shot ready just in case it is.
I've already cried a lot. Oh god, no, yeah. Oh Christ, no, he's my 4-shot guy.
It's only one if your
Yeah,
rival
but it's
takes
only
him.
one if it's
Oh,
if
yeah.
it's the penalties one.
That's why I'm getting mine ready because I've got him listed as my 5 shot.
I've got my Michigan shot glass ready.
I've just got my plain blue shitty plastic one.
Ooh, trade out just to really piss off all those cheeseheads who were there.
Yeah.
Can you
could you
feel
imagine
the-
if we traded with them again,
Mm.
like we did for Branch?
And then we get
trade
Jihad
and
Campbell.
get Donovan Izirawaku or Jihad Campbell. At this point, I know you love him, but lesser of two evils. I'd rather Jihad Campbell than Donovan go there. Lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
There's no helling way they take a linebacker round one.
He's not a linebacker.
I know, but he's
In the
listed as
traditional
one.
sense.
He's listed as one. They're not taking him.
Nah, not in the traditional sense. Well, he was a linebacker. round one.
The reason the Chargers ran the clock so low is because we're getting trade calls. The similar situation is happening with Green Bay at 23. So to expect the clock to potentially run down very close to 0.
People trying to get ahead of Vikings for some reason.
Or somebody's coming up for a quarterback.
No, think about it.
Malachi
Teams are trying to jump Houston.
For bats, Houston need offensive line. So which offensive lineman are they coming up for?
Connolly.
No.
I think Connolly will be there at the end. Green Bay's needs D-line, cornerback,
Josh
edge,
Simmons.
tackle.
Josh Simmons,
yeah.
I feel like
'Cause
there's got to be an edge for him.
Because you look, the reason I'm saying Houston is because you got Houston and LA, who arguably both need offensive line.
See, Minnesota have only got 4 picks, so you've
Yeah.
got to figure they're going to shift.
Would you trade with Minnesota to come and get one of our guys?
No. This
Like
could,
Evil 7 X's. I love the Scott Pilgrim references going on now.
if Green Bay stand here, if they stand pat, this could be Tyreek Williams. They got rid of their only nose tackle.
That'd be hilarious.
They got rid of
That
their
would be
only
funny.
nose tackle, and they have a massive need there.
Yeah, but they need a centre as well. This could be Jared Wilson.
No way.
That he was
I
getting
know.
first round buzz.
This could be. They will overdraft an offensive lineman rather than pick a high quality, devalued position.
But they always take low-valued offensive linemen and groom them. That's their MO.
Unless they're just going to do something really. They might take Donovan Jackson. Who knows? Or they might do something really stupid.
So the reason why Will Johnson's falling has come out. He has a knee issue that's concerned some teams, and that is part of that, along with everything else that was known, is really turning teams off him.
Yeah, I read up about this. So apparently it's a thing which has affected him since high school, and it's considered a degenerative condition. So,
like Todd Gurley's.
Yeah.
One of the teams that's called in Green Bay has been leaked.
Okay.
Philadelphia.
I knew it. I've got Philly trading
They're fucking trading up for Malachi Starks.
I've got them trading up with Minnesota in my mock. So if they don't do it here, I pray to God they do it on. Well, in fact, no, I don't. We don't want the Eagles to trade up. I think the Eagles are going to take a D lineman. I think they're going to jump because there's no D tackles left. So they'll want the best edge left on the board.
I don't think it'll be for Malachi Starks. No one trades up for a safety.
James Pierce. Trading up.
James Pierce makes sense.
Someone potentially, if
Mike Green makes sense.
If both of them have red flags, Pierce is the better bet than Green. If they've both got red flags, and then
accept that.
Or I mean, if it's the Packers and they just pick here, what about Golden? They need a wide receiver.
That would be hilarious. They don't draft a wide receiver in the first round.
I know we said that they don't draft a wide receiver in the first round, but everything they've done so far has fucking flopped.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got it's rock and a hard place question. You say Packers take a wide receiver in round 1, Rams take a linebacker in round 1. That's like immovable object meeting unstoppable force. It's just never going to happen. It's never going to be a winner.
Or the corner is on the table. Jay is on his way out supposedly, and right now the other two starting corners are Kashawn Nixon and obviously Nate Hobbs, who decided to play in the slot, but they can re-upgrade on Mason.
Then.
Yeah,
Amos, I get. I think Trey Amos. I've seen a few mocks to him.
Amos would fit their system better than Hairston, in my opinion. He's but it is for their evaluation probably would be very close in terms of Packers are staying pat, are sitting pat, staying pat, whatever you want to call it.
Standing pat.
They're standing pat. They are picking here at 23 in the hometown crowd.
Oh, so, by the way, I said standing pat was a blackjack term. It's not a blackjack term. It's a poker term. It's a 5-card draw term. So in draw poker, when you don't want to draw any cards because you want to stay where you are, that is standing pat.
Okay.
Apologies, I got that wrong.
We've got
this.
So the pick is in. There we go.
Pick is
I'm several seconds behind you guys.
Don't open that thing.
Actually, I have, but I won't look at it.
Still think it's going to be.
Because I'm putting it in. I've entered it in. That's why you are saved. There we go.
What do I want to happen?
I want them to take a receiver. That'd be hilarious. They don't. Well, they do need one, but I just would love to keep on kicking their asses in the trenches all the time.
The most hilarious would be Shadur.
That would be fucking hilarious. Let me just update the live one as well. I'm not putting Green Bay in. I'm just putting the Chargers pick in.
I think it's going to be Golden when it's all said and done. That's where I'm going.
Let's have a look.
It's the one that just stands out to me when you have a look at all of the other players.
And John McInerney in the minds to start talking about this pick. So
Boo! The pair of them.
Oh, guys, I hope you're enjoying this one. Thank you for sticking with us into the late night. It's 3:45 in the morning here in the UK as Green Bay are about to make their selection. Thank you for all the comments. Keep them coming.
Right. Well done, Father.
Yes, I love it. The grit symbol's there. Don't know if Ant's noticed that.
No, it's quiet as anything.
Just announce the pick so I can start discussing it.
No.
Oh, you wonder way. Oh, in the way. Oh, in the. Just shut up, fucking ass. Oh, in the way. Oh, in the way. Oh, in the way. Oh, in the way. Oh, in the way.
Oh, get fucking on with it.
That's why I'm just sitting here singing the line sings Sleep Tonight to myself.
Kirby's raising his hand. He owns you as well.
Yes, he does. So does Brian Branch.
Here we go. There we go.
Can I discuss it now? Ant's very happy, isn't he? There you go, Ant. Matthew Golden goes to the Green Bay Packers for the first time since Javon Walker in 2004, I believe. The Packers have selected a first-round wide receiver.
I told you.
Right, Carson Schwessinger to the Rams confirmed. All molds are getting broken.
No Izaraku at 23.
He's on the board.
Oh, 2002. It's the first time since 2002 they selected a first-round receiver. Matthew Golden wasn't even alive then. He was born in 2003.
Right. I am not going to be right with this pick. Philadelphia. I think so. Ant has the biggest chance to be right here with Philly jumping up to take James Pierce. I've got Benjamin Morrison. Ryan Farden has Malachi Starks.
And I had Washington trading up for Booker, so I can go and...
Right, I'm going to take 5. I'll see you for the next pick.
Okay.
Oh man, if the Rams take Schwessinger now, then just anything we can say about tropes in the NFL draft are dead. That was one of the longest standing traditions out there. I mean, he's going to be good, don't get me wrong, but Terrian's going to own him.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I can see it. I can see it now in my mind's eye. Jordan Love takes a 5-step drop back. Matthew Golden's running a deep post. Oh no, wait, here comes Kirby Joseph.
I was thinking Jordan was never going to get the pass away because Donovan Isiruwaku's going to sack his ass.
Oh, I like that. I like that as well. I want my guy to get a gold jacket.
Floyd Condor goes, love it. You are on my TV and streaming with my best friend in New Jersey.
Appreciate it, Floyd Condor. Hope you are doing very well. It's good to have you all with us. Again, it is 10 to 4 in the morning here. So, you know, keep asking us questions. Keep us lucid. Keep us awake. Lions are up in 4 picks as it or 5 technically as it stands.
So we're not too far off, probably about 30 minutes away.
Which team is on the clock? It's meant to be Minnesota, but they've got 4 picks in this draft. So the second a trade is made, if there's any, Ash will let you know. This is the one pick left that you would expect more than any to be traded. There have been big trade-up calls already for multiple teams before them. So people are trying to get up.
And Ian Rappaport has literally just tweeted, Eagles GM Harry Roseman is working the phones trying to trade up with several top players still available. But the Vikings are staying pat. I've seen their pick. The Vikings are standing pat. I've seen their pick.
Minnesota's need is Christ, safety, linebacker. This could be Malachi Starks or Nick Amamori at this point. There's a very good chance this is a safety. They need one. It's one of the highest draft needs. The top two guys have fallen right to them. Swear to God, if it's Izuaku, then there's going to be trouble, but they need a safety. We'll see.
I need to check something.
We've got corner is
for fuck's sake.
Corner's a potential here as well. Defensive line is, but more interior. There's no interior guys left. Let's just see.
You're not on. Oh, you are on the thing, so I can't put it in. Oh. Interesting.
Matthew Golden. Look at him. Looking like rapid. Mate, you need grit here.
That is not going to flash in the NFC North. You're going to learn the hard way. They have drip, but that's fancy West Coast swag drip, that is.
Yeah. This is how stressed I am. I'm supposed to be eating good because I've got game day in like 25.
Yes,
on
Mike,
Saturday.
The pick is in for the Vikings. We're just waiting
to
hear for that now. So don't ruin it for yourself. Just watch the TV. Oh, dang nabbit. So that puts me in a little bit of a conundrum on there. But I'm still ahead. So I believe I've got Houston picking where they should, or have I got Houston trading as well? So Vikings are boo, purple incarnations of Satan, as Tom Grossi would say. Still waiting to hear there, but
both safeties are on the board. You would figure that's in play, but we'll see. Who's the top board list? So Will Johnson's still on the board.
Will Johnson's still there.
Campbell is still on the board. Oh my God.
Breaking. The Rams have traded. No, Texans have traded. Texans have traded 25 to the Giants.
Oh, right. Hang on. Vikings pick is just coming in.
I'll type it into the live marks. I need to sort this out.
Oh my God!
Exactly.
Oh.
Exactly.
They said Donovan and he nearly died. Oh, it's Donovan Jackson, the guard of Ohio State to Minnesota.
Two things. Number one, Giants have traded 25 third rounder and a future 6th rounder to the Rams for 26. Number two, because I had Donovan Jackson as one of my 15 players. Cheers, lads. Fuck the Vikings.
Cheers. Oh, when they said Donovan, then I nearly cried.
That's different.
Oh.
So I'm seeing conflicting reports. I've also just seen it's 25 for 34.99 and a third rounder.
Right, so the New York Giants are on the board. You've got to figure Shedeur Sanders is definitely in play at this point. If not, their needs are on the offensive line or at linebacker. But, I mean, you've got to figure at this point, it's the quarterback. It's going to be Shedeur.
There you go. Trade is on here. Give me a sec. I need to... Oh, this is where I fucking...
As far as the Lions go, I'm glad Donovan Jackson's got... I don't want an offensive lineman, so that rules out all the guards. All the guards are gone. So... Yeah. Grandizer, keep your hands off Jackson Slater.
34.
I love Jackson.
99. And third rounder to get 125. This can then get deleted. Oh.
What's the trade value chart saying about that? It seems
I don't know.
Enough.
I don't know. I'll do it in a sec. Let me just...
Nine picks back for a third. 9 picks back for 2/3 is not bad. Yeah, because when the Patriots came up for Jordan Love 4 years ago, they went from 28 to 24. They had to give up 2/4 to do that.
I've seen a pick.
Oh.
Well, I'm going to wait and see what it is.
Gonna wait for it to come up here.
So it's 234.
I mean,
and then you need
Jihad
to
Campbell. Could you imagine putting Jihad Campbell and Abdul Carter with Caden
I would
Thibodeau
fucking
and Brian
cry.
Burns? Jesus Christ! If they
I'd
did
cry.
that, it's
Gotta be
29.
Shadur.
Okay, here we go. So according to I had it in one of these. Is it this
Would
one?
we have? I'd have taken that deal if I was the Lions. 99, a future third. We'd have had 3 thirds next year then.
Mm-hmm.
For 34. We potentially would have if Nick Skeleton was still there. Oh man, if they put Jihad Campbell in that lineup with Abdul Carter, then what they're basically saying to the rest of the NFC East is we're going to kill your quarterback next year. That would be crazy, but you've got to figure.
NFL
pick. Nate Custard goes, looking good for Donovan or Pierce. Yes, it is. Like the odds are getting better because after this, the Chargers. The Rams.
Matt, have you? So the Giants have traded up with the Rams, so it's 25 for 34.99, and then next year's third round pick. I'm trying to calculate the
Okay, who did the Vikings take?
They went
Donovan
with
Jackson.
A guard. Donovan Jackson.
Oh shit, that fucks me up. Bugger that.
I'm just going to put 99. I'm going to put 99 in as their future third. Calculate.
So let's see who's got what. The Giants might go quarterback.
Who was 25?
Rams. So Rams. So Texans. Sorry.
Houston.
Texans traded out of 25 down to 34, picked up 99, and then next year's third, which I'm going to put 98 in because it's saying duplicate picks. So roughly, the Texans have picked up 52 points of value on the Brad Spielberger chart, I believe.
So the Rams need a corner. We would assume they might go Trey Amos. Baltimore, like us, do need an edge. So there is the potential that one of James Pierce or Donovan Azubuike is there when they pick. Unless the Rams go left field. Or Jihad Campbell, if they don't go. Jihad Campbell is still there. So, and Scourton's still there. So there is a plethora of edge talent there still at this point. But then you've got the wild cards, you've got the fallers. Are there any other in the 20? Are there any other teens prospects on the board that are still on there? Who's the top prospects left now?
Top prospects: Will Johnson, Malachi Starks, Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Josh Simmons, Shadur Sanders, James Pierce, Luther Bird, Nick Amanwari, Izaraku, Scowerton, Connolly.
So there's still a lot of directions it could go.
There you go.
Malachi Starks is sat there. That's
exactly gets 10%.
Oh yes, my bet came in. Yes. Malachi Starks over 23.5.
Oh, well done. You did.
Oh, Falcons are trading up with the Rams.
the Falcons.
Yeah.
Atlanta need an.
Oh, if they fucking take Jihad Campbell, I'm gonna be fucking pissed.
Who did Atlanta take before? They took an edge. They took Jalen Walker.
Jalen
Walker plays that outside role like Jihad Campbell does.
26.
I'm assuming they're not going to take two.
Right.
Atlanta need an edge. Still, they need defensive line. They need corner. They need interior offensive line. Or are they just going best player? I wonder if they go for Will Johnson if he's fallen enough. Hang on, where have they traded up from? They came from.
I'm trying to find out now.
46.
I'm trying to find out now for you.
So Atlanta have jumped 20 spots.
I'm trying to see.
It won't cost much though.
I don't know. No, 46 up to 26. That's going to cost you a bit of a fair bob. That is.
Third.
Atlanta have only got 5 picks this year. After 46. They've only got 118, 218, and 242.
Maybe it's next year's second then, maybe.
About to say, you're going to have to give up a high pick next year to make that move, because they've only got 5 picks. They've used 1, so they've got 4.
Here's the Giants pick.
Oh! No way!
Yeah.
They did it!
I throw in the dark. They absolutely threw a dart at the QB position.
Word, Shador's falling.
I bet on that.
Atlanta are not. They've got.
I think I did. Hang on. Where's Jackson Dart? Giants to draft Jackson Dart.
Okay.
8-5. Get in.
Who is Atlanta Falcons royalty?
Here we go. So it's 26-101 for 46, 242. Next year's first.
Told you it'd be a heavy pick. Yeah, and a first round pick. Who's Atlanta royalty? You tell me who is royalty in Atlanta.
Fuck off.
Deion Sanders is royalty in Atlanta.
And then that.
And
I tell you what, Atlanta may just have set into motion a triple betrayal on quarterback.
And
who are they giving up a first round pick for?
Dave is in the building if you are ready to say hello. Well, we can all do it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is going mental.
7-242.
Deion Sanders is royalty in Atlanta, and they have just traded away a future first to come up 20 spots.
This is going to be. This could be Malachi.
They've picked an outside line, but they don't need a safety.
Gentlemen,
Dave.
Hello,
Dave. One of your divisional rivals just made a hell of a move.
I saw they just traded up. Like, I wanted to wait until the Giants pick because, with my HBCU stuff, I was kind of fascinated to see if Shador would go, and he did not. So now it is
well, Atlanta have just given away a first round pick next year to make that trade.
Are you serious?
Who's royalty in Atlanta, Dave? Who's royalty?
So
Deion
the compensation was Rams send away 26-101, Falcons send back 46-242, and their first rounder next year.
I'm thankful.
I bet you are.
Do you reckon
I'm thankful, bro.
Do you reckon they draft the son of Deion, who is royalty in Atlanta?
They're not drafting them. They just took Penix, so they're not going to draft Shador.
Oh, I don't know.
I think Shador's not going to go in the first round at this point, guys. Unless somebody, the only teams I think that could probably trade up to go get him at this point would be the Browns and the
Saints.
The Saints. Those are the only two.
I
think they might be getting Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan.
Wow. To give up a first, it's a big commitment.
That's a lot. That's a lot to give up.
Pick is in.
Oh.
That's a lot to give up.
I'm
And the Lions official account just tweeted a picture of our good friend Ryan Farden holding up the Dan Campbell head right in front of the Packers selection.
Bless him.
Yeah, Dave, one of our guys is in the inner circle at the moment holding up a Dan Campbell poster. So anytime you see that, that's our guy.
Oh, God. Okay. I got to pull up my TV screen again. Let me get myself situated over here.
What am I doing?
I got multiple screens popping off right now.
Oh, same. And Rams.
I'm so bemused as to who the Lions are going to take right now.
Yeah, what are you guys thinking with regards to the Lions and where you guys think y'all going to go here?
Edge at this point.
Yeah, like
defensive.
I haven't looked at the data, but based on what I've been seeing, man, a lot of offensive players were taken in this first round, way more than I thought there would be. And considering that that was the second quarterback off the board, it's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. What do the Birds do?
15 of the 25 picks of
They
the
took
offensive.
James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee.
What?
Edge rusher.
Yeah. Yep. They have, yes. Sorry,
I'm turning my head because I got an actual antenna next over here. I'm a little delayed in front of me.
James Pierce. We don't have to deal with the will we, won't we take him? No.
Wow.
And I mean, the fact that he didn't fall that far at all is great for him.
I had him 2 picks earlier. Do I get a point for having him in the first round?
No.
Oh, damn. That is an investment. I like it. I think he is going to be worth the investment when all is said and done. But wow.
Interesting. The Rams got their own 7th back from Atlanta in that trade. That makes it nice and easy for me.
So what do you think of Tet then, Dave?
Yo, all right. So I've been on, we need to draft a defensive guy with this 8th pick, but there were reports that the Panthers were trying to trade out of the pick. And like, so my theory initially was that if Mason Graham's on the board, that's our pick. Otherwise, I think it's going to be Jalen Walker. But then maybe Ted if both of them were gone. But it looks like their order was Mason Graham and Ted. Those were their top 2. So, and then I guess there were reports out that Ted was secretly working with Bryce Young in the offseason. So they've been, so that's a good sign too. So they're already building the chemistry. So I like the pick. I'm curious to see what the Panthers do for the rest of the draft because they still got some issues on the defensive side of the ball. We gave up more points than any other team in NFL history last year.
That was what we were thinking. I was thinking, if anything, you'd want to at least try and trade up and put a blue chipper on that team. When the defense is that bad, you need some blue chippers.
But then the problem is that you have 9 picks, you have so many holes, so you can't really trade up to give up more capital. But I will have to give a shout out to the general manager, Dan Morgan. His poker game was A1 because when you looked at his press conference prior to the draft, it didn't look like they had any interest in going offense at all. And for them to get Tet and then make the decision to take Ted at 8th, they pretty much said that was the guy they wanted, unless Mason Graham went. I mean, you can't be mad at that. Now, that being said, one of the big things I was against it was the fact that, Dave Canales was very persistent about the fact that they want to run the ball. And if you want to run the ball, that means you're not going to throw the ball that often. You already picked up a Jim and Jalen Coker in undrafted free agency last year who showed a lot. Leggett hasn't played as well because he's been having trouble keeping his hands on the ball. But at the same time, when you add another wide receiver, you're kind of reducing the target share for the other guys. And I kind of wanted Coker's uptick to go up from a target share perspective, but we also know that Adam Thielen's not going to be there too much longer. David Moore ain't going to be there too much longer, right? So I get it. So,
I mean, I thought that with Jalen, like listening to PNP all the time, Coker's a cult favorite on there now, isn't he? At this point, what he's done.
Oh yeah, I love Coker. And the thing is, shout out to my man Zach McKinnell, who does FCS Football Central. He was the first guy to put him on my radar. And when I watched him, before Steve Smith put him in his top 10, but when I watched, I was like, oh yeah, he would be great here. Maybe we'll use a late round pick for him, but then he ended up going undrafted because of where he played. He played for Holy Cross. So the typical FCS guys don't get that much love from a draft perspective. Like the NFL draft has pretty much turned into the P4 draft so far, and it's still the case. There's only one FCS player that's been drafted so far, and that's Greg Zabel.
Wow.
And there's been no players from the G5 conferences, the non-Power 4 FBS conferences. Not a single player has been drafted in the first round yet. So
yeah, just Genty, right? That's it.
Yeah.
Boise State.
Boise State, but he's in P4 conference now.
Oh shit! Sorry,
He's in
my
P4
bad.
conference
Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad.
So-
my bad.
None. And then the top 2 picks started their career in FCS because Cam Ward started in the Incarnate Word, and Travis Hunter started in Jackson State. So
Very true.
So I mean, like with everything that's going on with the NCAA right now, man, I think what's going to end up happening is that the P4 is going to be their own league, and G5 and FCS is going to end up merging. That's my theory of what's going to end up happening when it's all said and done. There's a lot of G5 programs that aren't really G5.
Detroit Lions on the clock.
The Ravens pick is in. You guys are on the clock, man. So it's gonna be interesting to see what y'all do.
This should really be a corner for Baltimore. Like, we could have the pick of the guys left. You've got Jihad, you've got Donovan, you've got Skewerton.
I really feel like Baltimore are going to go with Zaraku, and we'll be like, why? It'll be very, very annoying if they do. What did I have? Hang on. Okay, that's James Pierce. No one got that right. No one's got Baltimore's pick right, because all of the players have gone already.
And get the position right, though. I've got best chance, because someone had tight end, they're all gone. Booker, guard's all gone. Nolan, DT's all gone. I can still get it right with a corner one.
So, in fact, Will Johnson would be the most Baltimore of Baltimore picks. Just take the guy who's fallen.
And he fits the scheme, and he fits their scheme because they run the sort of Michigan 3-4 attacking Wink Martindale scheme. Excuse me.
Mart Winkendale.
It's late. It's tired. I'm late.
Anytime I can get a laugh like that from Ant, I've done well.
The Baltimore love stealing defensive linemen I like as well, so if this is Donovan, it would not surprise me in the slightest.
I'm still not over how much the Falcons gave up to go get James Pierce, bro. I'm not over it. I can't believe it.
It's too much, yeah.
That's way too much. I'm not mad, but
it's the shock of the draft.
So that's now
way too much.
But they've now inserted Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr. onto that defensive line, which is instantly going to make them better. They've not had, like I said the other day, in the last 4 seasons, they've not had any sack person go beyond 7 sacks in a season. There's been a chronic lack of them on that team. They're at least trying to address it, I guess.
So they play 3-4. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, fine. That makes sense then.
Yeah, they do.
They play the kind of Morris used to be the Rams defensive coordinator.
Michael Pierce, big, massive nose tackles, lovely. Right, anyhow.
But the thing is, even 3-4 teams play in nickel most of the time. So, like,
it'd be 2-4.
Yeah.
It'd be
Malachi
2-4.
Starks goes to the Ravens. Safety from Georgia. Really good pick for them. Phenomenal pick for them. Ravens get rich.
The dream is still alive. The dream is still alive. The dream is still alive.
Who do y'all want?
Either Donovan Izaraku or for me, because I just really stand for him, Jihad Campbell.
Izaraku is for me. That's Skoughton or Izaraku. I'll take Connolly too.
Either way, either way, one of us is probably about to take 5 shots.
Oh yeah, Dave, we have a betting game going on where if your team drafts a player that you really like, we've had to rank them in terms of 5-shot players, 4-shot players, 3-shot players, 2-shot players, or a 1-shot player. And if any of them get drafted to your team, then you drink that amount.
I hate to disappoint you, Ash. I hate to disappoint you, Ash, but Donovan's a 4-shot guy for me, not 5. So.
Fine, someone's about to take some.
Walter was my 5-shot guy, but Walter went way too early.
True.
So who do we have in terms of potentials that could go? So, and
in Baltimore now, you've got Malachi Starks and Kyle Hamilton. Wow.
I'm going to say it right now. The one that's going to screw us up the most is Jaden Higgins, and I could see it happen.
You think they'll take Higgins this high?
Yeah, I think it could happen.
Ooh, right.
Your pick is in.
Shut down every form of social media.
Please let us react to it. Don't call it out, because
I won't say nothing. I won't say anything. This is y'all show. I ain't saying nothing.
Oh,
y'all got
Ash just had to hide himself because he knows who it is. The little bastard.
I mean, that's what you do. Like I had a
not yet. I'm just trying to be good in case when I see it, I don't want you to see any of my reactions. I'm doing it prematurely, so then I don't annoy you guys. Because as much as I love being the annoying little brother on this show, I know there is a limit to that, and spoiling this by accident would be the limit to that, and you guys would kill me.
Yeah,
and they never pick my day 1 or 2 guys. I always get day 3 guys right on here. I never get my day 1 or day 2 guys. I just want one of them, just once. And then I can go back to my day 3 guys again. But
I can't believe we've got here and Will Johnson is actually on the board. I know that he's probably going to fall out the first round, but still. I really thought he'd go before now.
I want to look, but I'm not going to look. I always turn off my chats. So I don't look.
Yeah, I'm just... All right.
The only pick that I actually looked for was when the Giants traded back in to see if Shedeur went. And then when I saw who went, I was like, oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I could see Josh Simmons. I could see Mike Green if they think that he's okay character-wise. I could see Luther Burden. The only one I'd be actively disappointed by is Imam Worry.
This is a quarterback.
Oh, and don't you dare.
Oh, God, please. Donovan is right there. I'm going to be so angry if we pass on Donovan. He's just.
You won't be that angry if you take one of your guys, though. If it's Scouting, you'll be happy.
Either or, but I really, really, really want Donovan. Then we've already got the tape review done for him. It's up. I don't need to worry about it. It's done. Please, just they're taking a long time when Malachi starts. Again, that is just going to be that is such a fearsome backfield the Ravens have got. Like that's just the rich getting richer.
So how far does Mike Green fall? Now, clearly, enough teams think there's enough character concerns here that a lot of them might have taken him off the board completely.
I don't think it's that necessarily, because Pierce had the same. I just think there's not been as many edge rushers so far.
But with Pierce, it's just he's a bit of a dick, whereas Mike Green, it's sexual assault.
we thought one guard was going to be gone by now. There's 3 gone. Like we thought the D tackles would still be here. There's none left. Like they've just gone earlier, and it's pushed the edges down. I think Green, and like Dave said, Green's going to get knocked because of the Group of 5 stuff, which is ridiculous. But someone's going to get a great deal with him. Someone's going to get a fantastic deal with him.
As the Panthers fan, I love how this board is falling, though. I ain't going to hold y'all. Like, because a lot of the folks from the edge perspective and from a safety perspective are still on the board.
Safety was always going to be true, but edge is surprising to me. So who do you want with pick number 2?
I mean, based on who's left, Mike Green, but I don't think Green is going to be there for us. I wouldn't be mad at G.I. Campbell. Us taking wide receiver in the first round kind of changes my perspective a bit because I anticipated them going defense. So because they made the decision to go wide receiver, it's going to be curious to see. But I think they're going to have to. They got to pull out. They got to leave with an edge rusher and a safety leaving out of day 2. They got to.
So you've got 57 next up, I think.
57.
57 and 74, 2 picks in quick succession.
Yeah. But we got. I think it was the Rams or there was some other team we traded with. I got that pick from previous year. I believe it was the Rams.
I could see you leaving with Landon Jackson. I don't really know why, but that kind of feels that feels right to me.
Yeah, so we're it's gonna be fascinating to see what happens with us tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day. You know, everybody's like, after we took Tet, they were saying, hey, well, we know we went heavy on defensive free agency, which is true. But we needed to.
Here we go.
Tyleek Williams.
Yep.
Defensive tackle.
Tyleek Williams, Ohio State nose tackle.
Good pick, man. I like it. Manassas, Virginia. I used to go down there a lot. Relax, guys.
Ant's gonna hate it.
Listen, man. I'm a believer in if you can get guys to stuff the middle and go in there and stop and like get in the quarterback's face, that's not a bad thing. I'm not as mad about the pick.
It's an interesting pick, given that we have a nose tackle already.
I mean, but you want to have a good rotation.
It's
you don't
true.
want your nose tackle playing every down.
It's true.
Like typically a nose tackle tends to rotate. You're going to rotate with somebody else to get another guy to keep the quarterback honest. 330.
And your face tells the story, my guy.
I don't know what Brad does. Brad knows what he's doing.
Leave Brad alone. Leave my fellow Aggie alone, okay?
Exactly.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and tell your face that.
No,
You know
he can't
me.
tell his face that.
I get very passionate about the draft, but at the end of the day, I always trust Brad. So
I'm glad y'all at the point where y'all trust your GM. I'm still trying to get there. I'm not fully there, but we've changed a lot of those. But I think after what Dan did tonight, it's clear that he knows what the hell he's doing. Because as soon as they asked him about option, he pretty much said the moment Mason Graham went off the board, I was like, all right, Ted's our guy. We're done. So that tells me that they had Mason Graham as their top guy, which was the right decision.
They did the scenario processing, and they were like, we know what we're doing in these situations.
And for us as a fan base, we already think that the owner's hands is in the cookie jar too much as it is. So this tells me that's pretty much gone from that aspect. So I want Dan to be able to do his job. And if he's not effective at his job, then you move on. But I want the football guys to make the football decisions and do the football jobs. And that's been a challenge here in the franchise since Tepper took over. But that seems like they're starting to go back. So I mean, we got a long way to go, man. You guys have experienced a lot of success. You don't draft this low without success, right? So trust what a former nose tackle, defensive tackle is doing. Trust them. And I know you trust them, man. So
I did have an inkling that it could be that. I mentioned him earlier as a possibility, but I didn't think we'd actually do it.
Well, I knew Tet was a possibility, but I thought as bad as our defense was, I didn't think we would do it either. But they did it. And I'm like, okay. I was like, because Jalen Walker was kind of like, I felt like Jalen Walker was, if nobody else is there, we're going to probably take him at 8. And I think they were trying their best to get out of that pick. But I think because of the lack of quarterbacks, it makes it difficult. Like if you don't have a quarterback that somebody wants to come get, it makes it very hard.
You
know?
So we're moving on from our nose after the season, right?
DJ Reader's gone, yeah.
Yeah, he needed to. The money is on. We just can't sustain with all the big contracts coming.
Yep.
And DJ Reader would be on 13 million this year, so he ends up leaving at the end of the season, or he potentially gets cut.
And then Williams is your starter.
Yeah, we've got Roy Lopez. What's going to happen with Roy Lopez? So,
well,
yeah,
I mean, he's not exactly here
it's
on
obvious.
a big amount of money, is he? So
he's not the player that's instantly gone.
Yeah.
There's one player now that is instantly, he's not making the team.
Broderick
Martin.
now.
Yeah, he's gone. Because you're going to have to give Tyleek some snaps to bed him in. You can't just drop him in next show with no snaps. So Broderick, unfortunately, unless the pictures today kind of look right and he's kind of done an Aleem and dropped 10, 20 pounds and got down to 300 and we're trying him at free tech.
Yeah.
It's just could have traded down.
Let's talk Panthers a bit. Let's pivot away from the Lions for a moment. We'll talk Lions for the next 2.5 days. Panthers didn't have the greatest year last year, but cause for optimism because it looks like the answer at quarterback that you thought you had at 1 might actually be the answer at quarterback now. Is that the way that you're seeing it? Are you hopeful for the future for the Panthers?
Yeah, I think Bryce Young is the guy. They finally got around to fixing the front to protect him, and he finally showed some strides this year. My biggest concern going into the all season was the defense. I understood that Bryce needed another weapon, but my argument was we just drafted Leggett. We got to let the man develop. But I guess they're tired of waiting for development because you made a decision to go get Tet. So, but at the same time, now I'm concerned about hopefully that doesn't stifle Leggett's development. I think Coker's going to be fine, but I think Coker showed more than Leggett did last year. But I think offensively, we're going to be better. We picked up Rico Dotto from Dallas, which I think that was a phenomenal pickup for us. Jonathan Brooks is probably going to be out for the season again. So unfortunately, because he got hurt. I'm very optimistic. I think it's going to be fascinating to see if the Saints get a quarterback. If they don't, I think we got a shot to do some damage in the division, man. Like I think we were pretty much. I think we had like a competent defense. We probably would have. We lost 4 games because of our defense last season. Like that's literally the difference between us winning the division. Like we played the Eagles to one position. We played the Chiefs to one position, and we had both of them. We couldn't stop anybody. And that's why I was so concerned defensively. So I'm hoping tomorrow we attack defensively. Another offensive guy. And by the way, man, I haven't looked at the numbers yet. I'm going back to the draft. I haven't looked at the numbers yet, but how many ACC and Big 12 players were drafted so far? Because I'm seeing a very interesting trend.
SEC.
Award from the ACC.
Like, is this going to turn into the P2 draft? Like
the Georgia
Big 10, SEC, Big 10, SEC. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22. The picks 22 out of 28 so far have been Big Ten or SEC.
29.
Well, it's been 29.
Josh
Well, I'm not.
Connolly,
Well,
that's
sorry,
big,
Josh
that's
Connolly.
Big Ten.
Yep. So that's another one.
So 23 out of 29.
Yeah.
God dang it, man. Now consider this. Now, so that means there's only 6 picks that weren't Big Ten or SEC. One of them was FCS.
Mhm.
One was technically Group of 5.
Which one? Who?
Gianti. Technically,
No.
was Group of
But
5.
isn't he? I thought they were Big 12. I thought ain't he Big 12?
No,
Is the Boise State?
No, he's Boise
they're
State.
Mountain West.
Mountain West.
Oh, okay. So that all right. So okay. So that's that's Big 12.
So
I mean that's G5.
So Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty, Michael
Ward.
Williams, Tyler Booker, Jalen Walker, Grace
Nolan.
Well, no.
Huh?
Well, Colorado's in the Big 12. Well, Colorado's in the Big 12. That's right.
Yeah.
So
So I was
wow.
trying to count the non-AAC,
The non-
non-Big
yeah,
Ten guys.
Yeah, that's wild, man. That is wild.
Yeah, it's not many, is it? That's a crazy
It's
run.
only 6 guys. That is insane.
So let's bring it back to the Panthers. That's why we're here.
No. Yeah.
So, well, yeah. I mean, let's just do it. You guys have invested a lot in this offseason. You haven't lost much. Biggest player, Xavier Woods, potentially. Maybe Shaq Thompson. But otherwise, you brought in Merrick from the Raiders and Wharton from the Chiefs on big money, and Bobby Brown and Patrick Jones and Rico Dowdle, like you were saying. It feels like you guys are kind of going in a little bit.
Yeah, man. I think they had to. Like our defense was so bad. So last year, the focal point was the offensive line. Like we picked up Hunt and Damian Lewis, and then so this year they decided they're going to attack the trenches on the defensive side of the ball. But I still felt like they still need to be heavy on defense in this draft because of how bad the defense was, and we still need a safety. Like all the work that we've done in the offseason this year, we still need a safety. But yeah, we're definitely trying to fix the problems that we have. And I think we're so close, and our division isn't that good. Like I swear that the Bucks are waiting for Todd Bowles to not win that division so they can get rid of him. But he keeps winning the division.
Yeah.
And the reason why he keeps winning the division is because everybody else isn't good. So I think there's a lot of opportunity within the division to potentially win it this year.
The Saints are falling. Atlanta always looks good in preseason, much like the Chicago Bears, but then they're crap during the season. And, well, I guess Tampa are the only team that really don't shit the bed in a really bad way.
Yep. And the irony is they're doing it with the quarterback that we had on our roster that we couldn't figure out. Like that's the wild part of it, all right? Baker ended up coming to us, didn't look good enough. They got rid of him. He went to the Rams, looked good. Then he went to Tampa and won 2 division titles in Tampa. So it's just kind of wild how everything fell. But I think the Panthers are close. I just think they just got to fix defensively. We made the decision to bring back Evero, even after how bad that defense was. I think with Derek Brown coming back from injury, that's going to be big for us. So with him returning, with all the pickups we got defensively, we should be better off that alone. But the thing about Evero's scheme is he has to have a pretty good secondary for his scheme to be very effective. And with J.C. Horn, us extending J.C. Horn was big. That helps. We still need somebody else on the other side with him. We also need to figure out the safeties position. Because right now, I'm not confident in the safety position right now either.
Oh, okay. Who do you have at safety? Let's have a look.
Well, Xavier Woods is the free agent.
Yeah, Merrick and Scott. I quite like Nick Scott.
It's not enough, man. It's not enough.
Right.
With what Evero wants to do, he's got to have good folks in the secondary.
Speaking of, what did you make of that deal for J.C. Horn?
Ash, hang on. Ash, what do you want?
Eagles have traded up with the Kansas City Chiefs.
What, one spot?
Just one spot. Huh?
Just one spot.
Right. You can bet your ass they're going to put one of Jihad or Donovan on there because they want an edge.
That's Philly gets richer, bro.
If Jihad Campbell falls to the Eagles at 32, like Howie Roseman has voodoo magic about him.
Sorry to interrupt your question, Ant.
I was about to say, yeah, just when it's done, but JC got himself paid. Did you see that level of deal coming for him?
I felt like if we were going to re-sign him, we needed to do it sooner than later because the price of these positions are going so much higher. Like I just feel like at this point in the game, like if you wanted him, if you already know you want him, you need to go ahead and pay him now because the longer you wait, the more expensive it gets, man. He's a really good corner. I was concerned about his injuries, but he was able to stay healthy this year. So and I said prior to the season, if he stays healthy this year, we should absolutely extend him. So they did what they needed to do there because he's one of the best corners in the NFL when healthy. So you got to keep him around. And with Evero's system, he's got to have good secondary players. I still think we need another guy. So I'm hoping that we draft one at some point in this draft within the next 2 days.
Maxwell Hairston to the Bills.
So
he's a round 1 player.
Damn it. I picked the wrong one. I said Amos, not Hairston.
Billy, man. The rich is about to get richer.
I've already lost, by the way. I can't recover in the predictor.
You feel like it's got to be a defensive player for Philly.
Philly have sent 32 and 164 for 31.
Unless they want Eamon Warray really bad. But you got to figure they want
That
to replace
would-
that D-line with Sweat and Milton Williams going.
I don't. Well, obviously, you guys know how I feel about Emma Rory. If they do take Emma Rory, I will laugh.
Oh my God, the sun's starting to rise.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
It's going to be daylight for bed, folks.
Dates.
Oh,
You know,
I'm glad for Maxwell Hairston. I think he's going to do well on that Bills team. I think
He'll
he's
be
going
well.
to do well.
Oh, he definitely will. He's a good fit for their cover 3 system. Everyone understood McDermott. I just thought that Amos was a better fit.
Well, they
in
do
terms
like
of his-
they do like they're slightly undersized, tough guys in Buffalo. So he fits the mold. And they need a bit of bite to them to beat the Chiefs. So it makes sense.
Just coming towards the end of our stream, obviously, with pick 31 now about to be made. So thank you to everyone who's been on the stream so far with your comments and questions and what have you. We're going to be live at 7 a.m. Eastern time, 12 midday UK time to recap day 1. So we are going to be live in just 7.5 hours time.
You know what that tells? You know what that says? That's nap time for y'all, man. Like PNP is gonna be live. We'll be back live discussing on the draft once the draft starts tomorrow. I'm not even sure what time it starts tomorrow. I should probably figure that out.
Half an hour earlier than today, so it's 7:30 Eastern.
Yeah. So all right. So we'll probably go live. We'll probably go live at 7 like we did tonight. We went live an hour. Probably we have some news to talk about because I don't know if you've been paying attention to Pantherland, but David, the Panthers announced that they're not going to be doing in-person training camp for the next 2 years because they're working on the practice fields in Charlotte. So so for those who don't realize, traditionally training camp has been in Spartanburg, South Carolina, and Wofford College. David Tepper, the Panthers recently last year decided to move the training camp to Charlotte, so it's no longer going to be in Spartanburg. So after 1 year in Charlotte, they make the decision to shut down training camp for the fans in 2025 and 2026. So a lot of Panther fans are not happy. And I think the perspective that folks don't realize when it comes to this is that a lot of people can't afford to go to Panthers games. So training camp was like their opportunity to actually see these guys, these players, things that sort of, because a lot of times, like originally it used to be free. I think they charge like $10 now, which is significantly cheaper than what they would charge to go to a Panthers game. So for a lot of families, this is going to be a big blow. For content creators, it's a big blow as well. We did, because a lot of us tend to go to training camp to get that content. And now it's another hit. So we're for us, like for me and Shad, it's gonna hurt, but we go all year, so we're not too worried about it from that aspect. But it is gonna hurt a little bit. But I also told Shad, well, look on the bright side, bro, you ain't gonna have to stream every day anymore.
I mean, didn't you two manage to get yourself chucked out a couple of years ago, or a year ago, or what was it?
Oh yeah. So
I remember watching that stream.
Yeah, a few years ago, man, we pretty much was we have security behind us because we were recording. But the thing that they failed to realize is that everybody's recording. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody records, right? So it got to the point where they wanted to make sure that we weren't recording because we're the largest platform. So they didn't want us recording, right? And the irony of it all is that the Panthers weren't even the ones that said something about us recording. It was the Ravens that said something about us recording when they did a joint practice. It wasn't even the Panthers that caught this. This was doing when Matt Rule was still the coach. It wasn't even the Panthers that caught us. It was the Ravens that said something about this. And then they told them because they saw that their stuff was out there. So you know, that got nipped in the bud, but it didn't stop everything. And then last year, C3, one of the guys from C3 had a drone, made the Pat McAfee show last year. They had a drone show in the practice, which was wild. So with those two things happening, like I'm a believer that while it was a construction, I have a feeling when it comes back, that there's not going to be as many fans there for one, if they have fans there at all. But I think they're about to close up training camp because of this. But we'll see what happens after the construction. But I think a lot of fans were kind of bummed out about what happened. And I think that, you know, the content creators are going to take a major blow with it because now you're not going to be able to gather that information. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, it's when all the kind of hype for the season starts to build too. Not just the access that you get, but people get excited about it, or the news that can come out of it. That's a real shame. And I mean, Dave Tepper makes such a big deal about like the things that he's done for the local area, even though it's total bullshit. And
no, he's brought music back to Charlotte now.
That's what I was about to say.
he brought music back to Charlotte. Like, you got all these other acts coming in that stadium, so he'll let you know about that. But from a community standpoint, he has done a lot of good things. But I think the biggest dilemma I have with him, and I think he's starting to get better in that aspect, although this training camp situation was a tone deaf situation in my opinion, right? Him not understanding his audience this was very tone deaf of him. But I think that he wants to do great things, but I think he's starting to take South Carolina out of the picture. And not enough people are discussing it. Like, we're not the North Carolina Panthers, as Diddy would say, and we should probably name his name. We're the Carolina Panthers, right? So one big thing, the first inaugural season was played at Clemson. Training camp was in Spartanburg, was in Spartanburg, South Carolina, every single year until last year. They would do fan fest tours over in South Carolina. Like, a lot of that stuff is starting to go away. So I'm kind of like, and that's one big thing. And I know when the whole thing happened, when they try to do the practice field stuff out in South Carolina, Rock Hill, and that kind of fell apart because of legislations and contracts and all that, and it made Tepper look like a bad guy in all of it. It's because he pretty much pulled out without fixing anything, type of thing. It was a mess out in South Carolina. So when you take all those things into account, it's a balance of the good versus the bad. At one point, you was wondering whether or not he thought the soccer team is more important than the football team, because whenever they have a big soccer game, they make sure they have actual grass, but for their players, they use turf. So it's just things like that. You know, it's a complicated relationship right now.
That makes sense. What's the name?
Cam Newton's coming back though, which is good.
Is he?
They're starting to mending fences with Cam Newton because I guess they've had some issues. Like they announced today, you know, they're because normally they weren't even mentioning Cam on Twitter. That's changing, which is good. So, you know, you're starting to see some things. It'll be interesting.
Cam's an interesting cat. Right.
Jihad Campbell goes to Alabama. Goes to the Eagles.
Oh.
And by the way, guys, so that's we're still at 6 players that weren't Big Ten or SEC.
That was 6 players who weren't Big Ten or AAC, right?
SEC.
Oh, is it SEC?
SEC.
Oh, SEC. I thought you said AAC.
ACC ain't got.
Okay.
No, SEC.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
So we've not had a single Big 12 player then, apart from
Travis Hunter,
Colorado,
Big 12.
Big 12.
Travis Hunter, Tet, McMillan. Yeah, that's it.
Greg Zabel.
Zabel's the FCS. It's not big,
FCS?
yeah.
Big 12 is.
Uh,
I don't think there is.
That's it. It's literally them two. It's
What-
Travis Hunter and
What conference
Tet.
is Kentucky in?
SEC.
SEC.
Oh, fuck them.
See?
So there's
We
two
know
Big
what-
12 players been picked, and the Big 12, it was the most competitive Power 4 conference this year. Really was.
And there's only been 2 players. One guy from Oregon and Travis Hunter.
Oregon's Big
Tet's
10
from
now.
Tet's from Arizona.
Arizona. It's Tet
And Arizona. That's 3.
It's Tet and Colorado. Tet and Travis.
Yeah, because Oregon's Big 10.
But there's
Yeah.
somebody else from Oregon got drafted. Oh, that is right. Oregon went to the Big 10. My bad, guys.
Yeah, they're not
dang
in the
it.
pack no more. That's dissolved.
Oh my God. This is
Can I
rough,
just-
man.
What did the Eagles give to the Chiefs for that then?
Fifth
Our
round.
fucking 5th rounder, the one we gave them last year and I traded up for Manu. So not only did they take Jihad from me, they used our pick to do it.
Oh,
I mean, to be honest,
Fuck you, Harry Roseman.
I don't feel like the Chiefs would have picked him anyhow.
No, the Chiefs wouldn't have done. The Chiefs are going to go Simmons or Green or Izaraku or Scout in here, I think.
Kansas need a D tackle. They've all gone now. They
Yeah.
need a corner. They could have Trey Amos.
They
Or they
could-
could shock everyone and go running back.
Or they could go Will Johnson.
I swear to God, if they go running back, it was 14-1 for them to get a running back.
Oh my God, if they go
I'd
Travion
have missed
Henderson.
out on some right money if they pick a running back. I just
I-
should
I-
have done it.
I would really like the Chiefs to trade out of this again, to be honest.
Well, I mean,
Supposedly they're standing pat, according to what I've seen on Twitter.
the pick is already in. Pick is already in for the Chiefs.
So,
Sick.
Jihad Campbell replaces Josh Sweat, right then? Because
Yeah.
they play the 3-4 there. He's
Yeah.
the new guy
Yeah.
on the outside.
Yeah.
And they've got Nolan Smith there. So Nolan Smith, Jihad Campbell.
Zach Bourne for him to learn from as well.
God. He has... It's black magic.
But Zach Bourne and him are quite similar players, no?
Yes, they are. They are.
That feels
That ain't
very
so much.
redundant in a way.
It gives them flexibility so they can use Bourne and Simmons, like Bourne and Campbell interchangeably. So one rep they can have Bourne on the outside, next they can have Campbell. It allows them to play matchups and stuff.
I can't see Kansas going corner here.
So have I officially won then, or are we?
Yeah.
You've
You've won.
won.
You've won.
Potentially.
Unless
Is there
that's
enough
missed.
point to? Unless I get this, if I get this exact pick right?
No.
Does that change anything?
You've got 6
No.
exact. I've got 8 exact and 1 exact in the wrong spot. And 3
This draft
right,
has been
so-
wild, by the way. Just so you like this has been
I've
kind
seen
of
it.
this has been a wild draft. This has been a wild draft. Wild first round.
Yeah.
So, just to illustrate how hard the draft is to predict, none of us got a correct pick beyond 18.
Technically, I got Walton Nolan in Arizona.
Yeah,
It's just a little bit late.
but they didn't trade down for him. It took him at 16.
Technically,
Doesn't count.
my win counts.
Right, so I've seen
the pick.
Well, and I've seen what you've put as to the pick type in the mock draft thing, I think. Oh, hang on. Yeah. So is it linebacker?
Oh,
No, it's because that's Minnesota. Sorry, yeah, that's wrong. I thought it's because I saw the in the Philly spot. That's the Minnesota's wrong. But that
Let's have a look.
I was about to say that
Look
doesn't
at
feel
that.
right.
There's no one there left at the main draft for the last pick, and here's us still up here where it's 20-5 in the morning. We're still going strong. They ain't got no excuses out there.
Well, they do. It's Green Bay. It's shit.
tell me when.
What do we think of Green Bay?
Shit.
Oh, here he is.
What do we think of shit?
Green Bay.
There you go.
Please don't be a running back.
We
I
hate,
should say
we
thank
hate Green Bay. We hate Green Bay. We hate Green Bay. We hate Green Bay.
Josh
We hate Green
Simmons.
Bay. We hate Green Bay.
Oh,
Anyway.
I got it
That's an
right.
interesting one.
I got it right.
Me and you got it right.
Right
Simmons,
player,
Ohio
wrong
State.
pick.
I had them taking a tackle.
Yes,
Yeah,
he did.
just he
But
did.
the wrong
They
one.
needed that. They need one bad after that's what the Eagles did to him last year, early this year.
Oh, I must concede defeat. I congratulate everyone else on being better than me.
I will say this. This has been a crazy draft. This has been wild.
So, where do you think the drop falls with Shador now, Dave? Like, how bad is this going to
He'll
be?
be-
Is it just, is
he'll
he going to
get-
go quick?
He's going to go early. I think Cleveland's going to take him at this point. Either the Cleveland or the Saints are going to take him early in the second round. He's not going to fall too much further, man. I'm more shocked that Dart got picked before him, but then you realize it's the New York Giants and they have a problem with having starting black quarterbacks, and that's been a historical thing with them. Like when they brought in Geno Smith to bench after Eli got benched, folks got fired. Like he only went one game, and they brought Eli back. And I thought with them, I thought with the Giants signing Jameis and Russ, I thought, all right, they'll probably go get Shador, but maybe they'll. I didn't think they were going to take him at 3, but maybe they'll come back in and go get Shador, and then they come in and they decide to take Jackson Dart, which tells me, all right, that's a safe bet that he's going to start because that's the fan base is going to demand it. You know, I have a theory, you know, and I talk about it on the show, and people hate when I talk about it, but like when you make the decision to draft a black quarterback, you need to have a black backup because otherwise the fan base is going to ask for the backup constantly. They did that with Cam Newton when they had Derek Anderson. Whenever Cam Newton had a
That
bad
was
game,
ridiculous, wasn't
folks
it?
wanted Derek Anderson. And they did the same thing. They did the same thing with Bryce too. When Bryce was having a bad weeks, and he had some rough ones, they wanted Dalton. And they got their wish for a period of time. They got their wish. But like that's why I always say it, and people get mad because I always call them quarter blacks. You got to have a blackup too. Like when you have a quarter black, you got to go get a blackup. You got to go get a black backup quarterback. Because if you don't, and that happened with Lamar. When the Ravens drafted Lamar, what is the first thing they did? They brought in RG3. Like they had Flacco starting, and then as soon as they benched Flacco for Lamar, they brought in RG3. They brought in Tyler Huntley. Like this is the first time outside of when he got drafted that he's going to have a white backup quarterback, like ever in his career, right? When the Jaguars had Byron Leftwich, they had David Garrard. So whenever he had a bad game, they look over and see that it's David Garrard. So we're not gonna roll what we got. But you know, so I mean, Shador's gonna probably get picked up by Cleveland or the Saints, which I don't envy either one of those choices for him. I was hoping that the Steelers would do it because I think the Steelers would have been perfect for him because the Steelers got so many weapons, but obviously they didn't think that was a thing. I guess they thought that was more important for them to get a defensive tackle than a quarterback, and they think Mason Rudolph is enough, unless Aaron Rodgers is showing up.
Well, I've still got Pittsburgh taking Jalen Milroe in a bet, so let's see if that happens. That'd be interesting.
But did you expect Shador to be available though?
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's why it's going to get interest at the top of the draft tomorrow.
I mean, again, I just don't. I think he's too talented to have fallen out the first round. He is.
Oh, I'm with you.
I don't.
But when I've taught, like I know, like my boy Gerald, you know, he does draft HBCU players, and this year he actually drafted. He also was scouting a conference. I think he was doing the Sun Belt as well. He was scouting players in the Sun Belt, and he did the Shrine Bowl. He scouted for the Shrine Bowl as well. Helped pick the players for the Shrine Bowl, things of that sort. And one thing he said about Shador, he said he felt like there was only one quarterback in this draft that has first round talent, and it wasn't Shador. But also, he also felt like the way that teams are always quarterback hungry, he kind of expected him to be taken in the first, but he didn't even think that Jackson Dart is better than Shador. So that's the rub. Like if you're gonna make the decision to go in the first round, you get the best of the guy. And I don't think folks think that. He did not think that that Dart was better than him. Because the thing about Shador, you're gonna have to put pieces around him. Like Shador's never had an offensive line his entire college run.
And they said that's been a big issue, hasn't it? Because of the passing he has to do to get around all the pressure. It's not allowed him to showcase an NFL skill set, basically, has it?
That truth be told, that's on his pops recruiting too, but that's a whole different discussion point, right? The thing is, when he was at Jackson State, you got to see his talent because they played in the SWAC. And they don't have too many good, they didn't have too many good players in the trenches defensively in the SWAC. But then when they played those Celebration Bowl games, they ran into the MEAC, and the MEAC is known to having trench play. And they tend to be bigger, and he got beat up because of it. So, and then when he went to Colorado, they didn't get him any offensive linemen, and now you in the Now you in the Big 12 out here getting ransacked because you ain't got nobody to protect you. He's running for his life, trying to make decisions quickly, as quick as he can. Got sacked over almost 100 times. Like it's tough. So I agree. He probably didn't get to showcase a lot of things. And then I think he might be, and the other detriment too would be the fact that he had Travis Hunter. Right? You had Travis Hunter, so they're like, well, it's all Travis doing all this. It ain't him. But I think Shedeur is going to be good in this league, man. I really do. I really do.
I think you'll get there. That toughness, like you say, to be sacked so many times and he's been durable. It's not like he's missed much game time either, considering the amount of times he gets hit. And that's just sacks. Like the number of hits he has compared to the sacks is even higher. It's crazy.
It's insane. Like it's insane. Like it. So I'm hoping that he ends up getting drafted somewhere where there's pieces around him. Like if he goes to a team where it's a dumpster fire, it's gonna be hard for him to succeed there. It's gonna take some time. And nowadays, player like coaching staffs and GMs aren't as patient as they have been in the past because their job's on the line. So hopefully he'll fall to a good situation. But I don't think he should fall below 40, but we'll see tomorrow. We shall see tomorrow.
It's 10 to 5 in the morning, so I'm going to try and draw this to a close, Dave.
Go for it, man.
Tell the people where you're at.
All right, you can follow me at ChampD1012, and you can follow Panther Nation Podcast. We go live every Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. We're doing the draft extravaganza this week. We're going to go live at 7 o'clock tomorrow, most likely. So just check us out. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitter at Panther Nation PC. And YouTube at Panther Nation Podcast or PNP, Rashad and Dave. You can find us there. Just come and watch our content, man. We do some fantasy football stuff. We do a lot of draft stuff. It's been kind of wild over the past couple months because me and Rashad have been pretty busy. So we haven't been on our draft and fantasy steez this year, but we do get into that. And but we go live every Tuesday throughout the off season, and we're going to continue to do that.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Dave. Appreciate you for coming on and for being with us for a long time tonight. So have a great evening. Enjoy the draft. Have a good couple of shows, and we'll speak soon.
Absolutely. Have a good one, man. Appreciate the invite.
Dave.
Appreciate you, Dave.
Take care. Yep.
And thank you to everyone in the chat for sticking with us for the 6 or 7 hours or whatever it's been. If you have, appreciate you all for the comments and the questions and everything like that. We'll be back live at 7 a.m. Eastern to recap day 1 before going live for day 2 at 5:30 Eastern. We've got another great slate of guests, so we hope you can join us for that. We'll do the diagnosis, the post-mortem on the Lions' first round pick, of course, at 7 a.m. Eastern. So it's going to be an interesting one, boys. I'm going to have to try and get up early and see if I can see what the fuck's going on. But anyway, on a lighter note, I made all of my money back in my betting, which is good. So I'm happy. And I've still got in play Pittsburgh to draft Milroe and LA Rams to go corner.
And on an even lighter note, I won the mock draft. I'm drinking out of a foghorn. Like, life is good for me.
There we go. All right, everybody. Have a good rest of your night. We'll see you in just a few hours. It may not be what we wanted, but it may be what we need. We'll find out. Let's go, Lions One Pride.
One pride.